Gish Jen, Mr. Crime and Punishment and War and Peace. Roger Rabbit, we called him. Jabbertalky. Evermore. But mostly, we called him Gunner. Gunner Summers. And it wasn't just the Asian Americans. It was pretty much all his fellow 1Ls. The immigrants from Azerbaijan and Poland and Brazil. The students who were born here, but who had been brought up to be respectful of others. Kids of cops, of farmers, of teachers. We analyzed Gunner en masse. It was his upbringing, his genes, his ego. It was his insecurity related, perhaps, to the fact that this was not exactly Harvard Law School we were attending. I was not of the persuasion that it was Gunner's looks, too, that gave him the idea that he was entitled to more airtime than other human beings. But others maintained there was a chart somewhere showing correlation, if not causation. Rugby build, plus blonde locks, put you at risk, especially if you played tennis, sailed, and had really wanted to take Swahili but in the end had been forced to admit it wasn't as useful as French. In truth, there weren't a lot of people like Gunner in our ranks. People born with silver spoons in their mouths and their hands in the air. This was a fourth-tier school. But he inspired an expansion of our vocabularies anyway. By the end of the first month, everyone in our section could not only define but spell logorrheic, pleonastic, periphrastic. Indeed, you might have been forgiven for thinking we were strangely supersized contestants preparing for the script's spelling bee. As for the sesquipedalian adjectives, those were courtesy of Arabella Lee, of course. Arabella, who was born in China, but who had grown up here and who everyone knew was smarter than Gunner and more prepared, too. For example, in property law, when Professor Meister asked for examples of disabilities protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act, Gunner immediately supplied that significant myopia constituted a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. And such was the spell of his utter self-confidence that even normally perspicacious Professor Meister agreed until Arabella lifted her elegant hand. "What about Sutton v. United Airlines 1999, she asked. "Yes," said Meister. "This was an employment discrimination case involving two myopic individuals who had applied to be airline pilots, were rejected for failing the eyesight requirement, and then sued United Airlines alleging discrimination on the basis of disability." "And?" said Meister. "And they were found by the Supreme Court not to be disabled for purposes of the law," said Arabella. "Ah, well, that is indeed relevant." Meister flushed with embarrassment even as he grinned with delight. What a great example of how critical it can be to look up the leading interpretations of the statute, he went on, especially those by the Supreme Court. "Thank you." Gunner scowled. But would Arabella ever wield the oomph she really should in society? Or, out in the real world, would the Gunners always somehow triumph? She was, to begin with, most impressively unimposing. When the Red Cross came through asking for blood donations, she couldn't give. She didn't weigh enough. Rumor had it she was a size 0. Worse, she not only thought before she talked, she never seemed to forget that there were 40 of us in the section, so that if everyone talked for 5 minutes straight, as Gunner was wont to do, classes would be 200 minutes. Did this not spell defeat? Of course, it bugged a lot of us, not just that Gunner was the ideal and knew it, but that he was the ideal to begin with. It bugged a lot of us that the professors wanted us to talk like him, even if we were bound to get off topic and end up having to finish covering what we were supposed to cover on our own. And it bugged a lot of us that Arabella's being judged too quiet was potentially disastrous. But this last injustice bugged me especially. Not that I was her boyfriend. She was practically engaged, of course. I was just your garden variety, 5'9" friend who was also born on the mainland and also named Lee, and who was also raised in the States by brave, illegal parents, as a result of which I could appreciate, as others perhaps could not, just how special she was. A lot of us immigrants had the test scores and the work ethic, after all. She had something else. This clarity, this poise, this touch. Things I no doubt noticed because I was what my parents called the good-for-nothing artist type. She knew how to argue without hammering, something our constitutional law professor was always trying to teach us. Professor Radin would never have singled out anyone in public. But when she talked about how it really was possible, even at our level, to be deft, we knew she was inspired by the example of Arabella. That Arabella had sparked a flicker of hope in her for us all. Arabella was, what's more, the only member of our class who could ever admit she didn't know something. And she was kind. When people were at one another's throats, she sang funny songs like, "So sue him, what can you do him?" Once, she drove 3 hours to get a depressed classmate's cat from her house and smuggled the animal into her friend's apartment. The friend found her cat under her covers purring. I don't mean that Arabella was an angel. For one thing, she disliked Gunnar as much as anyone. Whenever his name came up, she would move her mouth fast and wink. For another, she sometimes signed up for 2 slots on the treadmill at the gym when you were only allowed to sign up for 1. Like she used her initials in the right order for 1 slot and reversed them for the other. AL, then LA. It was such a pathetic ruse, you had to think she was going to get caught, especially as she did it all the time. But this was Arabella. Though everyone at the gym knew, no one wanted to bust her. One more imperfection. She was, it must be said, a little unliterary. I once told her that Crime and Punishment was my favorite book, to which she answered that today someone would no doubt help poor Dostoevsky, and if talking weren't enough, he would probably be put on something nice. Also, she said she didn't like the word punishment, as she strongly believed rehabilitation to be the appropriate point of all sentences, especially incarceration. It's true that when I pointed out that crime and rehabilitation lacked a certain je ne sais quoi, she conceded that I was probably right. But she maintained that she didn't like the title anyway, and thought Dostoevsky should have gone back to the drawing board and come up with something completely different. Like War and Peace, I said? To which she replied that I could make fun of her, but honestly, that was a great title, and while the historical record could not, of course, prove this conclusively, it did lend support to her contention. If you were looking for help for a title for something, in short, she might not be your go-to. To return to her cardinal flaw, though, her failure, according to the professors, to be more Gunnar-like, she said it was a species of Western hegemony, that people like her and me were always being pushed to do something fundamentally at odds with our culture. It stressed her out, she said. It stressed us all out. She said that as a rule, she just listened to her body and talked as much as felt comfortable, and that if her breath shortened up, suggesting a certain pulmonary preset, then she stopped. And if that kept her from getting a good grade, while people like Gunnar were physiologically equipped with some manner of embarrassment override, well, so be it. She didn't need to finish first in her class. She was only in law school, she said, to learn to help ordinary people with their ordinary problems anyway. And that was the truth. She really did just want to help people with their immigration problems. She did not want one of those fancy paneled offices with the in-house cappuccino and the $1 million view. She wanted the kind of office you saw in 40s movies, with worn wood floors and frosted glass doors. She wanted to tilt her head and give a kindly look to clueless people sitting on the edge of their chairs and ask, "What brings you here?" People like her parents and mine. She wanted to teach immigrants how to become citizens. She wanted to teach them how to stick up for themselves. Other people, though, wanted her to be a judge. In fact, in my heart of hearts, I wanted to see her on the Supreme Court. The first Asian American on the Supreme Court. Or didn't she want to work for the ACLU, I asked her once? Talk about making a difference. Not just for one family at a time, but for lots of families for all time. Of course, to even begin to think about it, you had to have a minimum of 6 years of litigation experience. And that's what it said on their website. And to get litigation experience, you had to get a public defender or prosecutor job. Or if you had loans and needed to make more money, as she did perhaps, she nodded, you needed to do the litigation track at a top-notch firm, from which spot you could then go to a U.S. Attorney's Office or DOJ, the whole sleep no more slog. Sell my soul, you mean, she said. But I could tell she was thinking about it. The ACLU. No, I said. You wouldn't have to sell your soul. Never mind that all I knew about a life in law came from Scott Turow novels. Still, I sagaciously went on. You just have to talk enough in class for Professor Radin to stop describing you as quiet. You'd have to channel your inner gunner and, gun a little. She looked at me and crossed her eyes. Have you always fastened on the utterly quixotic? She asked. Then she uncrossed her eyes and smiled and said, Actually, Eric says the same thing. About talking more, I mean. As Eric was her boyfriend, this was and wasn't what I wanted to hear. But the next day, she began to try. And that was what I wanted to see. Not being a big-name law school, we were not exactly overrun with visits by Am Law 100 firms. It was mostly regional firms that came to recruit. A smattering of powerhouses did come through, though, typically because someone had some connection to the university, and every once in a while, a student subsequently landed a big-deal summer associate job. Once in the known history of the school, too, it had happened that, after the big-deal summer associate job, a person from our school had gone on to land a permanent position at the firm to become an honest-to-God, big-deal associate. That was a decade ago, but still, why shouldn't the second person be Arabella? She scoffed. But when the class rankings came out, and there she and Gunnar were, number 1 and number 2, she did wonder if maybe, when the time came, she should interview. Yes, I all but yelled at her. Yes, you have to do it. You do. You have to do it for all of us. Whoever us is, I think you should do it for yourselves, she said, starting with you. In the end, though, she agreed that I was no lawyer. As for why then I was in law school, I didn't really have to tell her. For while she herself wasn't in law school because of her parents, she was here at Podunk Law because they wanted her nearby. She knew how Chinese parents could be. But never mind. When an on-campus interview sign-up sheet was posted, she held her nose and did it. She signed up. It started out that 3 big law firms were coming. But first there was a hurricane, and Westfall and Howe canceled. Then Berger, Berkman, and Lebron canceled too, also because of the storm. That left Goodman, Thompson, and Pierce, who were scheduled to come a week later than the other firms. I helped Arabella prepare, combing the internet for advice, and found that most of it fell into 3 categories. The first was existential. Be positive. Be assertive. Be confident. The second was gnomic. Show that you are agreeable, but show that you are no pushover. Show that you are unique, but show that you fit in. Show that you are well informed, but show that you would like to be informed, and so on. The third, toughest category was spatial. Take up room with your arms, went this advice, especially if you are a woman. Take up room with your voice. Take up room with your manner. Take up room in your chair. Take up room in your chair. Arabella tried mansplaining her legs. It hurt her hip, she said. As for thrusting her chin out and squaring her chest, she simply could not do these things with a straight face. But she could, she figured, wear her roommate's size 4 jacket and, under it, a vest for bulk. And after a few tries, she found that pretending she was Gunnar helped with her manner. Suddenly, she could respond at length to what we agreed were lamer-than-lame prompts like, tell us about yourself and do you have any weaknesses? She answered, I nodded. Anything else we should know about you? I asked finally. I broke up with Eric, she said. Ah. I jotted that down on my clipboard. Also, she said, since I know we don't have a lot of time, I'd just like to make sure you realize I'm available for dinner after the interview. 6 o'clock, I said. If that's how business is done in your firm? It is, I said. I mean, I hope it isn't, but it is. It is. Good, she said. As for what she was supposed to do if the interviewer threw his clipboard up into the air for joy, I decided not to test her. Instead, I just said, You're going to be great, Arabella. Thank you for your time, she said. And you are the most generous person I have ever known. The day of the interview, I did one more thing. I greased the seat of Gunner's bicycle with Vaseline, and for good measure, greased his handlebar grips too. Not so much that he would be in an accident, but enough that he'd have to spend 20 minutes in the men's room trying to get the grease off before he could shake anyone's hand. And then, of course, there would still be the issue of his crotch. Were anyone's interview chances ever dashed because he had grease in his crotch? Of course not. Still, I hoped that it would disconcert and distract him. As for whether this was my finest moment as a human being, well, no. Still, I did it. Then I waited. Arabella's interview, she reported, went well enough. No surprises, for which she had to thank me, she said. I really had prepared her beautifully. But she did think the interviewer a bit inscrutable. Or maybe I should say guarded, she said. He looked like he had the nuclear codes and thought I might ask for them. He did smile at the end, at least. Well, that's good. Then he asked me how tall I was. Oh, no. Did you tell him? Yes. And then I said that if he was wondering, I weigh 91 pounds. You didn't. You're right, I didn't. But I almost did. We laughed. I had picked a hippie restaurant nearby with every variation of tofu and brown rice possible, and with 4 kinds of kale smoothies. We tried all 4, and then 3 of the Buddha bowls, and then an udon miso thing. And all the world glowed with warmth and happiness and antioxidants until I told her about the grease. Gunner did not get a summer associate position, even though his great-uncle, it turned out, was the Goodman in Goodman-Thompson. Gunner was so crushed, he missed a week of classes. People said he was thinking about transferring to business school. Was that true? Who knew? What was clearer was that classes were not the same without him. We missed having someone to irritate us. And the professors, the poor professors, were suffering. Indeed, they were getting so discouraged, having to cold call people for every single question, that after a day or two, we started to put our hands up more, just to help out. They were nice people who already wished they had better jobs after all. We felt sorry for them. And so a bunch of us tried gunning. Even me. Until we were all gunning, and gunning and gunning. It wasted a lot of time, to be honest, but it was fun. And did make the professors perk up. As for Arabella, she too got a thumbs down from Goodman-Thompson. Still, she was glad she had interviewed, she said, because it helped her figure a few things out. For example, it helped her figure out that she should try and transfer to a higher-ranked school. She was going to apply and see what happened, she said, and if she got in, bring it up with her parents. I am also going to start lifting weights, she said. I am too small. Isn't that selling your soul? I said. No, she said. It's strength training. Meanwhile, I got thrown out of school altogether. Arabella had called me a reprobate and a miscreant for the Vaseline business, but she hadn't reported me. It was Gunner who eventually figured out who'd smeared him, so to speak. And though I apologized and had his suit cleaned twice, he nonetheless filed an official complaint. Of course, my parents were apoplectic. I don't think you're even sorry, observed Arabella, however. About Gunner, I said. Because I am sorry about Gunner. About school, she said. Well, about school, let's just say I'd rather be punished than rehabilitated, I said. I'm not about law. No, you are about crime and punishment and war and peace, she agreed. And justice for the people I love, I added, which was kind of an overly venturesome thing to say, really. I didn't think before I said it. In fact, you could say I was just gunning. But she turned and gave me a kiss. And when I plunged on and said I was going to try to find a job near whatever school she ended up at, she looked serious. Rich Lee, she said thoughtfully. Mr. Crime and Punishment and War and Peace. And then, deft as ever, she didn't tell me not to. Gish Jen's stories have appeared in the Best American Short Stories 4 times, including the Best American Short Stories of the Century edited by John Updike. Featured in a PBS TV American Master Series, Jen is the author of 4 novels and a collection of stories. She has received support from the Guggenheim Foundation, the Radcliffe Institute, and the Lannan Foundation, as well as a Mildred and Harold Strauss Living Award from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. She delivered the Massey Lectures in American Studies at Harvard University in 2012. Her most recent book, a work of nonfiction, is titled The Girl at the Baggage Claim, Explaining the East-West Culture Gap.
Ha Jin. Finally, I am American at heart. I have often been asked 2 questions. One is, what was the most surprising incident when you served in the Chinese People's Army? The other, what surprised you most in America? To both questions, my answers are rather personal and internal. I served in the Chinese Army for 5 years and saw terrible accidents. Soldiers got killed in military exercises and in collapsed constructions. But what surprised me most is something that none of my comrades might remember. A fellow soldier in our company was a wonderful basketball player, handsome and agile, and 6 feet 2 inches tall. His parents were both senior officials in Beijing, in the Ministry of Railways. By contrast, most of us were from remote provinces, and many were sons of peasants. Toward the end of my 3rd year in the Army, word came that the basketball player's mother was dying in Beijing and left him her final words. We all knew she was a revolutionary and thought her last words must be wise and edifying, so we were eager to learn about them too. Then her final words for her son came. Don't ever give up your Beijing residence certificate. Without a residence certificate, one couldn't live in Beijing permanently. But if you were not born in the capital, the only chance for you to get such a certificate was to find a permanent job in an official department or company that could help you get it. I was shocked by the mother's last words, because they suddenly revealed to me that people in China were not born equal. Her words stayed with me and went deeper and deeper in my consciousness. For decades afterward, I carried the bitterness, not just for myself, but also for tens of millions of people who could never have such a privilege of living in the capital, and who, by birth, were citizens of lower class, although China's constitution guarantees equality to all its citizens. This inequality in residential status among the citizens actually contravenes China's constitution, which has become meaningless in the eyes of the public. As for what surprised me most in America, it was also a personal moment that turned out to be charged with meaning, but mainly for myself. When I came to the States to do graduate work in 1985, my family couldn't come with me, both my wife and son having to remain in China because at the time the Chinese government didn't allow families to go abroad together. Like my compatriots, I accepted this rule without questioning it because it was made by the country. Among my fellow graduate students at Brandeis, some were from other countries. They knew I was married, but was here without my family. Sangeeta and her boyfriend Chuck were from India, living 1 floor below me. At a party one evening, she asked me why I'd left my wife and child behind. I told her because the Chinese government did not allow them to come with me. I couldn't explain further since nobody could see the logic of such a rule. Out of the blue, Sangeeta asked me, "Why don't you sue your country?" Her question stunned me, and I turned, tongue-tied, unable to get my head around it. Could she sue India? I wondered. She must be able to if she had a legitimate case and also the means. But never had I heard of any Chinese citizen suing the country. Sangeeta's question remained on my mind for many years and affected my view of the world. Gradually, I came to realize that her question pointed to the core of democracy, namely, that in the eyes of the law, the individual and the country are equal. If a country is wrong, a citizen is entitled to confront it. It took 1.5 years for my wife to join me here, but she couldn't bring our son with her. So he couldn't come to live with us until another 2.5 years. By then, having stayed in America already for 4 years, I realized that all the forced separations among my compatriots and their families had been gratuitous, serving no purpose, as if the role of the powers that be was to make people suffer. Of course, I couldn't sue China. For citizens to be able to sue their country, there has to be a legal system that can guarantee their civil rights, both on paper and in practice. Because there has been no such practice in China, people tend to just cower to the state. Many even worship the country like a deity, willing to serve it unconditionally. Owing to China's long ban on religions, people's religious feelings have been diverted to the deification of the country. God is amoral, and so is your country, and all you can do is obey. When the Tiananmen massacre broke out in June 1989, I was traumatized and remained in shock for weeks. I was so outraged that I became very outspoken, publicly condemning the killing of the unarmed civilians. As a result, the next spring when I sent in my passport for renewal, the Chinese consulate in New York confiscated it. Afterward, for 7 years, I had no passport. I couldn't travel outside the States and became a man without a country. I had always planned on returning to China to teach, but that was out of the question now. Finally, in the fall of 1997, I was naturalized. At the ceremony, the new citizens were formally asked to renounce our loyalty to our former countries. Like the other new citizens, I swore my oath of allegiance to the U.S. Constitution. A new citizen must be willing to perform non-combatant service in the armed forces to defend the Constitution. I assumed that this was equal to pledging loyalty to America, the country. I didn't feel completely comfortable about the oath, but this was a necessary step for me and my family if we wanted to become U.S. citizens. In essence, it was a move for survival. Prior to the naturalization ceremony, I had read the Constitution, which struck me as something like a contract between the country and the people. It specifies repeatedly what rights the people keep or give to the government. Nevertheless, unfamiliar with how this was enforced in practice, I didn't think much of the Constitution, which seemed to be just words few people could abide by. That was my misconception, partly due to the despondency that sank deep in my heart. What disappointed me most were American double standards. To put this simply, the U.S. government's words and deeds didn't match. During the Tiananmen massacre, President George H.W. Bush spoke a great deal about supporting the democratic movement in China and condemned the communist regime roundly. But in no time, he dispatched his secret emissary to Beijing to pacify the Chinese government. The White House's double-dealing reflected crude American pragmatism. Americans tend to calculate everything in dollars. For the sake of business opportunities, the United States grew reluctant to defend human rights, and even willing to relinquish our principles. On President Obama's first visit to China in 2009, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State then, said on NPR that human rights were no longer an issue on the negotiation table because we owed China a huge debt and our economy was struggling to recover from the previous year's recession. She said, "How can you talk about human rights to your creditor?" Hearing those words, I felt betrayed. My belief in American idealism shattered. Later, I learned that Bill Clinton, after leaving the White House, had collected hefty fees when he gave speeches in China. Besides pragmatism as a distinct trait of the American character, there is another aspect of the American character that I have always admired and cherished. That is American idealism. One can argue that because of having a black and white mindset, Americans can become destructive, shaping the world according to our ideas or ideals. Such a tendency is dramatized vividly in Graham Greene's novel The Quiet American, specifically in the main character Alden Pyle, who turns blind to the human cost and suffering in carrying out the American plan for combating communism and establishing a democratic force in Vietnam. Greene's novel is a condemnation of U.S. imperialism and might have its legitimacy considering the violence the United States has unleashed in the world. However, he addresses only one aspect of the American character, which to me also embodies strength and integrity and even nobility inseparable from idealism. In fact, we often talked about honesty, justice, equality, all of which show the other aspect of the American character, rooted in the belief in universal values. I believe in noble ideas, which differentiate humans from animals. Some governments of non-Western countries oppose universal values, and instead emphasize their country's peculiarities and differences. In essence, such an emphasis is their way of defending the power of the state and justifying their ideologies or dictatorships, which can never be measured against the standards of democracy and social justice. To me, it's fundamental to hold on to some ideals so as to show the distance between sordid realities and the dream we might strive to realize. Without such a distance or room in our vision for improvement, we would be stranded in the quagmire of particulars and differences. In this sense, I admire American idealism and cherish the image of America as a shining city upon the hill. Because of my despondency about American pragmatism, I tended to stand aloof, observing life flowing by. Rarely would I get involved in politics. I even grew a little cynical about social activities, believing that everyone acted out of personal interests. During the last election, when the final two candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, emerged to compete for the presidency, I would vote for neither. Clinton was an insider, a practical politician whom I couldn't trust, whereas Trump was too outrageous and bigoted in his views on many issues. I also knew that Trump's family had business connections with China, so the Chinese government could find ways to influence him. I simply couldn't vote for Trump. There was no viable third-party candidate for me to root for. I again stood aside and just observed, my despondency deepened by the political rhetoric and controversies I often encountered. I didn't expect that Trump would win the election, and his success cast gloomy shadows on my mind about America and made me wonder if my adopted country had failed as a democracy. However, my attitude was utterly changed early this year when Judge James Robart blocked President Trump's travel ban on citizens of 7 Muslim-majority countries from being implemented. Robart was only a district judge, but could overturn the president's order on the grounds that it did not comport with our Constitution. This public incident was very personal to me. It meant several things. Despite my despondency and cynicism, American society's general acceptance of Robart's ruling against Trump's order showed that our democratic system was still sound and intact, and it was also a blow to those who were gloating over the U.S. retreat from democracy. It demonstrated that this land was still ruled by law. No one, even the most powerful man on earth, is above law. No matter how great a political issue is, it must find a solution in the law, which everyone must serve and obey. Robart's ruling struck a sharp contrast with the incident on July 9, 2015, when more than 300 lawyers and legal workers in Chinese cities were detained and interrogated and imprisoned, and some simply disappeared because they had been helping petitioners and common citizens defend their civil rights. Now I finally understand why at the naturalization ceremony we were asked to swear an oath of allegiance to the Constitution, not to a government or a country. The Constitution embodies the true America, a land based on ideas and principles. I was touched by Judge Robarts' ruling, which signifies to me that it's still possible to live by ideas and ideals. If I have the law on my side, I can sue my country when it violates my rights guaranteed by the Constitution. As I recall the oath of allegiance that specifies non-combatant service in armed forces as a new citizen's duty to defend the Constitution, I am more than ever willing to perform such a duty. If need be, I would be willing to do even combatant service for such a defense. Because unlike China's Constitution that promises citizens so many rights without ever ensuring the implementation of them, the U.S. Constitution has the supreme legal force, and we can rely on it to exercise our civil rights. Finally, after living in America for 32 years, I feel at peace with my role as a U.S. citizen and can accept myself as an American at heart. This conviction was possible only after I had witnessed the public acceptance of Judge James Robarts' ruling. Ha Jin grew up in mainland China and came to the United States in 1985 to do graduate work at Brandeis University, from which he earned his Ph.D. in 1993. In 1990, he began to write in English. To date, he has published 3 volumes of poetry, Between Silences, Facing Shadows, and Wreckage, and 4 books of short fiction, Ocean of Words, which received the PEN/Hemingway Award, Under the Red Flag, which received the Flannery O'Connor Award for short fiction, The Bridegroom, which received the Asian American Literary Award and the Townsend Prize for fiction, and A Good Fall. He has also published 8 novels, In the Pond, Waiting, which received the National Book Award and the PEN/Faulkner Award, The Crazed, War Trash, which received the PEN/Faulkner Award, A Free Life, Nanjing Requiem, A Map of Betrayal, and The Boat Rocker. His work has been translated into more than 30 languages. He has been elected a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Letters. He taught poetry writing at Emory University for 8 years. Since 2002, he has been a professor of English and creative writing at Boston University and lives in the Boston area.
Lily King, Arlington Street. It's a long time ago now that Scylla Hall walked into the high school gym, heels ringing on the worn maple boards of the basketball court. I'm not sure we would have been more surprised if Joe McCarthy had come through the door. Only 4 of us had shown up to the meeting. It was an old Republican town. Just me, Ponty the hairdresser, Cosmos the dressmaker, and, now, Scylla Hall in her black capris and cashmere turtleneck. Cosmos made a fuss of getting her a chair from the stack against the wall. Imagine the fuss she must always have to put up with, I thought. I'd seen her around. She'd come to town earlier in the year with her bony husband and fierce-eyed toddler and a newborn that got wheeled around by the nanny. She came in a wave of young brides brought here by their Harvard grads who'd seemed to collectively decide that our harbor town was the next step after the Fly Club. I had that feeling of becoming less female because a beautiful woman has entered the room. People liked to say she looked like Grace Kelly, but she was more willowy with a Nefertiti neck, sharp cheekbones, and wide, wary eyes. She hooked her heels on the rung beneath her seat and pulled out a flare pen and a notebook stained with coffee rings. Ponty and Cosmos were hopeless and stumbled through their reports on the selectmen meeting and the housing commission. Scylla took quick notes that filled up several pages while we griped about our town administrator and our state rep. When we had run out of complaints, Scylla took out a few newspaper clippings from the back of her notebook. The first was about something called the Boston Action Group that was organizing a boycott against Wonder Bread, she said, for its discriminatory hiring practices. She wanted to put up signs at the grocery store, reminding people. The second was about the Birmingham sympathy rally the next weekend in the Common that she thought we should go to. And the third was a short article about a congressional candidate we'd never heard of who represented black families in housing cases, wanted to abolish capital punishment, and believed we should get out of Vietnam before we got into a proxy war with the Soviets and China. I want to host a fundraiser for him, she said. We tried to tell her that none of our candidates would ever win, that our district had voted Republican since 1875. But she just smiled and wrote it down, 1875, in her notebook, and underlined it twice. As we suspected, the grocer wouldn't let us put posters about the boycott anywhere near his store, so we lingered in the bread aisle, urging people away from the white bread made by white workers. The grocer called the cop, who was his brother, and he kept us at the station for the whole day until our husbands got out of work and could sign for our release. You have to remember how it was then. We weren't allowed to have a credit card or get our tubes tied without our husband's consent. The cop kept us in a hallway with a narrow little bench. He needed to go down the hallway to get anywhere, and we got into the habit of asking for something each time he came through. A deck of cards, a sheet of paper, a pencil. He refused us everything, but he came through so often and we got so hungry and punchy that soon we were asking him for a shoehorn or a bobby pin and this made us slide down from the bench onto the floor in senseless hysterics, a small piece of cheese. At the end of the day, my husband came first and was mostly amused, so I missed the arrival of hers, who was not. Undaunted, Scylla invited a cross-section of ladies to her house for tea. The only thing we had in common was that we bought bread at the grocery store. I thought the plan was for Scylla and me to casually mention the boycott here and there to the other women, but once everyone was served their tea and sugar cookies, Scylla tapped a spoon against her cup, silenced the room, and told them I would be saying a few words about Wonder Bread and the Continental Baking Company. I could not have been less prepared. But the words came. I said Jim Crow was right here, in our white town and in our white bread. Wonder Bread has been exposed this month, but these policies are in every part of our society, I said. From housing to schooling to the workplace, every aspect of black life was debilitated by our racism, our denial, our ignorance, and our silence. The ladies had not expected this. But Scylla had. She bent over her teacup with a satisfied little smile. On the way to the Birmingham sympathy rally, she told me about meeting her husband in the summer of '59. She had her bare feet up on the dash, her hands laced around a thermos of coffee she'd brought from home. They were packed with rings, those hands, 2 or 3 on every finger. Old money rings. You know how when you try to break a branch, you have to find the weak part, she said. That summer was her weak part. Her mother's 3rd marriage was falling apart, and Scylla was losing her favorite stepfather and the house in Georgetown she loved. The 3 of them were in Northeast Harbor with friends for a week, putting on a good face, which seemed to be easier for her mother and stepfather than for her. Before a boat picnic, she cried in an empty maid's room on the 3rd floor. Drew stepped out of a rowboat onto the dock, she said. He was the sailing instructor, all bones and knobs and a smile he couldn't keep in when he saw Scylla coming down the ramp, steep at low tide. He asked her to come for a sail when she returned from her picnic. He asked her to a dance at the community hall that weekend. He asked her to marry him 6 months later on Christmas Eve. When I said yes, she told me, I felt a sharp, unpleasant vibration, like the zap you get on your palm when you fail to put the car into the right gear, except it was all over my body, inside and out. It was the whole universe ruddering. I remember Scylla said that, ruddering, as if she needed to make up a word to explain the feeling. And then it stopped, she said, and Drew was grinning a wicked grin, and we both knew we could finally have sex. They planned the wedding for June, after she graduated from junior college, but in April she started getting headaches so bad her vision dimmed and her teeth felt like they were falling out. Her mother was in Palm Springs trying to attract a 4th husband before the money ran out, So Scylla went back to Northeast Harbor to stay with Drew's mother, a widow with no daughters who put her in a suite of rooms that looked out at 3 small islands, one with a lighthouse at its tip. She told herself she would get better there, then break off the engagement. It wasn't logical, she said, considering that the engagement was causing the headaches, but she didn't figure that out until it was too late. Until the flowers had arrived and Drew's mother was doing up the front of her dress because she couldn't see the buttonholes. Her own mother didn't come. She couldn't support the idea that her daughter would now have a husband and she would not. She spoke about that time just before she married Drew often, while we canvassed or drove to protests and rallies, while we set up and broke down events and benefits, but never about the years that had followed. If it was summer, she'd invite me up to the house for a swim, and I'd bring Marky, my littlest, and she'd pry her girl from the nanny, and they'd float around the shallow end in orange life preservers. Drew's station wagon might pull up or leave the driveway, but he never came over to our chairs by the pool, and she never waved hello or goodbye. She hosted fundraisers, fancy affairs on the side patio out the French doors that overlooked the English garden. I got used to her asking me without warning to introduce the candidate, expound on the issues, shrink the problems of the day into a few digestible sentences for a cocktail crowd. Drew was never among them. When people asked, she said he was upstairs watching the Red Sox with their son, even if it was the dead of winter. We worked tirelessly for many candidates who never won and a few who did, including her obscure congressional candidate who ended the 80-year Republican lock on the seat. We marched with Reverend King from Roxbury to the Common, and 3 years later she came over to my house when we heard King was shot in Memphis. She drove over in her nightgown and we watched on the old black and white set in my bedroom. My husband had left by then, no longer amused by me and my politics. As Bobby Kennedy gave his speech in Indianapolis to a black audience, many of whom hadn't heard the news. I can only say that I feel in my heart the same kind of feeling, Bobby said. I had a member of my family killed, he said. Scylla and I burst out crying. We wailed together like twin babies delivered into an unholy world. Outside of politics, we traveled in different circles that rarely overlapped. I had a cocktail party once when my nephew Brad was in town, and Scylla and Drew came. Brad worked at the service board for conscientious objectors in Washington. Scylla had grown up in D.C., or at least spent a few years there. The geography of her childhood was complex and involved at least 6 states in the U.S., Egypt, Mexico, and a West Indian island I'd never heard of. And they spent a while in the kitchen talking about Georgetown during the war. Drew glowered near the bar, and after less than 10 minutes he got her coat and purse and went into the kitchen. He held the coat open for her, and she slid her arms in. "Don't worry, little commie," Drew said to Brad. "You can't afford her." When my divorce was final, I could no longer receive the host at Mass. Scylla came with me every Sunday for 6 months and sat beside me so I wouldn't be alone in the pew, as all the other adults and children over 7 rose and stood in line and let the priest drop the sacrament onto their tongues. The day before Nixon's second inauguration, we decided to drive down and join the protest of the Christmas bombing of North Vietnam. We gathered at the Lincoln Memorial, and the FBI took pictures of us all the way to the Washington Monument. The day after we got back, she called me and told me to meet her outside on Walker Street across from the dry cleaners. She brought me up to a 2-bedroom apartment. "I'm leaving him," she told me in the galley kitchen, "and I need a job." Ponte had heard that the lieutenant governor's cousin, who was in charge of fundraising, was looking for a new assistant. I drove her to the State House for her interview. "I've never had an interview," she said. "Never had a job." Her voice caught. She held a finger to each lower eyelid. "I can't cry," she said, laughing. "I can't afford to reapply my makeup." Drew's lawyer was outgunning hers. He wrote her child support checks for half the amount they'd agreed on. "You're a Democrat," Drew had said to her. "You love the poor." We went up the front steps of the State House. I pointed up to the corner office. We'd worked hard to help elect the governor. I took her up to the third floor where the cousin was holding the interviews. I felt like I was leading in a skittish racehorse. We sat in the old leather seats of an outer waiting room. I don't think she took a breath from the time we sat down to when he called her in. When it was over, it was lunchtime, and people were streaming out of the building and down the Capitol steps. The governor was ahead of us on the other side of the stairs, ringed by a small cluster of men in suits and overcoats. Otherwise, all around us were women. Receptionists and secretaries and assistants and fundraisers. All the anonymous women it takes to prop up one male politician. We went to the deli a half-block away on Park Street. We stood in line with the other women. The men were at nicer places, the Parker House or Loch Ober. But Scylla was gleaming. She was gleeful. We ordered Reubens and extra pickles, and she told me she had handed him her list of donors, a typed stack of pages of all the guests from her parties, names, addresses, and donation amounts. Big amounts. She must have had 5,000 names. Names you would have said were Republican names. He pored over it slowly. "So," he looked up, "do you want to get paid like this?" He held his hand out flat above his desk. "Or like this?" He put his hand beneath the desk. She said she pretended not to understand the question. We shrieked with laughter in the corner of that deli. We crumpled up our napkins and tossed our plates. She said that we should now go pay a visit to Mr. Firestone. I thought she was joking, but she wasn't. I followed her across the common to the awning of the Ritz on Arlington and into Firestone and Parson. Mr. Firestone was reaching into the last of the curved jewelry cases. He straightened up quickly. He was pleased, you might even say moved, to see her. They shook hands, and then he took both of hers. They were bare of her rings. Drew's mother had demanded all of her jewelry back. She told Mr. Firestone they were at home soaking, and he scolded her for not letting him clean them properly. Mr. Firestone went into a back office and came out with a manila envelope from which he slid another, smaller manila envelope from which he shook out 2 rings. Each had a diamond the size of a big lima bean in the center. "This is a cushion cut," he explained, slipping it onto Scylla's finger. "And this is a cabochon," he said, putting it on mine. Her diamond had a halo of bright sapphires. Mine was all diamonds, all around, even on what Mr. Firestone called the shoulders of the ring. He urged us to take them outside. "Diamonds need to be seen in the sun," he said. We went out to the sidewalk on Arlington Street with the rings on our fingers. Scylla laid her right hand over her left, as if asking herself for her hand. Her diamond exploded with color. "I think you should run against Kenny Lord in the primary," she said to me. "What?" Kenny Lord was running for state senator in our district. "He's weak. You'd thrash him." "You're crazy." "Let's see the ring," she said. I hadn't dared hold up my hand yet. I was sure someone would come around the corner and pluck it off my finger as soon as I did. "Come on," she said. "Let's see it." I brought the ring up into the sun. It flashed at everything all around it. "Magnificent," Scylla said. Run against Kenny Lord, I thought. A thick rope of energy forming fast inside me. I had been the racehorse all along. Lily King is the author of 4 novels: The Pleasing Hour, The English Teacher, Father of the Rain, and most recently Euphoria, winner of the Kirkus Prize for Fiction, finalist for the National Book Critics Circle Award, and named one of the 10 best books of 2014 by the New York Times Book Review. King lives in Maine and is committed to the increasingly threatened ideals of American democracy, including freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and equal rights for all.
Sheila Kohler. The Harlot and the Murderer. Sonia story. The hero of my story, whom I love with all the power of my soul, who was, is, and ever will be beautiful, is the truth. Tolstoy. She still comes to me here, stepping out of the shadows in this savage place. None of my memories of men, even of are lit up quite like my memory of her, Lizaveta. So tall, dark-skinned with her wide-open spaced eyes, her big smile, her bright and hopeful gaze. She walks toward me in the muddy street, coming in the uncertain sunlight. Broad-shouldered like a man, dressed like a soldier with her crooked legs and big goatskin shoes. I see her approaching, close in her arms like an offering. Brutally killed so young, she lingers on in my mind like a sacred object, a bronze icon, a glow around her braided head. It was she who found the clothes I wore for my work. She dressed me up, disguised me, changed me as much as she could. Did I become the part I played? One afternoon, soon after I arrived here, on a high bank by this desolate river, in the great quiet of the wide spaces of the Siberian steppe, an unfortunate shuffled up to me in his heavy shackles. He took off his pancake-shaped hat and bowed his half-shaved head. "Machka, Machka!" Little mother, he called out to me. "Pray for me. Please pray for me." What did he see in my thin face, in the dark circles beneath my eyes, in my drab attire? Is the life I have lived branded in my skin? Is it there in my gaze, my gait, my gestures? Something in my mien, my stance, as faltering and timid as they may seem, led him to single me out, to watch me walk, to approach me freely without fear and even with affection, as though he knew me, had always known me intimately, like an ever-flowing river, or even as one of his own family. Did he understand I am in sense one with him, an equal who would not condemn him whatever he might have done, that I am as great a sinner as he might be? Yet he asked me to pray for him, which I have gladly done. God bless them all, the ones in chains, in dank cells, the prisoners in this place where I have accompanied them. It all began with a moment of which I have never spoken. It lingers on in my mind, static and silent, like a photograph. Some of my story had already been told, and told so well by a genius, but by a man. There were secrets that he could not know, things left out, not said, not seen, not felt, and not heard. He was wrong about me at times. How could he not be? I know that his world will almost certainly be considered more reliable than mine. A man's word against a woman's. How easily women are accused of lying, of not knowing how to distinguish good from bad. Who will believe the words of a young woman, a woman of ill repute, a prostitute, branded with the yellow ticket, when her story has been told by a famous writer, a celebrated man? Yet what he ignored was that R was how I escaped my shame, how I reached God, or anyway, ecstasy. If ecstasy is that moment of exit when the soul takes wing like a flying fish and seems to swim from the body. Now I see myself as the lodgers in that crowded room must have seen me, as my father recognized me, as R must have noticed me for the first time, hesitating in the doorway, a puny girl with a narrow face, dressed incongruously. She is young, but not innocent. Though she has never experienced desire, pleasure, the possibility is within her. It is viable in the avid eyes, the open mouth, the trembling hands. It is the strength of that desire that drives me, despite the difficulties I know I will encounter, to speak up, to speak out, to dare to tell my own version of the story, the real story of a woman of ill repute, now. I see my own image from without, from a distance, as though seeing someone else, someone cut off and separate, standing in the entrance to that crowded room, of breathless girls surrounded by opprobrium, unmistakable in her gutter finery. I am 18 years old. It is St. Petersburg, where the pale light lingers late in the sultry July night. I have been, as I do most evenings, wandering the streets, watching my step, keeping my wits about me, glancing around hopefully in the summer stench of stagnant water, lime, and dust. It was well after 8 when I heard a clatter on the cobblestone. In the clear light, I saw the girl's thin, pretty face. It was Polenka, the eldest child of my stepmother, K.I., running toward me out of the shadows at the end of the street in her thin dress, a kerchief around her head, her cheeks pink, her fair hair streaming out wildly behind her. "Come quickly, Sonechka," she shouted, even before she reached me. I hurried toward her and she grasped my hand, pulling me along the street in my garish attire, the train of my yellow dress dragging in the dirt behind me, my hand hanging on to my feathered hat, my parasol. Together we ran through the streets, my light-colored shoes spattered with mud and mire. There was no time to ask what was wrong, and I knew it must be death or extreme illness. I thought something had happened to K.I., my stepmother, as of course it eventually did. Once we reached our building, I told Polenka to go ahead, taking a moment to get my breath and smooth out the flounces of the worn silk with trembling fingers. She ran up the stairs before me, disappearing into the crowd already congregated in the doorway and down the stairs, the curious, the idle, and the gossipers. All of the landlady's lodgers seemed to have streamed from their innumerable closets and were squeezed through the doorway into our corridor to see what was going on. I made my way as best as I could through the crowd and stood in the doorway. There was a lot about doors in this book that was written about R and me and my family. There are many sudden exits and mysterious entrances. Strangers lurk and listen behind doors. There are struggles at doors, pulling and pushing, bells ringing repeatedly. Like a series of scenes on a stage, there are the necessary furniture, the props, the reader, the audience. The characters squeeze into crowded places, apartments, taverns, hotel rooms with mice. They meet by chance in streets and stairways, police stations. They talk to one another at length. Words pour from them for pages. They tell the whole stories of their lives. They overhear conversations as they move along the boulevards, across the bridges and the crowded squares of St. Petersburg, going from one building to another, down steps into dark, dank taverns and sordid eating places, watched over by landladies, concierges, good-tempered maids. But it was not like that. Not at all. Not for me. So little was said in my life, or if it was said to conceal and not reveal. Words did not reflect reality, or not the one I perceived. There were long silences, many sighs, groans, sobs. More was conveyed with a glance or a gesture, a flash of hate, a sudden slap on the side of the head, the pulling of hair, the thrust of the cane, a hand slipping down a bodice like a snake, an unexpected gift. Mostly, I remember hunger, the lack of means to buy something to satisfy the crying children, to protect them from K.I.'s blows. Money changed hands repeatedly in shadowy rooms in silence, or with just the glad chink of it on a dresser. Things happened in doorways, it is true, but there are places in the book where the writer felt obliged to close the doors firmly, to draw the shutters down like eyelids on eyes that prefer not to see. In St. Petersburg, as it says in the book, we were housed in a building owned by a German cabinet maker. The street was near the Haymarket, that huge square where vendors set up stalls to sell whatever they can, a place peopled by pickpockets, hucksters, and peasants in greasy sheepskin coats and knee-high boots, as well as the occasional merchant, or even an aristocrat, looking for a bargain. The air was filled with clatter and rumble of carts and carriages, the cries of vendors with soot from the new factories that had sprung up in the city, and the stench of garbage and sewage, that rose suffocatingly in the air. It was there that I met Lizaveta by chance one summer evening. She lived with her much older stepsister, the pawnbroker. I came across her standing in the flickering sunlight, talking by a stall, a bundle of old clothes she was hoping to sell in her arms. Somehow she knew my name. "Sonia!" she called out, with a glad glance of recognition, and despite the clothes, reached out her large hand to clasp mine, holding on to me. I felt we had always known each other. We became instant friends, sisters in misfortune. When we managed to meet, we discovered our similar lives, our similar hearts. We seemed to come from the same family, though we looked so different. Lizaveta so tall, strong, and bronze-cheeked, and myself so small, light-boned, and pale-skinned. Sometimes we met at the pawnbroker's small apartment if Alonia was out, but she rarely left her premises. Alonia never approved of me. At rare moments when we met, passing in the corridor or in the entrance of the apartment, she would smile thinly and call me dearie in her reedy voice, but she glanced at me with a flicker of suspicion in her small, bright eyes. Besides, she was often busy with her constant customers, students coming and going, the doorbell ringing, and she was wary of strangers on her premises, rightly as it turned out. She probably felt my presence an intrusion, an unwelcome distraction, even a danger in their hard-working lives. More often, Lizaveta came to my room, and we had a moment alone, or we met somewhere on the banks of the Neva, or in the shadows of a church. Like me, she had lost her mother soon after birth. Her father, though he loved Lizaveta, indeed favored her, was so much older than she and not often home. Her care fell to her stepsister, who treated her like her slave, beating her. Her father made things worse, slipping her surreptitious presents from his pocket. An apple, a good luck charm, a copper cross, when he came home late and found her dutifully carrying out her stepsister's wishes. After his death, she was entirely at the mercy of her stepsister, and like me, she was often glad to escape, coming to me with some object, an offering. She would braid my fine hair, threading a bright ribbon through my pale tresses, or dangling a glittering glass earring from an ear. She showed me how to saunter with a slow sway, hands on my hips, how to sigh suggestively, rouged lips parted, and damp eyelids lowered, long lashes lingering on the cheeks. Once, she brought me a short-tailed goldfinch in a little cage, which I hung on a long cord from the ceiling of my room. I could hear it perpetually hopping about and chirping, dropping birdseed, rocking back and forth cheerfully above my head. We exchanged crosses once, and Lizaveta gave me her copper one, and I gave her one of mine, as I was later to do with R. I see myself from afar in that first moment I saw R, and everything began. A girl in a photograph in someone else's album, the kind tinted with color. She already has that same face, the clear blue eyes without innocence, eyes that have seen and accepted all. She wears the wide crinoline that fills the doorway, the hat with its flaming fuchsia feather, and mechanically twirls the parasol, with the ruffles around the rim. A tall, slender man in gray hovers in the flickering shadows of that crowded, candlelit, and smoke-filled room. He leans close over her stricken father, spattered with her father's blood, and looks up at her. He stares at her, studying her face, her form, her clothes. He watches her leaning against the jamb, lowering her gaze with shame, her head to her chest, as if trying to hide her face, so that she has difficulty breathing, and the beat of her heart thunders in her head. "Murderer! This man has murdered my father," she thinks when she sees his pale face, the dark, tormented gaze, blood all over his clothes. It was Lizaveta who had acquired my second-hand clothes. She had done her best. The train of the dress was thin and worn in places, but it was silk. The hat was dented at the brim, but stylish with its bright-colored feather. The parasol, still a faded pink. In the daylight, it cast a pink shadow on my face. "Look how pretty, Sonetchka," Lizaveta had said, twirling the parasol behind her head, looking down at me from her great height. She must have been 6 feet. Occasionally, we would escape to the islands and wander in the greenness and freshness, watching with wonder the elegant carriages or a smart woman on a horse tapping its dappled flank with an English riding crop. Or we looked into the windows of fine houses at a luxurious life we could only imagine. Sometimes we went to Vasilevsky Island in the summer and sat beneath the trees and talked. Or we came to my own place, where I would read to her from the New Testament she had found for me with its worn leather cover, the yellowed pages. I am not sure she knew how to read, though she could juggle figures in her head quickly and without error. No one had taught her the alphabet. They called her a half-caste with her swarthy skin, her crinkly hair. Yet her eyes were a pale, innocent blue. She was good-natured, open-hearted, and merry. How we would laugh together, tucked away in the room with the icons at the pawnbrokers, where she was so brutally murdered. We would giggle like adolescents, which I was. I am not sure of her age when she died. Perhaps she was 35 or 6, but her cafe au lait skin was bright like a girl's, and burnished as though polished on her high cheekbones. She never told me her age. Perhaps she did not know it. I hear us speaking, sometimes both at once, in our eagerness to share the secrets of our hearts. The girl is aware that her face, her figure are incongruous, shocking in these clothes. As in a dream, I see her as she stands there, Sonia, my double, my reflection, my other, as though looking into a mirror. She is me, and yet not me in the flickering candlelight, the smoky air, the grotesque faces grimacing disapprovingly all around her, in the shadows of the narrow room. She pauses painfully, staring at the priest, who is at her father's side, too. "What is it?" she asks, and someone answers in a loud voice that the drunkard has finally been brought home, half dead. She pushes her way forward and faces the sight of her father lying on the sofa, a pillow beneath his head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, perspiration on his forehead, the gashed, crushed chest. At the same time, she notices a badly dressed stranger in gray trousers, holding a cat by his side. The man is so thin, he looks as if he might be ill, or has been ill. Even in the dimly lit room, she notices his close-set, intense dark eyes, pale skin, aquiline nose, his gray waistcoat spattered with her father's blood. It is then that she thinks irrationally, "This man has murdered my father, and at the same time, this murderer has pierced my heart." "What has happened to him?" she asks, and someone murmurs that Semyon Zaharovich Marmeladov has been run down by a carriage in his drunken state, while she wandered the streets in her streetwalker clothes. On the last day I saw Lizaveta, she came to my room before I went into the streets. We sat at my table and drank a cup of tea and ate some honey cakes she had brought for me, as she often did, saying that I needed to eat more than I did. Then she said someone was waiting for her between 6 and 7 in the Haymarket. It might be a profitable sale, with something I could wear among the clothes. She would bring me something soon. If only she had stayed instead of hurrying off to fulfill a promise so punctually. It was a hot day in late July. I still see her standing at my door in her strange worn-out shoes, lifting her big hand in a sort of soldier salute, her dark hair so neatly braided flat against her head, her slanting eyes smiling at me, promising to be back soon. But she never came back. When I had not seen her around in the Haymarket where I could usually find her and feared she might be ill, I went to the pawnbrokers. Somehow it was the smell of fresh paint that alerted me to danger, and I felt uneasy as I climbed the stairs. To my surprise, I found the door ajar and 2 painters busy repapering and painting. The paper was no longer yellow, but white with little purple flowers. I looked around, disoriented. The sofa with its curved back, the geraniums, the prints of German damsels. Even the icon stand with its oil lamp had disappeared, though it had left a visible mark on the wallpaper in that corner of the room. I asked the painters what had happened, but they just shook their heads in a strange, almost guilty way, maintaining they knew nothing. It was the concierge whom I found in the courtyard who told me. "Both murdered. Blood all over the place," he said. "Not Lizaveta. Why Lizaveta?" I asked, unable to believe such a monstrous thing. "The money, I suppose. The old lady must have had quite a lot of money and many pledges, probably hidden in some trunk under the bed. I always said something like this might happen with all those people tramping up and down the stairs, day and night to pawn things." "What people?" I asked. "Mostly students who needed money." "How were they killed?" I couldn't help asking. "Some blunt instrument. Probably an axe," he said. "Did you see anyone?" I asked, imagining a dark figure with an axe, lifted high. He shook his head. K.I. asks the priest angrily, waving her hands, her cheeks crimson what she is to do now, gesturing toward the 3 small children kneeling beside her. Polya, Kolya, and the youngest girl, little Ladochka, her hair rising up like a baby hedgehog's spine on her head. At the same time, K.I. is giving her husband water to drink, wiping the blood and sweat from his face, his chest. She almost flies at the priest when he accuses her of sinful words. She coughs all the time, while her husband stares up at her asking for her forgiveness with his eyes. Then he looks up and sees the girl standing in the doorway, and sits up, grimaces, and says, "Who's that?" His voice filled with disapproval. K.I. tells him to lie down. Her heart dipping low, with shame and sadness, the girl realizes that her father does not recognize his own daughter in this shameful attire. She considers turning back and slipping away down the stairs in ignominy and tears. Suddenly, her father calls out in a voice filled with sorrow, "Sonia, daughter, forgive me," he cries. He reaches out his arms to her with such violence that he falls from the sofa, a fall into nothingness like her own. How she has stumbled and tumbled going precipitously down a cliff, falling ever faster, clutching on to whatever she could to stop her descent, breathless, carried down into the dark and terrifying abyss of the labyrinthine streets at night. Of course, I was wrong about R. He had not murdered my father. It was alcohol that had done that. On the contrary, R, a stranger, had tried to save him. This young man had found him, rescued him, carried him through the streets and all the way up the stairs into our corridor, brought him home once again. The girl stands there leaning against the jamb of the door as if it were the mast of a rocking ship on a rough sea, aware for the first time in her life of desire. She wants this man. She wants a savior. And yes, you are right, listener. This is R. Or if you like, the one with all the R's. R, R, R. The Russians carry their father's name with them for life, and the writer apparently liked alliteration. As R, he has already made his famous entrance on the literary scene. You will recognize him, perhaps. You may even remember what he has actually done. That I was wrong about him, but not entirely. I met him in the midst of that crowd, the night Father died. I wept bitterly when I heard of Lizaveta's brutal end. I could not imagine how anyone would have wished the innocent creature ill. How could anyone bring an axe down on a defensive head? Despite her great height, her sturdy build, her large feet, and her strange dress, she was vulnerable in so many ways. She was unable to refuse anything to anyone, particularly the men who asked for her favors, which she gave away so easily and almost without noticing, or so it seemed. Her body was her gift, given to any taker. She was constantly pregnant, and often had recourse to the angel maker. Lizaveta was not as simple as she might have seemed. She did a good business in the sale of old clothing and even furniture, though whatever she earned she would give to her wealthy stepsister, who beat her, and had promised her fortune to a monastery to say prayers in perpetuity for her soul. Somehow Lizaveta felt she owed Alonia her life. "You put it on. Show me," I would say, when Lizaveta brought forth some garment she had found for me. She would take off her clothes without shame. She did not bother much with undergarments or stays or corsets of any kind. I would catch a glimpse of her heavy, innocent body, her big, shiny bronze breasts. "You put it on," she would say. "You do not look quite right, Soniechka," she might murmur when I obeyed, turning shyly before her. Then she would show me how to lift my petticoats and give a glimpse of my ankles, one of my better attributes. But really, hard as I might try, and though it is true, she gave away for free what I was obliged to sell, Lizaveta was much more successful than I was, and, despite her awkwardness, her crooked legs, the men flocked around her. Even at that moment, with a crowd of lodgers still pressed around curiously, breathing down my father, with the candlelight flickering on R's face, and spattered as he is with my father's blood, I am aware of something strange in his thin, sensitive face, his tragic eyes, and his dark blonde hair, which falls untidily from his cap onto his glistening forehead. But it is his choice of words, his tact at that moment, that moves me most. He tells K.I. that her husband has told him how much he loved and respected her, and how devoted he was to all the children, his own child and hers, words that ring true. I remember then that Father had mentioned this young man. Father has met him in a tavern, a former law student who made an impression on him. He had spoken of R with admiration, someone who had the kindness to bring him home when he could hardly stagger from the tavern, and did not dare return to K.I. with no money left in his pocket, and straw from the barge where he had spent several nights in his hair. A stranger who left a few kopecks, all he had in his pocket, Father imagined, for the family on a windowsill. Indeed, it is true. Father loved K.I., and all of the children, his own and hers, despite his inability to care for us. R's words are the words of someone who has thought about others and understood them, something I have not often come upon in my short, sad life. R begs K.I. to allow him to assist her at this moment of need, as though she were doing him a favor, and he thrusts 20 rubles into her hand so quickly and firmly that she has no opportunity to decline. I realize later when I see his coffin-like room, it must have been all he had. I will learn that R is capable of these great gestures of generosity, that he has noble impulses and is able to offer money, the right words, or just his hand to end a misunderstanding. R was the one to rescue Father, as far as he could be rescued, the one who had brought him home to us, wounded and near death. It was he who had insisted on calling the doctor, though it was obvious his services were useless. It was R who had offered to pay with such solicitude, as though his own life depended on it. I can never reconcile such loving acts, such generosity and tender tactfulness, with what I will discover R has done before. Then, before any of us can gather our wits to thank him, he leaves. It is then that I tell Polenka to run after him, to find out his name and where he lives. Suddenly, I do not want to lose this man who has already entered my heart, become a part of my dreams and fears. Yes, K.I. says, "Hurry, Polya, and find our benefactor." When Polenka comes back, she tells me R has asked her who sent her. "He asked me if I loved you," Polenka says, staring at me with her large gray eyes, as though seeing me anew. "And what did you say?" I ask her. She says she gave him a kiss. "The kiss was for you," she says, weeping in my arms and kissing me. It is the first kiss R and I exchange through Polya, K.I.'s 10-year-old child. Much later, R does come to me. He comes in as I sit at my table, my head in my hands, worn out with worry, thinking of him. He walks restlessly around my barn-like room, talking about the right to kill. Are there circumstances when we have the right? If a life is useless or even harmful to society, and a death could bring help to many, should the life be preserved? He speaks of his great poverty, his poor mother, his beloved sister, her betrothal to a despicable man, even his dreadful coffin-shaped room. He talks about his idea of a superior being, someone who is above the law, like Napoleon. All I know about Napoleon is that he had risen through the ranks and seized the crown, which had fallen into the gutter after the French Revolution. Ours seems to believe he was someone of a genius, a man above the law to whom all was permitted because of the great deeds he accomplished. He speaks of chance, fate, even the devil, and the role he plays. He looks at me with hate now, and I drift out of myself, doubling as I think of Lizaveta and see her standing there with the axe raised over her head. In the moment when the words are spoken, when she cannot deny what he is saying, when she realizes she has known all this from the start, she sees him looking at her with fear in his eyes. He is terrified she will turn from him, abandon him, leave him in the terrible isolation his crime has created. She can only hold him fiercely in her arms. How strange and contradictory is desire, she thinks. How can she reach out to this man who has murdered twice, yet at the same time all her own guilt is wiped away by his axe? Before the murderer, she, Sonia, the whore, is innocent, pure. They are already one. She is free to feel all her body, all her need for him. What happens between them happens in the pale Petersburg light. As she plunges into the depths of her desire, Lizaveta comes to greet her through the opaque light. The murdered girl swims to her, reaches out her long arms, her big, giving hands, through the silt and the seaweed of the deep. She grasps her hands, her breasts, her body. Then the swimming begins. They are swimming together with large strokes, the three of them, the light shimmering down through the surface of the water. On they swim, passionately plunging through the water, coming up to the surface from time to time to gasp for great breaths of air. Now I sit alone on the bank of this desolate river where I have accompanied R, and stare out across the endless open countryside in these long spring days. I am surrounded by a cloud of gnats as the dark Irtish flows swiftly by me. I gaze at the point where sky and earth meet in a pure line with the impression that something is out there waiting for me. Simultaneously in my heart, a knot tightened by the years, habit, and suffering is slowly loosening. I stare at the nomad's encampment with longing. Nothing stirs among the black yurts, and yet I think of these men and women whose existence is barely known to me. There, homeless, cut off, they wander, a few souls ceaselessly voyaging, possessing nothing but serving no one, poverty-stricken but free lords of a strange kingdom. It is as if this kingdom has been promised to me, and a sense of freedom, of inner strength, has come to me in this savage place, a place of extremes, wild wind, flying insects, and sand, great heat and intense cold, endless fields of snow, the right to speak up, speak out, to tell what only I, Sonia, a girl branded with the yellow ticket, know, to confide the true secrets of my suffering heart, those thoughts that have never been heard. Sheila Kohler is the author of 10 novels, 3 volumes of short fiction, a memoir, and many essays. Her most recent novel is Dreaming for Freud, based on the Dora case. Her memoir, Once We Were Sisters, came out with Penguin in 2017. She has won numerous prizes, including the O. Henry twice, and been included in Best American Short Stories twice. Her work has been published in 18 countries. She has taught at Columbia, Sarah Lawrence, and Bennington, and now teaches at Princeton. Her novel Cracks was made into a film, directed by Jordan Scott, with Eva Green playing Miss G. You can find her blog at Psychology Today under Dreaming for Freud.
Eleanor Lipman. People are people. I am the namesake of a great aunt murdered by the Nazis, as were her husband and 2 of her adult children. Most sacred to me is her surviving daughter's story, in part because I loved and admired her, in part because I grew up believing that my mother had a role in her rescue. Born in 1912 in Riga, Latvia, Adele Rewich survived 2 ghettos, the so-named Large Riga and Small Riga ones, 3 labor camps, and finally Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. She'd been there just 3 weeks when British troops arrived on the afternoon of April 15th, 1945. Said the 84-year-old Adele in her Shoah testimony, smiling at the memory. It was the most beautiful joy a person could feel. She was 33 years old and weighed 65 pounds. She was tiny, 5 feet 1 inch, yet as a prisoner she'd worked in munitions factories making barbed wire, had chopped wood, dug peat. At Kaiserwald had moved stones from one side of the road and back. Cruel and pointless invented work overseen by German women I fervently hope were eventually sentenced to worse fates. Then Bergen-Belsen, where for an extra so-called meal, and hardly able to lift the shovel, she volunteered to dig graves for the mountain of corpses, the most horrible sight of all the time of the war. That first measly ration of bread she allowed herself to eat. The second she sneaked back to her barracks for her group. Adele's surviving brother, Eugene, a doctor, had immigrated to the United States in 1937. Anti-Semitism, ironically, had served a purpose. His homeland, Latvia, claiming not to recognize his French medical degree, wouldn't grant him an internship. After serving in the Latvian army, mistakenly in the ski patrol, couldn't ski. After coming to America and marrying, his wife wrote to dozens of American hospitals in search of internships. Finally, one said yes, come, or more likely, oui, venez, because it was a hospital run by an order of French nuns, St. Peter's Hospital in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Remembering that city as his last known home before communication ceased, a very ill Adele sent a letter from Bergen-Belsen to her brother at St. Peter's in New Brunswick, New Brunswick. At the bottom of the envelope, in German, she noted that he'd been working there as an intern in 1941. It reached him, forwarded to the U.S. Army, finally arriving in Missoula, Montana, where he was stationed. But a long 6 months had passed and the war was over. Not knowing if she'd survived, and because it was a letter that could not be understood, according to Adele, he, a psychiatrist, was inconsolable. "Help me," she'd written. "I'm so sick. I dreamed about strawberries. Maybe you can get me some strawberries." Eugene's daughter, Judy, born in 1940, told me that her mother, fearing her husband would spend the rest of his life reading it, eventually destroyed the letter, so late to reach him, his only sister's fate unknown. From Adele's Shoah testimony, after 2 or 3 months in the makeshift Belsen infirmary, unmoored and refusing, like a crazy woman, to be repatriated to Russia. Latvia was under Russian rule, but the transport would have taken her to Russia proper. She was like a little cadaver, brought by the Red Cross to Sweden to recuperate. There she was quarantined, housed, fed, clothed. The Jewish people of Sweden, there are no words for them. Among the amenities, paper napkins, toilet paper, shoes, coats, kroner. Survivors received paper, pencils, and stamps, encouraging them to get in touch with whomever they remembered in a safe place. Somewhere in America was the older brother she'd already tried to reach, but where now? She wrote to her uncle, my grandfather, and though addressed only Lewis Mazer, Taylor, Lowell, Boston, the letter reached him. Written in German, it described her plight and her location. Could someone help? Did they know the whereabouts of her brother? Only my mother was home when the blue airmail letter arrived. She didn't know German, but she knew who it was from and what it must mean. Adele was alive. She ran, a mission she never described in any other way except, I ran to the synagogue to ask the German-speaking custodian to translate. Her cousin had survived. She was in Sweden, alive and safe. My mother called Eugene and another cousin, now safe in New York, and from there, no doubt, ran straight to Western Union. Everyone contacted sent telegrams. Your letter received. We will get you out. And they did. Adele obtained a visa in December 1945, which had to be used within 3 months. Just short of that expiration date, she found passage from Göteborg to Liverpool, where 300 war brides and their children boarded, quite the circus, to Halifax, then America. On April 8, 1946, after rough seas the whole way, the SS Drottningholm arrived in New York Harbor. It would be most narratively fulfilling to report that the Statue of Liberty loomed large in Adele's memory, that Lady Liberty had a role in the family story. It did not. But the sight that did make it into the narrative, which she reported to me herself 50 years later over lunch, was that her beloved brother had been granted a 24-hour furlough by the U.S. Army and was there to meet her. Her brother, Dr. Eugene, worried that New York, where she'd been living with her cousin, would be too hot in the summer. She could come live with him and his wife and daughter in Missoula, high in the mountains and very beautiful. Fluent in 3 languages, Adele once told me, looking stumped, "It's funny, but the language I've forgotten is Latvian." To which I, the excellent grudge holder, think, murderers. 98% of Latvian Jews were murdered by Nazis and all too cooperative Latvian citizens, the largest percentage loss of any Jewish community in the world during the Shoah. Yiddish too? Well, yes, but that I learned later in the camps. Adele moved back to New York in the fall of 1946 and worked for the next 35 years for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union as a bookkeeper. Her first day on the job was also the first day for handsome Ludwig Honigville, a lawyer, a displaced Jew from Poland who'd made it to the U.S. in 1941. "We went for our Social Security cards together," she told me with a smile. "We were 2 numbers apart. We would have been just 1 number apart, but because he was such a gentleman, he let the woman behind him go first." They married 5 years later and were together until his death in 1977. When the first cousins eventually met, Adele told my mother that the day the American relatives' telegrams arrived was the day she'd set as a deadline for herself. If she'd heard back from no one, she'd have to start over alone. Adele died in 2004, strong to the end. If only someone could have told her in 1945, newly liberated but deathly ill with typhus, emaciated, grieving, lost, "You will live. You will make it to America, to safety and to family. You will find work there and love. And not only will you regain your health, but you will live to the age of 92 in the borough of Queens in the great city of New York. You will look back at the pathetically small acts of kindness performed only rarely by monsters and say with a shrug and a sweet smile, 'People are people.' And, most amazingly, 60 years from that hell on earth, you will sum up your life on the record as good and long and lucky. Imagine such a beautiful thing. Newly liberated survivor Adele Raywich, because all of that came true." Eleanor Lipman is the author of 13 books of fiction and nonfiction, including Then She Found Me, The Inn at Lake Devine, Isabel's Bed, I Can't Complain, all 2 personal essays, The View from Penthouse B, and On Turpentine Lane. Her rhyming tweets were published in 2012 as Tweetland of Liberty, Irreverent Rhymes from the Political Circus. She was the 2011 to 2012 Elizabeth Drew Professor of Creative Writing at Smith College and lives in New York City.
Joyce Maynard. The Trout Fisherman. I wake up. Dog on feet, dog on head, dog on face. Around 5:30. There's a house here, but Jolene and I choose to sleep in the little boathouse on the water, where I can hear the frogs and loons all night long and see the moon on the lake. Hop out of bed, into my bathing suit, down the ladder, dive into the water. Sometimes there's mist rising, and it looks a little chilly. If so, I recite my mantra, I never regret a swim. Because as difficult as it may be on occasion to make that first plunge, it's always true. I never regret that I did. I'm not completely by myself here. Every morning I see the same lone fisherman rod in the water in search of his trout. I call out my hello. He answers with his. Now here is a surprising fact about my fisherman friend. His name is John, as I learned early on in my summer of swimming. He's black. This might not surprise you if you don't know that much about very small towns in New Hampshire. But when I grew up here, in the 50s and 60s, months might go by in which you did not encounter a person of color. Later on in my growing up years, a single African-American family attended my school of probably 400 kids. One Asian girl, one from India. That was the extent of our diversity. And though this has changed considerably now in my home state, in the larger cities or even medium-sized towns, it is still a surprising thing when swimming in a small lake, in a town whose population is under 1,000, to run into a fisherman who's also a person of color. Over the summer, we've gotten to talking a little during these early morning encounters. In this lonely summer, after my husband's death, his presence, even on mornings when we said nothing, offered a form of quiet comfort. Though I knew only his first name, and little else besides the fact he liked to fish, as the weeks passed, on those rare mornings when he failed to show up in that little boat of his, I missed him. The trout are excellent in this lake. So is the swimming. And gradually, as June moved into July, and then August, I learned more about my fisherman friend. It turns out John and his wife retired here from Missouri. No particular ties to the state of New Hampshire, except that they both attended the university here many years ago. As it happens, my father taught English there during those years, but John was more the engineering type and never took a class with him. This morning, John mentioned a surprising fact. Despite a lifetime of fishing, he cannot swim. I guess you didn't grow up around water, I said, thinking of my own hometown, which didn't have a lake like this, but did offer a wonderful pool, where I took swimming lessons every summer. All year long I looked forward to times at that pool, and on the last day before they closed I could hardly bring myself to get out of the water. There was a pool in our town, John told me quietly. He in his little metal boat, I in the lake. Not far off, a loon. Blacks weren't allowed to go in. They thought we might contaminate the water. I should have known, I guess. I am old enough to remember images from television of black churches burned, white policemen standing at the door of a school, barring entrance to a child just my age but a different color. Governor George Wallace manning the barricades. But John's words caught me up short. I felt something like guilt to be there in that lake at that moment. While he sat in his boat, a man a few years older than I, wearing his life jacket. I was familiar with the not entirely accurate stereotype that African Americans were unlikely to swim, but I had never considered this part of the story. Why? All I could say was, "I'm so sorry." A few minutes after, I swam back to my house, had my shower, made my coffee, turned on my laptop to find out what new abomination our current administration had cooked up overnight. If pancreatic cancer hadn't killed my husband, I have been saying for a while now, what's going on now might have. Today I learned the Civil Rights Division of our Justice Department, an office whose creation came out of the intent to rectify decades of injustice in our country toward persons of color and preserve educational opportunities of the sort that allowed my friend John to come to my hometown from Missouri to study engineering, has been directed to focus its energies on a new goal. The mission of this division will now be investigations and possible litigations related to intentional race-based discrimination in college and university admissions. In plain language, they have been directed to seek out evidence of discrimination against that put upon and downtrodden people of which I am a member, white people. I didn't grow up rich, but when I entered the water of my town swimming pool every summer morning, I never gave a thought to the idea that some children might not be allowed to do this. For a few years there, I watched so many of the smartest boys in my school head off to an elite Ivy League prep school one town over that did not allow girls. But in my senior year, I got to attend that school. Same as, a year later, I got to attend another fine university that had once admitted only men. When I did, my classmates included many persons of color like John, who came from places where the schools were probably not the best. The schools they were allowed to attend anyway. It was affirmative action that made it possible for those students to gain access to that level of education. They were not the only ones whose lives were enriched by this. So was mine. So were we all. When I read the small-minded, entitled, hate-filled invective of those who would deny affirmative action, my mind returned to the trout fisherman in his boat this morning who does not swim. Until his retirement, by the way, John worked as an engineer. He is a man of no small accomplishment. He just didn't get to go in the pool. I asked him, before swimming back to shore, about his children. He has 4, all grown now. Grandchildren, too. They're all swimmers. That's what happens when you let a person get in the water. He brings the next generation along. Joyce Maynard is the author of 16 books, including the novels To Die For and Labor Day, and the memoir At Home in the World. Her most recent memoir, about finding and losing her husband, is titled The Best of Us.
Susan Minot. Listen. We were all so surprised. You were surprised? I wasn't surprised. Shocked. It was surprising how unhappy. No one saw. No one could see. No one wanted to see. They saw. Didn't really think about it. So they were right. Of course they were right. They were wrong. Who's they? They were. They are. Seeing what they weren't. Feeling left. Who are they? Wanted that everybody else. Left out. Who's everybody? Reasons for it. Can't ignore the numbers. People want. The numbers say it all. People hoping. What the numbers mean. People always want. What? The rich. People always want something. What? The poor. People always something new. Want something more. People always. Who are people? The uncounted. They can't. The ignored. They won't. They try. Just ignore. They're forgotten. They know who you are. They're to blame. Who's the problem? They're the future. Liars. They're what's happening. They're the heart. They won't. Who are they? Never on your side. They were never. They don't care. They're insane. They used to be great. Why can't they get along? They're clueless. Trying our best. Symbols of hate. Doesn't work anymore. Symbol of hope. Used to be great. Not trying. Have to fix. Have no choice. Making it worse. Did our best. Human behavior. Must do better. Having no choices. The rich. Wrong of them. The poor. Can't handle. Leaving. Never leaving. Must do something. Time for a change. Out of complacency. Not mine. Doesn't work anymore. Time to act. Not theirs. Who are they? We'll show them. What they're saying. They are. What they want to say. What they couldn't say. What they're thinking. What are they thinking? They couldn't say. No one was listening. The rich, always. Can't be helped. Human nature. Can't be changed. Must be saved. Weirder every day. Nature unbridled. What I heard. Did something else happen? Can't watch. Can't listen. How can they? Can't dismiss. Can't blame. So surprising. More each day. Less each day. Have to leave. Never leaving. What can we do? I thought we were. What will they do? Isn't fair. We didn't know. Seen it all. What, the kids? It's never been. Truly insane. Lost his mind. Never had it. He was great. Never in my lifetime. Only the rich. Like it was before. 99%. Keep fighting. Really worried. How do you like your meat done? Can't listen anymore. What are they saying? Can't watch. Can't stop watching. How can people... Can't sleep. What do they want? Please hold. How can people not... More. Stop complaining. Feeling threatened. Upon themselves. Did something else happen? You mean Charlottesville? No, since then. Anyone better? Sorry I'm late. Somebody must. Who? She couldn't. She could have. She didn't. He did. He heard them. He was great. They hated him. We loved him. They loved him. He heard them. Can't believe this. Nothing like this yet. Can't be happening. Had to happen. They've finally gotten. Can't go on. Can't stand to listen. Can't bear to watch. Has to change. Message is clear. What's the message? Can't bear. They're insane. Must condemn. has to stop. Blame the rise. Feeling threatened. No one listening. Accept the differences. Deliberate strategy. No strategy. No one listening. He heard them. No one heard. They heard him. Which them? Which him? Across the aisle. This is how I like to cook my meat. Great again. Really worried now. Like the world I have never seen. Not the way I like it. Lies. Getting what they want. No thank you. Hell yeah. Must ignore it. All lies. Has to change. Nothing new. Never before. Once again. Feeling threatened. Haven't a clue. Never will. This is where I work. Not anymore. Threatened. I never did before. Can't stand it. Not anymore. Have to for my family. Still can't believe it. Can't imagine. Can't bear. Can't look. Not another word. Susan Minot is the author of the novels Monkeys, which was published in 12 countries and won the 1987 Prix Féminin Étranger in France. Folly, Evening, Rapture, and 30 Girls. She has written a collection of short stories, Lust and Other Stories, and of poems, Poems 4 a.m. She wrote the screenplay for Bernardo Bertolucci's Stealing Beauty, and co-authored the screenplay of Evening, based on her novel. Most recently, she wrote a one-act play, Summer, which was performed at Waterman's Community Center in North Haven, May in 2007. She also likes to paint.
Walter Mosley, Between Storms. After the storm, Michael Trey just didn't want to leave his apartment anymore. There was something about the booming thunder and the dire news reports, the red line across the bottom of every TV show warning residents to stay inside and away from windows, even if they were closed and shaded. Subway tunnels were flooded, as were the streets. The airports would be closed for the next 4 days, and the Hudson had risen up over the West Side Highway to cause millions of dollars in damage in lower Manhattan. The mayor interrupted TV Land's repeat of an old Married with Children episode to report that the National Guard had been called out. The president had taken a train to Manhattan to address New Yorkers everywhere, telling one and all that he had declared them a disaster. He wore a white dress shirt with thin green and blue lines across it. He didn't wear a tie because he was getting down to business. That's what Michael thought. Even the president was afraid of the havoc that nature had wrought. It didn't matter that the sun was shining the next day or that the skies were blue and cloudless. The storm was only hiding behind the horizon, and there with it was a hothouse sun. Crazed terrorist bombers, women with HIV, hepatitis C, and thoughts of a brief marriage followed by a lifetime of support. In North Korea, they were planning a nuclear attack, and there was probably some immigrant on the first plane in after the storm carrying a strain of the Ebola virus that would show signs only after he had moved past the customs area. Michael didn't go to work the next morning. The radio and TV said that most public transportation was moving normally. Traffic was congested, however. 3 sidewalks in Manhattan had collapsed from water damage. Just walking down the street, someone might get killed or paralyzed. Europe's economy had almost failed again, except that the Germans bailed out the Greeks with money that neither of them had. China was going to take over the American economy and make Michael and everyone he knew into communist slaves living in dormitories and eating rice. But if no one could buy the goods, then China's economy might fail. and it would engage its 200-million-man army to reclaim all the money we borrowed to pay for the health insurance of undocumented, Spanish-speaking, job-stealing, illegal immigrants. There were microbes in the water after the storm. Militant Muslims had used the cover of the downpour to move explosives under churches and big businesses. They weren't afraid of the rain like Michael and other poor Americans who just wanted to work until retirement never came. The phone rang on the morning of the third day that Michael had not gone in to work at Prospect, Farr, Grant, and Teldhammer. Michael picked up the receiver but did not speak. "Mike?" someone said. "Mike, is that you?" "Michael is not here," Michael heard himself say. He felt safe behind the subterfuge of those words. He wasn't at home and therefore couldn't be reached, couldn't be touched, burned, infected, blown up, or experimented on by sales scientists working in subterranean desert laboratories for the superstores. "Mike, it's Finmore, Ron Finmore. Mr. Russell is wondering where you are." "I'll leave him the message," Mike said, and then he put the phone back in its cradle. After hanging up, Michael had the urge to giggle, but suppressed it. He knew that if he showed any emotion so soon, they'd say he'd gone crazy and take him away. It rained the next day, and so Michael felt justified in calling PFGH and telling them that he wasn't coming in due to inclement weather. "It's just a few showers," Fay Lesser, Thomas Grant's assistant secretary, said. "That's how the last storm started. What if I got there and it came down like that again? Who would feed my cat?" Michael didn't have a cat. He didn't have a fish or even a plant. If he had had a plant, it would have died because he hadn't pulled up the shades since the storm. The television took on a new role in the young man's life. It spoke of conspiracies and disasters, both domestic and foreign, that were increasing in severity like the storm that had raged over New York. There were mad cows and rampant use of hormones and antibiotics. The Y chromosome in men had shrunk to the point where men might cease to be men and would soon have to learn how to be women without wombs. There were prisons across the country that together released at least 100 convicted killers every week, and banks that created bad debt. Michael was never sure how they did this, and then sold the non-existent interest to pension plans that subsequently failed. Michael started taking notes. He had 5 folders that he bought for his financial records but never used. He labeled these folders diseases, natural disasters, man-made disasters, financial disasters, and human threats. 5 folders was just right for the notes he needed to compile. He saw this as a sign that he was meant to stay in his 14th-floor apartment and study the truth that so many people missed because they went to work and therefore somehow, inexplicably, betrayed themselves. He spent whole days looking up fires, floods, serial killers, and food additives on his cell phone. He ordered hundreds of cans of beans and tuna, concentrated orange juice, and powdered milk from delivery services. He made them leave the foods at the apartment door and collected them only when he was sure that no one was in the hall. He used his phone to pay his bills, until his accounts went low. The super brought up his mail and left it at the threshold for him. He had been fired, of course. His girlfriend Melanie told him that either he would meet her at the Starbucks on 42nd Street or she was breaking up with him. His mother called, but Michael fooled her by saying that Michael wasn't home. And he was getting somewhere with his research. At first he thought that the problem was that there were too many people, but he gave up that theory when he realized that people working together would be benefited by great numbers. Finally, he understood that it wasn't the number of souls, but the plethora of ideas that bogged down the world. It was like the old-time Polish parliament in which nothing could be decided as long as anyone held a contrary point of view. The problem with the world was a trick of consciousness. People believed in free will and independent thinking and were, therefore, dooming the world to the impossibility of choice. Yes, that was the problem. Together, all the peoples of the world, Muslims, Hindus, and Jews, Christians, atheists, and Buddhists, would have to give up disagreements if they wanted the human race to survive the storm of incongruent consciousness, which was even worse than the weather that had brought New York to its knees. Michael felt that he was making great progress. He was beginning, he was sure, to articulate the prime issue at the base of all the bad news the New York Times had to print. He was trying to imagine what kind of blog or article he could author when the eviction notice was shoved under his door. It had only been 6 weeks. No, 9. Just 11 weeks. But he was rent-stabilized, and the collusion of city government and greedy landlords made prompt evictions possible when there was potential for rent that could soar. After midnight, working for 2 weeks, Michael drilled 48 holes along the sides, top, and bottom of his door, and similarly placed holes in the door jamb and along the floor. He used a handheld wireless drill to do this work. Through these connective cavities, he looped twined wire hangers, 2 strands for each hole. This reinforcement, he figured, stood a chance of resisting a battering ram if it came to that. He also used melted candle wax to seal the cracks at the sides of the door so that the police couldn't force him out with tear gas. His beard had begun to sprout and his hair had grown shaggy. He looked to himself like another man in the mirror, the man who answered the phone for the absent Michael. He filled the bathtub to the drain in case the super turned off the water. On his iPhone, he read the newspapers, studied the Middle East, Central America, and the Chinese, who, he believed, had gained control of capitalism without understanding its deteriorative quality. Finally, all those boring political science courses, the ones he'd taken when he thought he might want to be a lawyer, had some use. He was well on his way to a breakthrough when the landline rang. He always answered the phone because, in a discussion with the man in the mirror, he deduced that if no one answered, they might use the excuse that there was some kind of emergency behind his coat hanger reinforced door. "Hello? May I speak to Michael Trey, please?" a pleasant man's voice asked. "He's not here." "Then to whom am I speaking?" This was a new question, and it was very smart, very. This was not just some befuddled contrarian thinker, but one of those unofficial agents who pretend to protect freedom while in reality achieving the opposite end. "My name is X," he replied. And suddenly, magically, Michael ceased to exist. "X? What do you want?" "My name is Balkan, Bob Balkan. I'm an independent contractor working for the city to settle disputes." "I don't have any disputes, Mr. Balkan, Bob. As a matter of fact, I might be one of the few people in the world who does not disagree." "I don't understand," the independent contractor admitted. "I have to go, Bob." "Can you tell me something first, Mr. X?" "What's that, Bob?" "What do you want?" The question threw X out of Michael's mind. The man who was left felt confused, overwhelmed. The question was like a blank check, a hint to the solution of a primary conundrum from a superior alien life form. It had ecclesiastical echoes running down a corridor heretofore unknown in Michael's mind. "What do I want?" Michael repeated the words but changed the intonation. "Yes," Balkan Bob said. I want people everywhere to stop for a minute and think about only the essential necessities of their lives. Air and water, food and friendship, shelter and laughing, disposal of waste and the continual need for all those things through all the days of their lives." Balk and Bob was quiet for half a minute, and so Michael, not X, continued. If everybody everywhere had that thought in their mind, then they would realize that it's not individuality or identity, but being human, being the same that makes us strong. That's what I've been thinking in here while the rain's been falling and the landlord was trying to evict me. But Michael hasn't paid the rent, Mr. X. I have to go, Bob, X said, and then Michael hung up. 8 days later, the electricity was turned off. The grocery delivery service had brought him 12 fat 9-inch wax candles, so he had light. It was all right to be in semi-darkness, to be without TV, radio, or internet. Michael had his 5 folders and the knowledge of a lifetime, plus 4 years of college to filter through. 2 days after the electricity went off, it came back on. Michael wondered what bureaucratic and legal contortion had the man with his hand on the lever going back and forth with the power. The phone rang again. When it sounded, Michael realized that there had been no calls for the past 48 hours, not his mother or Melanie, who worried that her demands had brought him to this place. He always answered the phone but never stayed on for more than a minute. The phone didn't depend on the power system. Maybe the phone company had cut him off for not paying his bill and then, at the behest of the city, had turned the service back on. "Hello," X said. "Mr. X?" "Bob?" "How are you?" "Things are becoming clearer all the time, Bob," X said. "I just don't understand why you cut off my power and then turned it back on again." "I didn't do it," he said, "but you're working for the people who did, or at least their friends and allies. Do you feel that you are at war, Mr. X? I'm just an innocent bystander who has made the mistake of witnessing the crime." X was much more certain about things than Michael was. "I've recorded your statement about what you wanted. Someone in my office released the recording to the media. You have lots of friends out here, Mr. X. If you look out your window, you'll see them in the street." "I'd like to, but there might be something there I don't want to see, and I don't want anyone seeing me." "No one wants to hurt you," Bob said in a very reassuring voice. "No one wants to kill children in Afghanistan, but no one cries over it either." "You haven't come out of your apartment since we got hit by the hurricane." "And here I don't know anything about you." Somewhere, Michael was aware of the difference in the way he and Bob talked. "What do you want to know?" Bob Balkan offered. "You ask good questions, Bob." "And? Do you think that we're equal to our technology?" "Maybe not." "So why are you on my ass? That's all I'm saying." "Let me ask you a question, Mr. X." "What's that?" "Do you think that we're equal to our biology?" Neither Michael nor X was ready for that question. It got down to the crux of what they had been trying to figure out. If the human mind, Michael thought, was the subject of biological instinct, then there was no answer, no agreement, nor any exit from madness. Stroking his beard, Michael forgot about the phone call and wondered if his own body was an unconscious plot against the idea of humanity. Humanness. Machines and techniques could be torn down and abandoned, but what about blood and bone, nerves and hormones? Was he himself an aberrant machine set upon an impossible mission amid the insouciant materials of existence? Was his resistance futile? While he was considering these questions, the phone went dead and the lights cut off. There came sounds of heavy footfalls in the hallway. Suddenly there was a great thumping wallop against his steel-reinforced hanger-looped fire door. The police battering ram hit the door 19 times by Michael's count. The locks and hangers, door jamb, and metal infrastructure held. The pounding ceased and voices sounded up and down the outside hall. There were shouts and curses. One man suggested that they break through the wall. Michael armed himself with a butcher knife, but then put the cooking weapon down. "I can't hurt anybody," he said to no one. That night, Michael slept on the living room floor in front of the door. His iPhone was dead and the lights were cut off, but under candlelight he read Man's Fate by André Malraux. He felt for the characters in the novel, although for the most part he did not identify with them. Revolution, Michael thought, was both personal and shared, and everyone and everything had a part in it. His only affinity was with the feeling of doom and dread threaded through the book. He believed that soon he would be killed because he had decided to stop moving forward with the herd toward slow but certain slaughter. "Mike! Hey, Mike!" a voice hissed. Michael had fallen asleep. He believed that his name was part of a dream, but he didn't know why someone calling out to him would be important. He tried to lift his right hand, but it wouldn't move. "Mike!" The whisper became more plaintive. Suddenly afraid that people had secretly come in and bound him, Michael lurched up, jerking his right hand from whatever held it. His fingers were encased in wax. The candle had burned unevenly, and warm wax had pooled and dried around his hand. Michael laughed to himself, relieved that he was safe. He blew out the burning wick. "Mike!" The ventilation plate in the living room had a faint light glowing between its slats. Michael's first impulse was to cover that opening with plastic and masking tape, but he hesitated. He pulled the chair to the wall and got up on it so that he could stand face to face with the brass plate. "Who is that?" he asked. "Mike." "Yeah?" "It's Tommy Rhymes from the apartment next door." "The tall guy with the mustache?" "No."
A PDF of artwork accompanies this program. Simon & Schuster Audio presents It Occurs to Me That I Am America, New Stories and Art. Edited by Jonathan Santlofer. With contributions by Julia Alvarez, Russell Banks, Bliss Broyard, Stephen L. Carter, Roz Chast, Lee Child, Susan Kryl, Michael Cunningham, Mark Diano, Anna Dunn, Louise Erdrich, Eric Fischel, Angela Flournoy, Elizabeth Frank, Neil Gaiman, Philip Gurevich, James Hanahan, Bridget Hawkins, Mary Higgins Clark, Alice Hoffman, Susan Isaacs, Gish Jen, Ha Jean, Deborah Cass, Jane Kent, Lily King, Sheila Kohler, Eleanor Lipman, Joyce Maynard, Beverly McKeever, Susan Minot, Marilyn Minter, Walter Mosley, Joyce Carol Oates, Eric Orner, Sarah Paretsky, Tom Piazza, Heidi Pittler, Mimi Pond, S.J. Roseanne, Richard Russo, Jonathan Santlofer, Shazia Sikander, John Quick-to-See Smith, Art Spiegelman, David Story, Elizabeth Strout, Paul Theroux, Justin Torres, Alice Walker, and Edmund White. Read by Christian Barrias, Roger Casey, Amanda Carlin, Francois Chow, Robin Eller, Kyla Garcia, Arthur Morey, Jacques Roy, Perry Shen, and Candace Thaxton, with a foreword written and read by Jonathan Santlofer. An introduction written and read by Viet Ton Nguyen. And a letter from Anthony D. Romero, Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union.
Forward. The idea for this book came together over a weekend not long after the 2016 presidential election. For weeks, I had been thinking, what can I do? Then I knew. I presented the idea to Touchstone's David Falk, who not only said yes, but helped form the book and has been its champion from day one. I knew something else. I wanted the book to give back, to not only be an incredible read and visually dazzling, but to put all of the creative work in the service of an organization that has been defending our civil liberties for almost 100 years, which is exactly what every writer and artist has done by donating his or her royalties to the ACLU. Having led a bifurcated life in art and writing, I also knew I wanted both visual artists and writers to share the stage. The idea of fiction surprised and scared a few writers until they thought it through and it became obvious. To write a story that dealt with some fundamental right or principle Americans take for granted that is currently threatened or under attack. From immigration to education, free speech and censorship, from women's rights to basic human rights, to the frustration, sadness, disappointment, and anxiety about losing the freedom Americans have fought for. The idea of America as an international symbol of hope, and the most basic notion of all, what it means to be American. The completed stories show the variety and diversity that is American now. From a depiction of a small-town life and the awakening of racism to a sophisticated party where racism and sexism form the backdrop for impending tragedy. Several authors delivered chilling stories that glimpse a not-too-distant future, where prisoners are jailed for crimes and transgressions he or she might never have committed, a dystopian world where knowledge, specifically admitting to possess knowledge that falls outside of one's assigned station in life, may prove deadly, and a Kafkaesque trial that has dispensed with civil liberties and truth. There are heartfelt pleas to pay attention, a bookstore that stands as a symbol of freedom and free speech, catastrophic floods, dying trees, disappearing species, unexamined lives, missed opportunities, a teenage pregnancy, and an illegal abortion. Academia's political correctness is skewered in one story, a prestigious art colony democratized in another. There is hate crime, the Holocaust, and reflections on war both at home and abroad, but there is also humor and laugh-out-loud satire. Some rewrite classics from a new and novel point of view. Others examine gender from inside out or offer an incisive glimpse of women, class, social conscience, and camaraderie in the 1950s and 60s as a mirror for today. There are autobiographical explorations, pieces that read as pure poetry, one as cool urban pop, another composed of rapid-fire dialogue that evokes the dissonance and disparity between people, the disbelief, wonder, and pain that is so much a part of this moment. The never-ending generational conflict forms the basis of one story. Understanding one's own familial racism is at the core of another. What it means to be an immigrant versus a refugee underlies a tale of expatriatism which plays perfectly against a detailed account of naturalization and what it meant to become American. Writers take on learning or not learning American values. Truth in a time of fake news, the making of a revolutionary, the East-West culture class, racial controversy, anti-Semitism, a reflection on the legacy of evil, and post-election feelings of sadness, betrayal, and confusion. There is grief, and there is optimism. There is darkness, light, sadness, and wit. And there is art. Comics, cartoonists, graphic novelists, painters, photographers, printmakers. sumptuously painted depictions of America's good life, who pays for it, and how it goes bad. A cartoonist's funny, earnest, often misguided personal history of politics. A redacted Declaration of Independence. Beautifully raw paintings that explore issues of race. Photographic images loaded with commentary about women, sexuality, and contemporary culture. Mixed media portrayals that examine myths, stereotypes, and the paradox of American Indian life. An irreverent and hilarious graphic alphabet detailing the ABCs of a certain Mr. Trump. Artwork that mixes cultural and political figures to tell visual stories in traditional yet unexpected ways. A cartoon bingo game of American rights. A pen and ink exploration of what it means to be mixed race. Drawings that depict the atrocities of torture. A satirical painting that unites the iconic log cabin with the contemporary skyscraper. Comics that employ iconic images of Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty to drive home ideas about immigration and freedom. The artist's eclectic variety in medium and vision complement the wide range and multiplicity of the writer's words and themes. Some of the writers and artists in this collection I knew personally, others only from their work. But I feel as if I've come to know every one of them through their contribution and cooperation, their willingness to commit, to say yes, to create something meaningful. I'm proud and honored to have worked with this extraordinary group of people. This book belongs to them and to everyone who values our country's rights and privileges, who believes in decency, in a freedom that was fought for, and a democracy that may be imperfect, but one we cherish and need to preserve. This book represents more than a collection of great prose and beautiful pictures. It represents hope. Jonathan Santlofer, October 2017.
Introduction. I am a writer, and like all writers, I believe in the power of stories. My first love was literature, especially fiction, and so I was thrilled when I was invited to write a few words to introduce this anthology, which is about the power of fiction to shape and to state who we are. I have a daily reminder of fiction's enduring magic delivered to me by my son. He is 4 years old. Every morning and evening, I read to him. I love the joy he takes in learning new words, immersing himself in stories, seeing himself as the characters, and acquiring a moral and ethical sense. He lives in a fictional world of good and bad, of threat and rescue, of the choice between doing good and doing harm. When I was his age, I had just arrived in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It was 1975. I was a refugee and the child of refugees who had fled Vietnam. My parents had neither the time nor the ability to read to me in English, so I took refuge in the local public library. It became my safe space and books my constant companions. I imagined myself amid the wonders of Manhattan, the bucolic splendor of Midwestern farms, the stirring and dreadful times of the American Revolution and Civil War. Even if there was no one who looked like me or had a name like mine, through these stories, I became an American. As I remembered this during our most recent presidential election, what became clear to me was that the contest for our American identity isn't strictly a political affair. It is also a matter of storytelling. Those who seek to lead our country must persuade the people through their ability to tell a story about who we are, where we have been, and where we are going. The struggle over the direction of our country is also a fight over whose words will win and whose images will ignite the collective imagination. Donald J. Trump won barely, and by the grace of the Electoral College. His voters responded to his call to make America great again, referring to a past when jobs were more plentiful, incomes more stable, and politicians more bold. That kind of nostalgia is powerful and visceral. but it's hard to ignore the subtext. America of the Golden Age, if it ever existed, kept women out of the workplace, segregated and exploited minorities, and restricted immigration by race. It's hardly surprising that the population of much of the literary world is terrified by Mr. Trump's vision of good versus evil, us against them. At the ceremonies for the National Book Awards and Dayton Literary Peace Prizes of 2017, most of the speeches proclaimed opposition to the values that Mr. Trump espoused. That opposition isn't just political, but literary. His story contradicts the idea of literature itself. Great literature cannot exist if it is based on hate, fear, division, exclusion, scapegoating, or the use of injustice. Bad literature and demagogues, on the other hand, exploit these very things, and they do so through telling the kinds of demonizing stories good literary writers reject. The cast of the Broadway musical Hamilton sought to remind then Vice President-elect Mike Pence of this when he attended the show soon after the election. They implored him directly to defend American diversity. When an offended Mr. Trump tweeted that the theater must always be a safe and special place, he missed their point. America itself should be a safe and special place. Part of the fault is ours. Too many writers are removed from the world of our readers. After my novel The Sympathizer was published, I would get letters from people who accused me of being ungrateful to the United States. The places where the book was most popular were the Northeast, West Coast, and big cities. A vast section of rural Americans in the Deep South, Heartland, and North were not buying the book. The day before the presidential election, an obscure novelist attacked me on Twitter. I was not an American author born in Vietnam. As for my Pulitzer, it was an American prize that shuns the real America. We long for the great American novel. When? Despite that criticism, this election reminds me of the necessity of my vocation. Good writers cannot write honestly if they are incapable of imagining what it is that another feels, thinks, and sees. Through identifying with characters and people who are nothing like us, through destroying the walls between ourselves and others, the people who love words, both writers and readers, strive to understand others and break down the boundaries that separate us. It's an ethos summed up by the novelist Colson Whitehead in his acceptance speech at the National Book Awards for his novel The Underground Railroad. Be kind to everybody. Make art. And fight the power. Fighting the power is what the American Civil Liberties Union has done for nearly 100 years. I'm proud that one of my Berkeley classmates, Cecilia Wang, is a deputy legal director for the ACLU. She was an English major, like me, and it is no coincidence that the love of literature has some relationship to the love of justice and liberty. Such love is not partisan, but is a matter of principle, which is why the ACLU has worked with and battled against American presidents of both parties to ensure that our country makes good on its founding premise as the land of the free. After election night, during which my partner, my graduate students, and I drank 2 bottles of scotch, I renewed my commitment to fight for freedom and to fight the power. That was always my mission. I was thinking of it when I named my son Ellison, after the novelist Ralph Waldo Ellison, himself named after the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson. Making my son a part of this lineage, I wanted him to understand the basic paradox at the heart of literature and philosophy. Even as each of us is solitary as a reader or a writer, we are reminded of our shared humanity and our inhumanity. My son need not become a writer, but he will become a storyteller. We are all storytellers of our own lives, of our American identities. I want my son to rise to the challenge of fighting to determine which stories will define our America. That's the choice between building walls and opening hearts. Rather than making America great again, we should help America love again. This is what the writers and artists in this collection do, through their insistence that each of us is a part of America. Viet Thanh Nguyen.
Julia Alvarez. Speak, speak. I had all kinds of Spanish sass to say to the mean girls in my 6th grade class next time they made fun of my accent, my stinky lunch, my loud clothes, my skinny legs. El problema was that I didn't know how to say smart stuff in English. What I did manage to say, the girls mimicked, exaggerating my mispronunciations so I sounded even dumber. Spick, spick, they cried hilariously. The boys roughhoused, yanking my braids, slamming into me like bumper cars, pulling down my knee socks, lifting the hem of my skirt to see if I had a tail. They too taunted me. Spick, spick. What was this strange word they hurled like a weapon? Papi wouldn't know. His English was terrible. Mommy was the most fluent. As a girl, she had gone to a boarding school in Massachusetts, a name the rest of us couldn't pronounce without our tongues tripping over all those cluttery consonants. Mommy claimed I had misunderstood. The children want you to be their friend. They are asking you to talk to them. Speak, speak. For a tiny segundito, I felt a rush of relief. But then I recalled those flushed faces grimacing, and I knew those kids didn't want to hear anything coming out of my mouth. We'd come to the United States from the Dominican Republic, fleeing the dictator Trujillo. My father had been part of an underground movement, and we'd escaped just in time. My parents kept saying we were so lucky to be in the home of the brave, the land of the free, a country where we could be whatever we wanted to be. But on the television, we watched as Black people were hosed down, attacked by dogs, hit with batons, hauled off to prisons. Churches and storefronts were burning. How was this any different from the dictatorship we had come from? My mother scolded me for my lack of gratitude. You don't know how lucky you are. So many people would die to be here. Exactly. And they were on TV right now, trying to eat at lunch counters, to sit where they wanted to, not just at the back of the bus. Tell that to those Black people. Don't think because you're in a new country you can get fresh with me. What about freedom of speech? What about the home of the brave and the land of the free? I always answered back out of reach of the slippers she'd take off to spank me. It was a slippery slope in our family, what country we were in and what rules applied at any given moment. I practiced in front of the mirror. How to pronounce Massachusetts. How to look American when I was speaking. How to say the clever things smart girls said in the stories I was reading. I had recently become a reader. It was all my teacher's doing. Sister Mary Zoe could see I loved stories. She put books in my hands. She sent me to the library. A librarian recommended books she was sure I would love. It turned out there was room for me in the ever-expanding circle of readers. I had found what we came looking for in the United States of America between the covers of books. A world where everyone was welcomed. No warnings posted on the covers. Not for spics. Not for Blacks. Not for girls. What an amazing world this was. What freedom came with reading. I could go back to olden times. I could go to a whole other country. I could go to the future. I could be a prince or a pauper. I could be a slave girl in the South. I could be a young woman who solved mysteries and drove a convertible and had a boyfriend and a widowed father. No mommy to tell her what she could and couldn't do. The more I read, the more I wanted to be a storyteller myself. But deep inside, I really didn't believe I was welcomed. I had never read a book about people like me, or books written by people like me. This was the United States of pre-multicultural studies, pre-anything but the melting pot, that old assimilationist mainstreaming model. And so the message to me was that although the underlying truth of everything I was reading was, no one is an alien here, still there were big gaps on that shelf of American literature. But then, in one of our anthologies, among absent voices and missing stories, I discovered a poem that meant a great deal to me. I, Too, by the African-American poet Langston Hughes. He, too, had encountered prejudice. He had not been invited to the big table of American literature, sent instead to eat in the kitchen of minor writers. But Mr. Hughes knew that tomorrow he'd be at the table, claiming his place in the chorus of American song, an America that was still not listening to him, treating him like a second-class literary citizen. That poem was music to my ears. The fact that it was included in my textbook proved that he had been right, that it was possible. And so I set out to be a writer. All through high school, college, graduate school, I kept writing. That little poem had given me a lot of gasoline. Upon graduation, I was hired by the National Endowment for the Arts to give writing workshops in schools, prisons, old age homes, in Kentucky, North Carolina, California, Maryland. I felt like a migrant poet, traveling across America, listening to its varied carols, like that most Latino-sounding of poets, Walt Whitman. I was already into my 30s, largely unpublished, when I won a residency at Yaddo, the prestigious writing retreat. My first big lucky break. I would be surrounded by writers I admired, as well as by the ghosts of those who had been there before me, including, I found out, Langston Hughes. Driving into the grounds, 440 wooded acres with stone walls, statues of Greek gods and goddesses overlooking the formal gardens, I wondered if I had the right address. My awe was compounded once inside the ornate neo-Gothic mansion with its Tiffany windows and its wide, winding wooden staircase. I felt as if I had entered a cathedral of literature. Talk about location pressure. I was assigned the tower room with a god's eye view of the grounds. A frieze above the fireplace portrayed the muses playing lyres and flutes. Like Yeats in his tower, I wanted to write something important, something on the order of turning and turning in the widening gyre, something that might get me invited to the big table, where I hoped to meet up at last with Mr. Hughes and thank him. A week passed. 2. I hadn't come up with a damn thing. Those were the days before computers, and I could hear everyone else being productive, their typewriters clacking away. During the workday, we were forbidden to visit each other's studios or talk in public spaces. Our prepared lunches were laid out on a table for us to pick up. At night, we gathered together for dinner, everyone discussing what they were working on. I kept my mouth shut, not only out of deference to all the accomplished writers there, but also because I had nothing to report. One morning, at my desk, I heard what was music to my ears, a vacuum cleaner coming up the narrow stairs toward the tower room. Someone to talk to. I leapt to the door, swung it open, and startled the young woman with my desperately eager, "Hello." She held a finger to her lips and gestured for me to follow her downstairs to the kitchen, where the housekeeping staff and the cook were having a coffee break around a big wooden table. I felt like a released prisoner, listening to their stories, juicy tidbits about different writers who had been residents at Yaddo. This one's escapades, that one's drinking problem. As they gossiped, I paged through the cook's thick, falling-apart cookbook, with notes scribbled in the margins, favorite recipes bookmarked with greeting cards and old letters. I started jotting down the lovely vocabularies, the names of spices, lists of garnishes, icings, pastries, condiments, how to cook a ham, blanch almonds, make a fluffy soufflé. These lists were my Madelines, taking me back to the world of my childhood. Before I had ever dreamed of becoming a writer, I'd been raised, as were most girls in the Dominican Republic in the 50s, to be a housewife and mother. My first apprenticeship had been in the household arts, in the company of women who put meals on the table, hung up the wash, ironed, swept, dusted, sewed at treadle machines or with needle and thread, women who took care of their familias, which were extended and sizable. As they worked, they told stories, they gossiped, they sang songs to lighten the load of their labors. I realized why I had gotten stuck. I had been ignoring their voices inside me. They did not sound like turning and turning in the widening gyre, or sing in me muse and through me tell the story. They said things like, "Don't put so much salt on the salad, you'll wilt the lettuce. You call that a blind stitch? I see it." I went upstairs and began writing what would become the housekeeping poems. The first was a poem composed of the lists I had copied from that Yado cookbook. Cup, spoon, ladle, pot, kettle, grater and peeler, casserole, colander, corer, waffle iron, small funnel, the names of our instruments. Knead, poach, stew, whip, and stir, score, julienne, whisk, sauté, sift, scallop, grind, glacé, candy, and garnish, the names of our movements. Dash of salt, twist of lemon, bit of bay leaf, pinch of thyme, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, deep fry, dice, let rise. I thought of Langston and how he'd wanted to eat at the big table in the dining room. I was just as happy staying in the kitchen among the women who had first taught me service to an art. Strong, resourceful, big-hearted women who kept the world running smoothly for the rest of us. They were the America I wanted to belong to. Theirs the songs I wanted to write down. I went back to my tower room, and ignoring the figures on the frieze, I sat at my desk and summoned my muses. Speak, speak. Julia Alvarez was born in New York City. Alvarez's parents returned to their native country, the Dominican Republic, shortly after her birth. 10 years later, the family was forced to flee to the United States because of her father's involvement in a plot to overthrow the dictator, Rafael Trujillo. Alvarez has written novels, How the Garcia Girls Lost Their Accents, In the Time of the Butterflies, Yo, In the Name of Salome, Saving the World, collections of poems, Homecoming, The Other Side, El Otro Lado, The Woman I Kept to Myself, nonfiction, Something to Declare, Once Upon a Quinceañera, and A Wedding in Haiti, and numerous books for young readers, including the Tia Lola story series, Before We Were Free, Finding Miracles, Return to Sender, and most recently, Where Do They Go? Alvarez's awards include the Pura Belpré and America's Awards for her books for young readers, the Hispanic Heritage Award, and the F. Scott Fitzgerald Award. Most recently, she was awarded the National Medal of Arts by President Obama. Alvarez is co-founder of Border of Lights, an annual gathering between the Dominican Republic and Haiti to commemorate victims of racial violence and to promote peace and collaboration between the two countries.
Russell Banks. O Canada. Fife twists in the wheelchair and says to the woman who's pushing it, "Tell me again why I agreed to do this." It's the first time he's asked her. It's a slightly self-mocking joke, and he says it in French, but she doesn't get it. She's Haitian, in her mid-40s, a little humorless, brusque, and professional. Exactly what he and Emma wanted in a nurse. Now he's not so sure. Her name is Renée Jacques. She speaks almost no English, and French he understands with difficulty, although he's supposedly fluent, at least in Quebecois. She reaches over him and opens the bedroom door and eases the wheelchair into the hallway. They pass the closed door to the bedroom that Emma has used for her office and for sleeping since Fife started staying awake all night with the sweats and chills. He wonders if she's in there now, hiding from Malcolm and his film crew, hiding from her husband's sickness. If he could, he'd hide too. He asks Renée to tell him again why he agreed to do this. He knows she thinks he's only whining and doesn't really want an answer to the question, even if she has the answer. She says, Monsieur Fife agreed to make the interview because he's famous for something to do with cinema, and famous people have to make interviews. She says, They have already been here an hour, setting up the lights and moving furniture and covering all the living room windows with black cloth. She adds, I hope they plan before they depart from here to put everything back the way it was. Fife asks Renee if his wife, her name is Emma Gold, but he calls her Madam Fife, has changed her mind and decided to stay home today for the filming. He says, I want her here if possible. It's easier for me to talk to a camera if I think I'm talking to her, especially if I'm trying to talk about something personal. You know what I mean? He asks the nurse. He tells her that what he plans to say today he doesn't want to say twice and probably won't. Renee Jacques is nearly 6 feet tall and square-shouldered, very dark, with high, prominent cheekbones and eyes set wide in her face. Fife likes the sheen cast by her smooth, brown skin. She is a home care day nurse and doesn't have to wear a uniform on the job unless the client requests it. Emma, when she hired Renee, had specified, No uniform, please. My husband does not want a uniformed nurse. But Renee showed up the first day in crisp whites anyhow. It spooked Fife at first, but after nearly a month he has gotten used to it. Also, his condition is worse now than when she first arrived. He's weaker and more addled, only intermittently but with increasing frequency, and is less willing to pretend that he is only temporarily disabled, out of whack, recovering from a curable illness. The nurse's uniform doesn't bother him as much now. They're ready to add a night nurse, and this time Emma hasn't specified, please, no uniform. Renee pushes the wheelchair across the kitchen, and as they pass through the breakfast room, Fife flashes a glance out the window at the black domed tops of umbrellas fighting the wind on Sherbrooke. Large flakes of soft snow are mixed into the rain, and a slick gray slush covers the sidewalks. Traffic sloshes soundlessly past. Gusts of wind beat in silence against the thick walls and the tall, narrow, 20-paned windows of the fortress-like building. The large, rambling apartment takes up the southeast half of the first floor of the gray, cut-stone building. The Archdiocese of Montreal built it to house the nuns of the Little Franciscans of Mary in the 1890s, and sold it in the 1960s to a developer who converted the building into a dozen high-ceilinged 6- and 7-room luxury apartments. Renee says that Madame Fife took one look at the weather and decided to stay home today. Madame Fife is working in her office on her computer. She asked me to tell you that she will come out to see you when the film people have left. She adds that since he will in reality be talking to a movie camera and a man doing the interview and to the people who will watch the movie on television, he can pretend that he's talking to his wife the same as if she were there in reality. He says, You talk too much. You asked me if I knew what you meant about wanting her to hear you in the interview. Yes, I did, but you still talk too much. She slides open the heavy pocket door to the living room and shoves the wheelchair over the high threshold into the darkened room. The Fifes' apartment was originally occupied by the Monsignor who supervised the seminary. It's a wood-paneled, 3-bedroom flat with a formal dining room, parlor, reception hall, office, and library that Fife uses as an editing room. He bought the apartment in the late 1980s when the bottom fell out of Westmount real estate. Leonard Fife and Emma Gold are childless, bilingual, socially attractive, artistic semi-celebrities, and over the years they have adapted the rooms to suit the mingled needs of their professional and personal lives. Nothing in the room is the way he remembers it. Instead of entering a large, high-ceilinged, brightly lit room with 4 tall, old-fashioned casement windows, a warm, inviting, yet intellectually and artistically serious room, the low mid-20th century sofas, chairs, and tables deliberately arranged so that 3 or 4 or even more complicated, earnest discussions can take place simultaneously, Fife has entered a black box of unknown dimensions. He knows that he and Renee are not alone. He can feel the presence of several other people in the box, perhaps as many as 4. Their silence is sudden, as if caused by his entry, as if they don't want him to know they have been talking about him, about his illness. He can hear their breathing. Over here, Leo. It's Malcolm, speaking in English. He says, Vincent, give us some light, will you? Vincent is the cameraman, though he prefers to be called Director of Photography, DP. Vincent asks Malcolm if he wants the house lights on, so Leo can get his bearings, he adds. Good morning, Leo. Thanks for letting us do this, man. Really appreciate it. Among friends, Fife is known as Leo. Malcolm, too, says good morning and thanks him. Let's hold off on the lights for now, Vincent. It took us a fucking hour to get it totally dark, he says. And all the lamps and light fixtures are moved. Vincent hits a switch, and a small, sharply cut circle of light appears on the bare wooden floor. It's where Fife will be interrogated. He remembers that section of the floor being covered by the Keristan carpet he and Emma brought back from Iran in '88. Fife would prefer to keep the room in total darkness. Just let him be a voice emitted from the dark. But he knows what kind of film Malcolm has planned. Malcolm needs that single pin spot. Fife hopes he won't have to hear Malcolm and his crew tell him again how great he looks. He got more than enough of that last month when they visited him at the Siegel Cancer Center, and someone had the bright idea to shoot this interview. Actually, he thinks it was his idea, not Malcolm's or anyone else's. And it wasn't because he thought he looked good enough to be on camera. It was because he knew he was dying. A woman's voice trills out of the darkness, thanking him. Fife recognizes the voice as Diana's, Malcolm's producer and longtime home companion. They are all grateful to him, she says. Her high-pitched, thin voice sounds to Fife like a repressed shriek.
Anytime you want to take a break, she says, or rest or whatever, just do it. Don't push yourself.
Malcolm and his crew are based in Toronto, and everyone is speaking English now. To Renee, Diana says,
Bring the wheelchair over here into the spotlight, will you, dear? We're not going to show the chair, just Leo's face, sometimes straight on, sometimes in profile, or even from behind. Everything else will be blacked out.
She says it with the condescending authority of a British grade school teacher. Renee couldn't care less how they intend to shoot Fife, but she understands Diana well enough to place his wheelchair directly under the pin spot.
It's the style you invented, man, says Malcolm. Backlight the off-camera side of the subject's face, nothing else.
He steps up to the wheelchair and lays a hand on Fife's shoulder.
Seemed only appropriate. Hope you don't object.
No, I don't object.
Consider it a protégé's homage.
A protégé's homage. Fair enough, I guess. Who else is here? In the room, I mean.
Sloane's over there in the corner. She'll mic you and run the sound. You met her a couple of times in Toronto.
I remember, Fife says, cutting him off. He believes that Malcolm is having an affair with the girl. She's a pretty red-headed kid with freckles and can't be more than 24 or 25. Malcolm is close to 50 now. How is that possible? Fife has ex-students, protégés, who are old enough to have inappropriate affairs with interns, and famous enough to be able to hook and land the financing and distribution for a filmed final interview with Leonard Fife, himself a documentarian, too old and sick now for inappropriate affairs, and famous only in certain unfashionably leftist quarters. A man who couldn't raise the money for a project like this on his own. Malcolm Shumatoff films the history of Canada. Soft-focus liberal takes on early settlement, les coureurs de bois, the native peoples, loyalist immigrants from the American War of Independence, American slaves who followed the North Star on the Underground Railroad, hockey, Cajun music. He's the Ken Burns of the North. And now he's documenting his old professor's final confession. Malcolm thinks he's about to film his mentor's last interview, and has written out 25 questions designed to seduce Fife into making the kind of provocative and often profound remarks and observations that he is famous for, at least among those who know him personally or studied with him at Concordia back in the 1980s and 90s. Fife tells Renee to park him where they want him, and then please bring Madame Fife here. He has something important that he must tell her. Renee moves his chair into the circle of light. She sets the brake and disappears into the darkness beyond. Fife wants to know where the camera is located.
Don't worry about it, man. All you gotta do is sit there and do what you do best.
Which is?
Talk.
Talk? That's what I do best?
You know what I mean. What you do better than anyone else. What you do best, of course, is make your films. You sure you're feeling up to this, Leo? I don't want to push you, bro. We don't have to do the entire shoot today if you're not up to it. Maybe just 30 minutes or so till we use up the first card. We can come back tomorrow to continue.
Diana chimes in and confirms.
We can stay in Montreal all week if it suits you and edit it in the hotel as we go. There's no need to shoot it all in one day and go back to Toronto for the editing.
Fife says, I want to keep you here until I finish telling everything.
What do you mean, everything? Diana asks. Malcolm and I have worked up some great questions.
I'm sure you have. The girl, Sloane, has stepped out of the darkness and is miking him. She clips the tiny mic onto the collar band of the black, long-sleeved mock turtleneck shirt that has been part of Fife's uniform for decades. He likes being touched by her. He likes the mingled smell of cigarettes and sweat and minty shampoo. Young women smell different and better than middle-aged and older women. It's as if desire has one scent and longing for desire has another. When Emma leans down in the morning to kiss his cheek before leaving for the production company office downtown, she smells of English breakfast tea and unscented soap, and longing for desire. This girl, Sloane, smells of desire itself. It's not fair to notice that, he thinks. But it is true. And Emma's morning smell is not unpleasant, just one that's empty of desire and filled with a wish for it to return. He wonders what he smells like now, especially to a young woman, to Sloane. Can she pick up the odor of his medications, the anti-androgens he was on for months, and the Taxotere and prednisone he started this past week? Can she smell the bisphosphonates he's taking to keep his bones from breaking under the weight of his body, the morphine patches, the urine dripping from his bladder into the catheter and tube emptying into the bag hooked onto his chair? The bits of dried feces clinging to his butt. To Sloane, he must smell like a hospital ward for chemically castrated old men dying of cancer. Tell me again why I came home from the hospital, he says to no one in particular. Malcolm says, I imagine you're a hell of a lot happier here, with Emma being close by, I mean, and everything that's familiar. There's no more being happy or happier, Malcolm. He'd like to add, but doesn't, that all there is for him now is more pain and less pain, more and less dread, more and less fear, along with more and less shame, anger, embarrassment, anxiety, depression, and more or less confusion. Come on, Leo, don't talk like that, Malcolm says. I believe I can talk any damned way I want now. Yeah, you can. That's why we're here today, right? Right. Sloane puts her headphones on, and the darkness swallows her. Where the hell is my wife? Fife asks the darkness. He can still smell Sloane. Right behind you, Emma says in her low, smoker's voice. Renee told me you wouldn't do this unless I'm present. True? True. Why? This is for posterity. I'm not posterity, she says, and laughs. I'm your wife. It's easier for me to know what to say and what not to say if I know who I'm talking to. You're talking to Malcolm. No. No, I'm not. He and Vincent and Diana and Sloane, they're only here to film and record me, so they can cut and splice my images and words together and make from those digitalized images and words a little 45-minute movie that they sold to the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, so it can be resold to Canadian television viewers after I'm gone and before I'm forgotten. Malcolm and Diana won't be listening to me and watching me. They're making a movie. Different thing. Emma asks Diana for some light so she can find some place to sit. Sloane, Diana says, but Sloane is listening only to Fife through her headphones. Vincent flips on the overhead light, and Fife sees that they have pushed all the furniture against one wall, making the room seem as large and empty as a hotel ballroom. With all the furniture clustered at the far wall in front of the fireplace and surrounding built-in bookshelves, the room feels tilted onto its side, as if it's a cruise ship, not a hotel, and the ship has struck a reef and is listing and about to go down. Fife suddenly feels nauseous. He's afraid he's going to vomit. Emma crosses to the pile of furniture, and the ship lists a few inches further in that direction. She sits on the end of a sofa, crosses her arms and legs. "Be careful," Fife says to her. "What? Careful of what?" "Nothing. Diana, please shut off the room lights. It's disorienting. The spot's okay, but I don't want to see the room, or be seen in it."
"Oh, Leo, you look great," Diana says. "Really, you do."
"Definitely," Malcolm says. "You look great. Too bad we're only going to shoot your beautiful, brooding, bald head." The light goes out, and Fife is once again illuminated solely and from above by the pin spot. The room floats back to level, and his nausea passes. "You know the drill," Malcolm says. "Ready?" "Ready as I'll ever be, or ever was." "Ready, everyone? Vincent? Sloane?" "Yes."
"Yes."
"Diana?"
"Yes."
Malcolm says Fife's name and the date, April 1, 2017, and location, Montreal, Quebec, and claps his hands once in front of Vincent's camera. The camera is attached to a track that orbits the circle of light on the bare floor and stares at the featureless, flat black side of Fife's face. It's lit only by the overhead spot shining down on the unseen side of his face. The light gives his profile a molten golden edge, surrounded by impenetrable black space. For a few seconds, everyone is silent. Then Fife says that he's going to begin by answering a question that no one knows to ask, or no one is rude enough to ask. It's a question that was asked of him many times long ago, and over the years asked and presumably answered truthfully and completely over and over. So to ask it yet again would either be stupid or insulting. Rather, to ask it here and now would seem stupid or insulting, or both, when in fact it is neither. The question, he says, is simply this: why did you decide in the spring of 1968 to leave the United States and migrate to Canada? For nearly 45 years he has been answering that question, creating and reaffirming the widespread belief, at least among Canadians, that Leonard Fife was one of the more than 60,000 young American men who fled to Canada in the late 1960s and early 1970s in order to avoid being sent by the U.S. military to Vietnam. Those 60,000 men were either draft dodgers or deserters. Fife was believed to be a draft dodger. It's what he claimed from the day he crossed the border from Vermont into Canada and asked for asylum. The truth, however, as always, is more complicated. Therefore, consider the proceeding as merely a preface, for here begins Malcolm Shumatoff's controversial film, O Canada. Although brilliantly shot and edited by Shumatoff in the late Leonard Fife's own manner, it is a disheartening, disillusioning film about Fife, one of Canada's most celebrated and admired documentary filmmakers. O Canada shocked and disappointed the millions of Canadians who for nearly half a century believed that Leonard Fife had fled north in the spring of 1968 solely to escape being sent by the American government to kill or die in Vietnam. While his filmed deathbed confession may have been cathartic for Fife himself, it has brought many Canadians to question our past and present national policy of offering asylum to so-called refugees. Refugees are people who have fled their countries because of a well-founded fear of persecution if they return home. They are assumed to have seen or experienced many horrors. A refugee is different from an immigrant. An immigrant is a person who chooses to settle permanently in another country. Refugees are forced to flee. Leonard Fife claimed to be a refugee. Russell Banks is the internationally acclaimed author of 18 works of fiction, including the novels Continental Drift, Rule of the Bone, The Book of Jamaica, and Lost Memory of Skin, and 6 short story collections, as well as several works of nonfiction, most recently Voyager, Travel Writings. 2 of his novels, The Sweet Hereafter and Affliction, have been adapted into award-winning films. Banks has been a PEN/Faulkner finalist, Affliction, Cloudsplitter, Lost Memory of Skin, and a Pulitzer Prize finalist, Continental Drift, Cloudsplitter. His work has received numerous other awards and has been widely translated and anthologized. Banks is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Letters and was New York State Author 2004 through 2008. He lives in upstate New York with his wife, the poet Chase Twitchell.
Bliss Boyard. The Party. The party is much more intimate than Eleanor expected. Only 40 or so people are gathered on the deck and patio. Nearly a third of them are black, which is the most black people Eleanor has seen in one place outside of Oak Bluffs so far this summer on Martha's Vineyard. Although Alden Michaels backed Hillary in the primaries, nobody seems to hold that against him. He was Bill's closest advisor after all, and good friend. Now his wife Susan is throwing a party, and it's the one social event this summer that the Obamas are expected to attend. How in the world did Eleanor and Daniel make the cut? She is quite sure that she's never met either of the Michaelses before. Is it because she's a Black Democratic Party donor? Or her advocacy work on homelessness? Or because the action-adventure movies her husband directs makes a lot of money? She knows better than to ask Daniel what he thinks. Eleanor wishes she had his talent for walking into a room with the assurance that he belongs there. The Michaels' house sits high on a hill. The view leads across the road to a rolling sheep meadow that dips down to salt marshes, the Chilmark Pond, and the ocean. Eleanor has often seen painters with their easels set up across the street, trying to capture the view's bucolic striations. From here, the road is hidden behind stone walls that were built back when most of the land was used for sustenance farming. If it weren't for the telephone poles, it could be 1809 rather than 2009. The guests stand in line at a makeshift bar on one side of the patio. There is no sign yet of the Obamas. With the news that morning of Ted Kennedy's death, Eleanor wonders if they will cancel. He might be busy preparing his speech for the funeral, or else it wouldn't look proper for him to attend a party that night. For Lauren's sake, Eleanor hopes that the Obamas will show up. It was to Lauren that Eleanor had been directing her speculations about why she and Daniel were invited and who would be there. Lauren, in turn, confided her excitement about catering for an event where not just any old president and first lady of the United States would be in attendance. She'd cooked for Hillary and Bill before, but Barack and Michelle Obama. They laughed at themselves, gushing like schoolgirls over a pop star. But seeing this couple in the White House has given them both so much hope. Lauren and Eleanor sealed their friendship over the years through commiseration about all the things that were wrong in the world, so the shot of optimism and idealism made them feel strange and giddy, like the 22-year-olds they were when they met, rather than in their mid-40s. The line is growing at the bar, and Daniel has gotten waylaid talking with someone. Eleanor could go herself, but Daniel might view her impatience as yet another subtle criticism that he never puts her and the kids first. She resolves to wait and looks around for someone to talk to. An older, elegant black woman who also appears to be waiting for someone nods politely at her. Eleanor smiles back and comments how the timing of Kennedy's death is unfortunate for Sasha and Malia. Here they are on vacation with her dad when he is supposed to be finally off duty, she says. And suddenly, it's official business again. Well, that's the job, the woman says, sounding strangely defensive on Obama's behalf. I'm sure they understand. Eleanor isn't so sure. Her kids don't understand why their father has to be gone for months at a time. Of course, there's no comparison between running the country and shooting a movie, even one with a $200 million budget. But reasoning with kids often doesn't work in Eleanor's experience. They aren't known for their rationality. And what about Susan? Asks Rebecca Darrow, who appears suddenly at her side. Eleanor knows Rebecca slightly from the kids' camp. Her husband recently sold his software development business in Texas, and they bought a huge house on the North Shore, the one part of the island that isn't eroding at an alarming pace. She's been pursuing Eleanor to get together all summer, since, as Rebecca said, they were both the new kids in town. But Eleanor suspects that her friendly faux country Texan twang masks some bold social ambitions, and so far, she steered clear. First the hurricane warning, then Kennedy. Alden must have known how close he was to dying. She's probably been debating all week. About canceling the party? Eleanor asks, thinking that would be an extreme response. No, not canceling it. Wondering whether Rebecca nods to an empty space in the middle of the room, is coming or not. It seems pretty obvious to Eleanor that he isn't. There's no evidence of Secret Service that she can see. No checkpoint or nondescript men in their khaki pants and Ray-Bans. The white van in the driveway belongs to one of Lauren's workers, for all Eleanor knows. She doesn't point this out. Rebecca's open speculation about the Obamas' attendance strikes her as unseemly. There is a certain protocol against naming the no-show elephant in the room. A reflective face-saving, wipe clean of the memory bank's denial that no one cares. Eleanor, for example, is busily trying to forget the fact that she was dropping hints to Daniel all day, trying, unsuccessfully, to engage him in a speculation about will they or won't they show. That she got dressed imagining herself talking to Michelle in this outfit or that one. It isn't him that she wants to impress. It's her. That her heart dropped at the absence of security checkpoints when they pulled into the dirt road. That she looked for Lauren when they first arrived, since her friend probably knew by now whether or not the first couple was expected. When she poked her head inside the kitchen to say hello, Lauren was standing hunched behind the island, rapidly arranging sunflower petals and bright chili peppers around trays of miniature lobster rolls, while simultaneously giving her staff crisp, concise directions to fetch this and plate that. Eleanor stood for a moment, appreciating the complex choreography of Lauren and the fresh-faced young woman who worked for her as they moved about the kitchen. They looked like one synchronized body. "Everything looks beautiful, Lauren," Eleanor called, and her friend looked up. She looked beautiful, too, with her bushy blonde hair twisted on top of her head, a black-eyed Susan tucked into the bun, with that chunky wampum necklace that somehow looked modern and chic on her. Lauren smiled wryly, and they exchanged a loaded glance. There was already so much to tell each other, but it would have to wait. Lauren shooed her out of the kitchen, back to the party. It's possible, Eleanor tells herself, that at a small party like this, the security would be much lighter than at a fundraiser where anyone can buy their way inside. After all, everyone here is a personal friend of the Michaelses. Although she and Daniel have never actually met them in person, Eleanor did chat at length with Susan about how wet the weather has been this summer when she called with the invitation. It would be offensive to subject them to having to get out of their cars, the whole dog and wand business. She tries to read the current in the room. There is undeniably a vibration, a buzz of expectation, a feeling of a thirst that is building up and will need to be quenched in some way. Eleanor looks around, wondering who she could ask, who would know. She doesn't want to appear overly invested like Rebecca. She doesn't want to seem as if she cares more than anyone else does. At the homeless shelter where Eleanor spends many hours each week doing everything from calling potential donors in her role as the president of the board to sanitizing the toys in the intake center when they look particularly grimy, she once overheard a night manager describe her as a junkie for significance. She's one of those people who is desperate to matter, the woman told another employee who had asked why Eleanor spent so much time there. It was all Eleanor could do to not have the woman fired. Eleanor's mind keeps wandering in conversation. She wishes she could retreat to the kitchen and have Lauren put her to work. Even Daniel, who has the admirable talent of being able to focus exclusively on the person to whom he is talking, appears distracted, glancing up from his conversation and looking around. He is standing with a few men on the far end of the deck, closest to the ocean. They look to Eleanor like captains, standing on the bow of a ship, plotting its course. Like the captains of industry they are. The sound of sirens rises over the hill. It grows louder and louder. Eleanor and the group she is chatting with. They all turn their heads at the same time toward the noise. It seems to be coming from the ocean, rippling across the pond to rise above the pasture. Eleanor notices that the sheep are gone now, driven back to the barn for the night. There is a collective pause as the partygoers listen, trying to decipher more exactly which direction these sirens are traveling and the number of them, the degree of alarm they should be feeling. It continues, a seemingly endless line of patrol cars or fire trucks, and for a moment, the conversation turns to mention of other stories of accidents that summer. There have been at least 3 or 4 articles in the Vineyard Gazette about people drowning, moped riders hit and killed, drunk driving accidents. Husbands and wives seek out each other's gazes. They perform a quick mental inventory of the kids' whereabouts and the likelihood that they could be involved. Eleanor catches eyes with Daniel, who is back in line at the bar. Thomas and Justine are at the other end of the island, eating at the Thai restaurant in Oak Bluffs with Nanny Ruby. A current of relief passes between them. Eleanor's thoughts turn to Ted Kennedy when he was a young senator leaving that party on Chappaquiddick so many years ago. There were no sirens for poor Mary Jo Kopechne trapped in the car under the bridge. How is her family feeling today? Does his death give them a moment of peace? Among the partygoers, a face or two brightens. Maybe Obama is coming after all, accompanied by a full siren escort. No, the motorcade doesn't normally travel with sirens on. Do those black Secret Service SUVs even have sirens? Eleanor didn't think so. Just that morning, Ruby and the kids encountered the motorcade leaving the entrance of the farm where the Obamas were staying. Through the open rear window of the last SUV in the line, they spied men dressed like ninjas, this was Thomas's description, carrying machine guns. Ruby reported back that Thomas kept asking why someone would want to kill Barack Obama. After Ruby tried to explain that any president needs a lot of protection, Justine interjected that people wanted to kill Obama because he was black. I just thought you should know, Ruby said. Eleanor simply nodded. Justine was right. What if something terrible happened? The proximity of the party to the sea brings to Eleanor's mind visions of young Arabic-looking men in black wetsuits, crawling out of the water under the cover of darkness with shoulder-fired rockets. She shakes her head, trying to dislodge these disturbingly racist visions, and realizes that the image itself comes straight from one of Daniel's movies. Daniel steps onto the deck, holding a glass of wine. Number 2 already. This might be a 3-glass night. To him, she can mention the unmentionable. You don't think... He shakes his head, dismissing the idea. Maybe it's a fire, she says. He shrugs. It's been such a wet summer. More likely an accident. The sound finally fades, and the group standing with Eleanor returns to their prior conversation. Should he or shouldn't he mention the health care plan in his memorial speech for Kennedy? No, opines a fast-talking red-headed white woman who introduces herself as an education consultant. It's not his style to turn this into a political opportunity, and that's right. But... counters the black circuit court judge from New York, a Bush senior appointee. Ted Kennedy lived and breathed for the health care plan. It was the thing he cared about the most. He'd want Obama to make hay of it. Hell, he would. Eleanor tries to jump in about the importance of holding on to the single-payer vision, but the conversation moves on to who would take Kennedy's Senate seat. Would it be nephew Joe or son Ted? But aren't Americans getting tired of these political family dynasties? Maybe Mike Dukakis. His name has been popping up recently in the press. And then there's Massachusetts Attorney General Martha somebody, who apparently wants the job. A petite, muscled brunette who ran a legal aid organization in Boston lays out the argument for and against each of them. No one else has much of an opinion. The judge wanders inside to find his wife. When the brunette pauses her mini-lecture to greet someone, the redhead takes the opportunity to whisper her husband's name in Eleanor's ear. Eleanor nods and makes appropriate expressions of being impressed, but she has no idea who the man is. A little while later, Eleanor catches the redhead whispering to the brunette and wonders if it is Daniel's name on her lips this time. The redhead seems to have the background on every guest at the party. A young dark-haired woman of indeterminate origins, wearing a very low-cut dress, introduces herself as the wife of a prominent Democratic fundraiser, whose name they do all know. Eleanor remembers that she is a friend of Rebecca's. This woman seems particularly knowledgeable about Obama's social schedule, whom he called and didn't call, who has been invited to play golf and out to dinner and over to the house. According to Rebecca's friend, none of the high-end donors except for one CEO who was tapped for a round of golf are getting any FaceTime. "I know someone who had dinner at their house just last night," pipes up the brunette. This someone's husband was part of Obama's election finance committee, she explains. "Really?" says Rebecca. "Who? What's their name?" "Keith, Kevin, somebody. She's really more my friend's friend, but I saw the wife this morning at the farmer's market and she said that they couldn't have been nicer and that they each drank 2 martinis before dinner." "Impressive," says Eleanor, liking Michelle even more. "Gin or vodka?" asks the indeterminate woman. "Are these people African American?" asks Rebecca. There is something in the way she says African American that Eleanor doesn't like. Was it possible that Rebecca didn't realize that Eleanor was African American too? "Well, yes," says the brunette, in a tone that suggests it didn't matter. The indeterminate woman points at Rebecca. "I told you they were only socializing with black people." Eleanor can feel the redhead glancing at her, so she has the background on her racial identity too. The redhead smiles, and Eleanor can see that she is looking forward to watching how Eleanor is going to respond, but Eleanor is going to disappoint her. She is not about to spend her time at this party playing the great Negro educatrix, explaining to the rest of them that if the Obamas were only socializing with black people, why that might be the case. It's too much fun watching the frustration of the indeterminate woman, who must be Greek or Spanish, something Mediterranean, since it's clear she's definitely not black, about her inability to penetrate the Obamas' inner circle. Now you know what it feels like, Eleanor thinks. On her 3rd glass of wine, Eleanor wanders from conversation to conversation. She feels a familiar kind of moroseness settling in, from being a little too drunk, in a beautiful place in the high, pure light of almost evening, and not having a better time. It feels like a failure of imagination on her part, or wit, or charm. She's been looking forward to this party since she received Susan's call. She took the invite as an omen of the new direction of activism that her life has been taking since Obama entered office. She imagined that these would be her people, knowledgeable, effective, and committed. No one questioned whether they had the right to involve themselves in a political issue or examined their motives. They are, all of them, junkies for significance, because isn't that what everyone should aspire to be, especially those of them with the ability to make a difference? But every conversation Eleanor begins about the healthcare bill or the rising foreclosure rate, about the record number of families on the street because of the housing crisis, and the extreme weather and temperature making their lives even harder, circles back to public perceptions, spheres of influence, and political calculations. No one speaks of ideals or values, of hope and change. No wonder Obama wants to keep these people at bay. How can he hold on to all that good faith he garnered in the face of so much pragmatism and positioning? And yet, as her mood darkens further, she begins to wonder if maybe they are right and Obama and Eleanor are wrong. What made him think, and convince everyone else, that he can possibly translate hope into action? What made him believe that he can reinvent government and get everyone to look past his or her own self-interest to finally live up to the promise of the country's ideals? It's hubris and grandiosity to think that so much entrenched power, so much systemic inequality and discrimination could be upended by one historic election. Daniel posited on one of their morning beach walks that all the talk of hope and change was whitewash. Obama needed to do that to get elected. But I'm sure most people in their heart of hearts didn't really believe that he would be any more impervious to the machinations of politics than anyone else. What I felt was that I could trust him. I could trust his integrity, that he is a good and fair man. You get a sense of it from the way his mind seems to work, from the quality of his hunches, the way he interacts in public with Michelle and his kids. And, most important, maybe often enough, he seems to make the right decision, the same one I might have made if I were in his shoes. Daniel laughed at the absurdity of that, assuming, of course, I was a much better person than I actually am. Yes, Eleanor agreed. But wasn't the extreme reliability of Obama's integrity part of the problem? She presented an analogy. It's as if we are all passengers in a bus that he is driving, and we have so much confidence in his skill behind the wheel and sense of direction that no matter how lost we become, or how bad the road conditions are, or the number of reckless drivers out there, none of us passengers will pay one bit of attention to what is happening right outside our window. But there are people dying out there. There are children who are living under terrible conditions right here in the United States, Eleanor said, planting her feet firmly in the sand. By electing someone so trustworthy, we've stopped paying attention. We're forgetting our own moral imperatives. Daniel looked confused. Wait, where is the bus headed? Forget the bus, Eleanor said, on the edge of tears. She tried to explain about her feeling of being so stupidly naive, so hopelessly idealist. But if she doesn't believe that these problems can be solved, how can she muster the energy to care about them? It was like all those people who made a living writing screenplays, knowing that while their movies might be optioned or bought, they would never get made. She couldn't do it. And if no one cared about these problems, then they would all be resigning themselves to an existence ruled by self-interest. But isn't your desire to make a difference a little self-interested? Daniel asked, gently. So you think I'm a junkie for significance, too? I'm saying that we all fall short of our ideals. It's part of our American legacy. But that doesn't mean we should stop caring and trying. Standing in the Michaels' living room by the bay window, and looking out upon the breathtaking vista, surrounded by a small handful of the most powerful people in the country, Eleanor feels taunted by her own lack of faith. Is there nothing she can believe in? She listens with growing rage to the judge and the brunette legal aid woman playing the name game in the Boston Attorney General's office. Did he ever work with this one? She knows that one who clerked under him. Maybe Lauren has the right idea. Just make your small corner of the world a little better every day. That's why she and Mitch chose to forget their career plans and raise their 3 boys on the island, where people will attack each other at a town meeting over something as petty as someone's fence being a foot over a property line, and then hand over their last dollar the minute someone is sick or her house catches on fire. There was a feeling that all of them were in this together, for better or worse. As Lauren liked to say, no man or woman is an island entire of itself, especially on an island. Eleanor couldn't say the same about her life in Los Angeles, where her friends, while generous and civic-minded, had little to do with people outside their immediate circle. Eleanor puts her hand to her purse. Her evening bag is vibrating. She pulls out her cell phone, grateful for the interruption. It's the local exchange. After the call goes to voicemail, she can see that this is the second call that she has missed from this number. She steps outside onto the deck and returns the call. This is Eleanor Temple, she says, hoping whoever it was can't hear the faint slosh of wine in her voice. I just missed, Eleanor. It's Mitch. She puts a finger to her ear. I'm sorry. Who? Mitch. It's Mitch. Lauren's husband? Mitch, hey, what's up? I got your cell from the fridge. I mean, the number is written on the fridge. The people next to her burst into laughter at something Alden has said. Eleanor glances over. She hasn't had a chance to talk to him or Susan yet. Over the din, she can just make out Mitch's voice asking if she could go somewhere more quiet. She walks onto the lawn past the line of tiki torches. Mitch, hi, sorry. It's so loud here. The food is great. Everyone's been... Listen, Eleanor. Mitch cuts her off. I need you to listen, he says again, in a forceful voice that scares her. Sure, she says. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? No, it's not. Eleanor, listening very intently now, notices that his voice is shaking. There's been an accident. Jamie, he was on his bike. I don't know what happened. A car was passing a moped. That guy's dead. There was sand on the road. Eleanor puts her hand to her mouth. Those sirens. Yeah. He breathes in the word like the Swedes do. Is he? She is about to say, all right, but that is clearly not the case. Yet she can't bring herself to say, dead. Is he? She begins again. He's alive. Oh my God, thank God. But they said he was hit pretty hard, and... Eleanor can hear the violent effort he is making to control his voice. And the stupid little shit wasn't wearing his helmet. He starts to sob, which makes Eleanor start to cry too. None of them want to wear their helmets, she says. None of them. He's unconscious, but he's alive, Mitch says when he has himself under control again. They're going to medevac him to Boston as soon as possible. I'm going to the hospital now to see if I can ride with him, but you need to get Lauren to the hospital as quickly as you can. She'll want to go too, if she can make it there in time. Okay. I tried calling, but she didn't pick up, and his voice starts to break again. I can't tell her on the phone. I can't fall apart right now. Just say there's been an accident, and then drive her to the hospital as quickly as you can. The way he keeps repeating the phrase, there's been an accident, makes Eleanor realize that someone, the police, must have used it with him. The accident. Life will forever become the before and after. Eleanor, can you do this? Yes, of course. I'll do it, and we'll get her to the hospital. We'll meet you there as soon as we can. Wait, Mitch, she calls, just as he's about to hang up. Should I tell her how bad it is? Her question seems to paralyze him, and she immediately regrets asking it. I don't know. I think I shouldn't, she says quickly, wanting to spare him in some way. I'll just say we don't know. Better for her to be hopeful right now. She turns back toward the house in a kind of delirium of grief and rage. All the people talking so intensely with each other about tennis games and political appointments, about abstract notions of how to make the world a better place. What does it matter? Her friend's son has just been hit by a car. He might die or never be able to walk again. Feisty Jamie with his unruly hair and skinny torso, his fingers that are as delicate as a woman's. Jamie might die. That is real. But it isn't real. Eleanor can't begin to feel the depths of this anguish. She can't foresee how she will upend her own life and marriage over the next year to see her best friend through the worst imaginable thing anyone should have to go through. She strides across the deck to find Daniel, before heading to the kitchen's back door. When people at the party tell the story later, they will search for how to describe the sound that Lauren makes on seeing Eleanor's face, connecting the echo of those sirens with the realization that they came for her own flesh and blood. The partygoers will start by explaining that they were at the Michaelses' place, standing in the living room or on the deck. The Obamas are supposed to come, but then Ted Kennedy died, and they don't make it. The party is still very nice until there are these sirens. I remember that they go on forever, and everyone seems to have the same thought at once. Has something terrible happened to the president? The sirens pass, and the party resumes, until about 45 minutes or so later, another sound comes from the kitchen. It's like a sharp cry, like a bird that's been shot, or a keening. Isn't that the word? It's the sound of someone's heart just being ripped right out, and it cuts through all the political talk. The caterer's 10-year-old son. Traumatic brain injury. There was a moped involved. The rider died. Apparently, the boy wasn't wearing a helmet. So incredibly sad. Maybe you saw the posters for the fundraiser to cover his medical expenses, since their insurance didn't. Hillary Clinton went, which was nice of her. Eleanor stands outside the kitchen door, invisible in the darkness on the deck, looking in on her friend, seated now on a stool at the kitchen island, a little juice glass of red wine at her side, chatting with one of her staff, soaking up the relief of a big night that has come off well. And it has, Eleanor thinks. The food was delicious. Everyone kept saying so. And her trays with their petals and peppers looked so beautiful. Bliss Boyard is the author of the best-selling story collection, My Father Dancing, which was a New York Times notable book, and the award-winning memoir, One Drop, My Father's Hidden Life, a story of race and family secrets, which was named a Best Book of the Year by the Chicago Tribune. Her stories and essays have been anthologized in Best American Short Stories, the Pushcart Prize, and The Art of the Essay, among others, and she has written for many publications including The New York Times, NewYorker.com, and Elle. She is at work on a novel set on Martha's Vineyard called Happy House.
Stephen L. Carter. Compline. 1. In the attic room, with its lunette windows of stained glass covering 3 points of the compass, the man they call the lecturer writes and writes and writes as he waits for the pigs to come and kill him. The autumn afternoon is crisp and bright. The attic is cool. The daylight prisms through the windows and shimmies on the ancient carpet in a slow promenade of color. He is alone in the cavernous Harlem townhouse. Junie and Sharon were the last to depart, and they begged him to join them. The lecturer refused. He no longer believes in God, but he still believes in fate. He is where he is supposed to be. An old Ruger 22 and an Ivor Johnson Cadet 38 lie side by side on the table near his yellow pad, and a Walther snuggles in the brown leather holster looped around the back of his hard wooden chair. On the floor within easy reach is a 12-gauge shotgun, broken open because he is nervous about the shells. Beneath the front window, an M1 carbine leans against the wall, but he mistrusts the M1, which has a tendency to jam. Beside it is a Remington Game Master, a hunting gun that doubles as a sniper rifle. Other weapons are scattered here and there, but the lecturer prefers to rely on explosives. Hand grenades are wired to the front and back doors, and he has played a little game with Semtex beneath the stairs. He is perfectly aware that the other comrades are afraid of him. They also suspect he might be crazy, but what they see as madness, he sees as dedication. Sharon tried to tell him where the group was heading, in the hope that they might rendezvous later, but the lecturer would not listen. He has been tortured before and has the misshapen fingertips to prove it. Should he be taken alive, he has no illusion that he could long resist drugs or electrodes or whatever else J. Edgar and his gray men might pull out of their bag of tricks. With Nixon in the White House, anything is possible. The lecturer is writing with a flair, the felt-tip pen that has lately become all the rage, another in the series of pointless toys developed by the capitalists to enthrall the masses. He has finished 3 pages. He puts down the pen and stretches his fingers. Agony is done. That is the name by which the public knows the terror cell that over the past week has all but disbanded. Agony. Just last month there were still 8. 2 days ago there were 4. Wayne, the youngest, fled this morning. Sharon and Junie were the last 2. Except for Frederick, the lecturer reminds himself, unconsciously balling his fists. Frederick, he of the mysterious sources. Frederick, not a member of Agony, but somehow always in touch. Surely Frederick was lurking somewhere nearby. Frederick, who called just past midnight to say that the Federal Bureau of Investigation knew they were in Harlem and would soon find their hideout. Frederick, who, as the lecturer told the others yesterday, himself bore all the marks of playing both sides of the street. It must have been Frederick, he said, who sold them out to the FBI. Sharon, the drug-addled blonde who had seized command of Agony 3 years ago, insisted that the idea was ridiculous. But Sharon was besotted with Frederick. Junie, too, came to Frederick's defense, most likely because she did not want to think ill of a man she had known since they were children. It makes no difference now, the lecturer tells himself, grimly. The lecturer. All the comrades call him by that name except Junie, who still calls him Jeremy, the nom de guerre under which he traveled on the occasion of their second meeting, in the safe house down in Charleston in 1966, where he had been sent to investigate the murder of the elderly Klansman who was locked in the basement, the only key to which she wore around her neck. She swore that they had not let it out of her sight, and yet it was impossible that she could be the killer. That was why they needed an expert, and that was when they became bitter enemies. The pen scratches across the page. The lecturer pretends that he is writing to his mother, who still lives in New Haven in the house where her boy was raised. He has not seen her since he left graduate school 5 years ago during the Mississippi Freedom Summer of 1964, in which he did not participate because he was overseas. Then he decides that he is writing to his father, who died at the hands of the police while his boy was in college. No, that's a lie. He is writing for posterity. The FBI will surely seize the letter, and the pigs never throw anything away. The pages will sit in a file in a vault in a storeroom for years or decades, and one day someone will find them, read them, maybe publish them. For posterity. 2. When the man whose name is not Jeremy was a small boy, his father used to take him to baseball games at the Polo Grounds to see the New York Cubans, owned by the colorful numbers runner Alex Pompez, and later, as the Negro Leagues faded, to see the New York Giants with their colored stars. First, Monty Irvin, and then in 1951, Ray Noble and Artie Wilson, who was soon sent back to the minor leagues in exchange for an unknown rookie named Willie Mays. The boy loved these excursions with his father. They would take the streetcar to Union Station, not far from Yale, where they would board the trim modern cars of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad for the air-conditioned ride into the city. At Pennsylvania Station, they would board the 8th Avenue line of the IND for the ride to Upper Manhattan. The boy valued these hours alone with his father. His father was a big bluff man with a stern mien that scared the toughest kids in the neighborhood halfway to the grave. He worked in New Haven as a hotel doormat. He was the senior deacon of the church. He loved to read. Their house was full of books. As they walked from the subway to the ballpark, he would tell his son stories from Shakespeare and Aeschylus and William Wells Brown. Outside the Polo Grounds, the throng would jostle and push, but the boy's father managed somehow to create an island of peace around the two of them. Perhaps it was the stories. He would keep talking right up until they were inside the gates, where he would buy a program and a pencil because he was teaching the boy to keep score. But what the lecturer remembered best was how just before they ducked beneath the wall, his father liked to point to the tall apartment buildings on the bluff overlooking the stadium. That's where the rich Negroes live, his father would say, the crest of Harlem. Sugar Hill, it's called. The boy would stare, goggle-eyed. Sugar Hill? Even the name was magic. True, he did not entirely believe that such things as rich Negroes existed, but he would never dream of disputing his father. Sometimes he wondered whether he might live in one of those grand apartments one day. Sometimes he hated himself for coveting that life and wondered whether he might be headed to hell. But as he grew older, he came to despise the people who lived in those elegant apartments more than he despised the white people who made the rules that confined them there. They were the most talented members of what his father called the darker nation, and should therefore have been leading the revolutionary cadres. Instead, they spent their lives eagerly gathering the crumbs that fell from the capitalist table. That, at least, was what Kimberly always said, back in the days when he still believed that Kimberly was always right. 3. The light has changed. He crosses to the southwest window, sweeping up the 38 in one smooth motion. He stands on a chair and peers down into the alley. The house fronts on Edgecombe Avenue, at one time the smartest address in Sugar Hill. For a moment his vision clouds as he remembers his mother's tales of dinner tables laid for 20 or more, of Duke Ellington on the piano, of antique furnishings imported from Italy and France, of the Negro Society weddings where one might find Frank Sinatra among the guests. In his mind's eye, black men and women dressed to the nines promenade through glittering hotel ballrooms as the band plays. Then, with an effort of will, the lecturer wipes the images from his mind. It is all nonsense. This is 1969, not 1949. They were enemies to the revolution and traitors to the race. In any case, they long ago fled Harlem, leaving their less fortunate brethren behind. The very townhouse Agony is renting, the group was far too savvy to risk being caught by playing the role of squatters, is owned by a woman named Veazey, who, according to Frederick, once presided over Harlem society, deciding who would be invited to the best parties and who would be frozen out. What nonsense, the lecturer repeats aloud. He is still at the window. He's watching a blue appliance repair van that has been parked across the street for at least 2 hours now. Maybe, maybe not. On the stoop of an apartment building, 3 men are passing a bottle back and forth. They could be the neighborhood drunks. Or they could be watching the house. He will know soon enough. He abandons the window and returns to the table, and once more takes up his pen. He has decided that he is actually writing for the eager, frightened kids he has instructed in training camps in Cuba and Algeria and Syria, the youngsters whom he helped transform from callow, disillusioned children of the West into cadres prepared to do whatever is necessary to advance the revolution, his legacy. He wonders, briefly, how many fascist provocateurs his protégés have eliminated, and he tries not to think about how many innocents have died alongside them. There are slogans and arguments to justify those deaths, and he has led the chance, but at the moment he finds himself not quite able to remember them. Junie's influence, he suspects. 4. Around age 13, the lecturer joined what the members called a gang, although by then he was perfectly aware of the real gangs that were starting to battle for New Haven street corners. The boys' gang numbered 5 or 6, together with a scattering of hangers-on. None of them were considered the toughest kids in the neighborhood, but banding together made them feel as if they were. They did no violence. They extorted no money. They climbed on the girders at construction sites and snuck into Yale buildings after dark. The oldest boy, Charles, whom everyone called Shug, would swipe candy bars and gum from stores. Sometimes Shug would post one of the others as lookout, but the boy who would grow into the lecturer refused. He also would not take the candy, but he was usually the leader on the expeditions through the steam tunnels connecting the various university structures. He loved the close ceiling, the gurgling water, the heat, and the darkness. The pudgy Shug could barely keep up and half the time found an excuse not to go. So, the lecturer's main companions were Roden, a dark, skinny youth with bright, scary eyes, and the Packer twins, Mark and Marvin, who both wore glasses and were always getting into fights with each other. There were Sunday afternoons when the group would sneak around the campus for hours. They were never caught. The lecturer took a secret pride in these expeditions, not so much because the tunnels were scary, but because Yale was. Yale dominated New Haven. But apart from a handful of students, no Negro dared step onto the campus except in service. That was what his father always said. His mother cleaned the offices at Yale, and his father greeted the returning alumni when they came to the hotel where he worked. But otherwise, his parents avoided the university grounds with an almost superstitious awe. All of New Haven's Negroes did. There were stories of a colored student spotted here or there, but none of the gang was quite sure if the stories were true. The students whom they encountered were big and white and resplendent in their Yale sweaters and scarves and seemed to float above the concerns of real people. His father used to say that Harvard trained its men to run the country and Yale trained its men to run the world. And already at age 13, the boy understood that he would never be a part of either group. And so he settled instead for leading his gang through the steam tunnels, peeking into the hidden corners of the campus, enjoying the sense that he could, quite invisibly, infiltrate this citadel of which New Haven's whites were so proud. On a rainy evening in July, 1953, the lecturer and his gang found their way into the blocky granite fortress housing one of what Yale called senior societies, and most of the world called secret societies. The place was like a mausoleum, marble and cold. These societies, his father had taught him, were the places where they chose the men who would run the future. The boys were agog. The exterior was so bland, but the inside was so opulent. There were chandeliers. There were paintings and tapestries. Display cases lined the walls. One case held carvings of animals and monsters from around the world. He stared. Most were labeled with the names of their countries of origin, but the card on one shelf read simply, Africa. Even at 13, he understood the discrimination. Africa was a European invention. That was what his father always told him. The rest of the world America saw as countries, Germany, France, India, China, Argentina, Peru. But Africa was just Africa, an agglomeration of separate tribes and nations for the convenience of the West. The lecturer stood there staring, and eventually the other boys, who had been running ruckusly up and down the stairs and trying to make the elevator work, came and stood beside him. The Packer twins asked him what was wrong. He said nothing. But Roden had a sixth sense. He was holding a shiny gold tankard with an engraved inscription that he evidently intended to take as booty. Now Roden swung the tankard hard at the case with the little carved animals and monsters. The glass shattered. He dropped the tankard, which bounced loudly and now dented rolled along the slate floor. "Help yourself," he said. The Packer twins hesitated. The lecturer did not. He gathered as many of the Africa carvings as he could. The twins got the message and swept up the rest. The lecturer led them downstairs to the grand hall with its long wooden banquet table. He placed the carvings on the table, one in front of each chair. The other boys followed his example. There were 30 chairs, and they did not quite have enough carvings to put one at each place, but it was close enough. "Are we done?" asked one of the Packer twins, trembling with excitement and fear. The lecturer was perfectly calm. "I believe we are, yes," he said, in the strange cadences he had learned from his father. "It's just a joke," he told them. They left the way they had come in, through the steam tunnels in the basement, and they did no more damage, although Roden turned out to have stuffed 4 silver place settings into his jacket. "For my ma," he said. Not long after their little gang disbanded, the twins discovered girls, Shug got expelled, and Roden went out for football. For a while, the lecturer explored the campus still, and every now and then he was joined by Mark or Marvin, but for the rest of school, he was mainly a loner. By the time he started college, he had largely lost track of the gang, except that Shug had joined a real gang and dropped out. When the lecturer returned to New Haven for his father's funeral, his mother told him that Roden was in medical school down south somewhere. The Packer family had moved to Brooklyn. She had no idea what had happened to the children. Shug was dead. In May of 1969, the lecturer returned to New Haven for the last time, recruited to serve on the jury that tried Alex Rackley at the Black Panther headquarters on Orchard Street. He traveled clandestinely. He was careful to avoid places where his mother or family friends might show up. Later, when the police and the FBI were busy scouring the entire Northeast for Rackley's accused killers, the lecturer was concealing 2 of the suspects almost in plain sight underneath the Yale campus. He led them down into the tunnels he had learned so well as a boy, showed them the corners where no maintenance man ever trod, and left them to their own devices. Their occasional forays upward to find a bathroom led to rumors about homeless men living in the dormitory basements. Junie accompanied him on this trip. She was just back from Chicago, where she had attended the convention of the Students for a Democratic Society. The lecturer had been present only for a day, but he had heard reports. Junie had made a nuisance of herself by buttonholing fellow radicals in coffee houses and safe houses to suggest that the time had come to renounce violence as an instrument of social change. She preached the same sermon to the lecturer as they drove up to New Haven, where, masquerading as husband and wife, they stayed in a motel out on the Long Wharf. Even as they lay in their separate twin beds, she would not leave the subject alone. He was not at all surprised when Junie turned out to be the only member of the jury who voted to spare Rackley's life. She had once been a law student and was a demon for due process and proper burdens of proof. 5. That was 4 months ago. Since then, the remnants of agony have begun to scatter. The handful of who holed up in this once elegant Harlem townhouse were the last. The lecturer stands at the front window once more, squinting at Edgecombe Avenue through the sniper sight mounted atop the Remington Game Master. The sharp little circle dances along the block, pausing here and there to pick out details in the gathering dusk as he tries to decide whether he is watching the random Brownian motion of life or the carefully scripted changing of the guard. The blue van has finally moved on, as have the men on the front stoop of the aging low-rise apartment building across the way who looked a little too alert to be passing a bottle back and forth. A Con Ed truck is broken down. The driver is cursing as he hunts around beneath the hood. The lecturer sees nobody else in the cab, but he's willing to bet that a repair crew will be along soon, and FBI agents love to play repair crews. Lights have come on in a few windows across the street, and any one of them might mark a static observation post. The stalled truck looks like a good place to conceal heavy weapons. He watches the scene for a few more minutes, then shrugs. Either the pigs are here, or they are not. There is nothing he can do. He sets the Game Master back in its place, checks the booby traps on the attic door, and returns to his desk. As he picks up the flare, his eye falls once more on the Game Master. The rifle is mostly for show. Frederick procured it for him. Frederick can procure most things and enjoys being secretive about how he does what he does. Sharon, rather smarmily, accused the lecturer of bourgeois sentimentality for wanting a game master in the first place. But Frederick in his strange, shadowy way understood. So did Junie. Like the others, she did not care much for the symbolism, but she understood. A year and a half ago, a Remington Game Master was used to murder Martin Luther King Jr. The lecturer catches himself wondering what Kimberly would have thought, but it's too late to ask. 6. The boy turned out to have a flair for mathematics, and when he finished high school, he won a scholarship to Cornell to study physics. His parents could scarcely contain their pride. The church gave a party. People came up to the boy and shook his hand and tucked envelopes in his jacket, a quarter here, $1 or $2 there. It all began to add up. He was saving to buy a car, and he thought the gifts from the party might put him over the top, but his mother kissed him and took the money away and put it in the savings account she had opened for him when he was born. Be patient, she told him. Let it grow. His father beamed and told the boy how wise his mother was. The boy believed every word. Years later, he would marvel at how his parents lived in such utter thrall to the property trap. Ithaca, New York was another world. Compared to his hometown, it was almost rural. Unlike New Haven, a democratic stronghold with an uneasy balance of power among the Negroes, the Irish, and the Italians, all of them in turn subject to the hegemony of Yale, Ithaca was white and Republican, a town whose tiny colored population was seen but never heard. At Cornell, he performed respectably, but not sensationally in his science classes. In the fall of his sophomore year, he enrolled in a seminar on cultural anthropology taught by a youngish professor named Tris Hadley. The lecturer knew nothing about the field, but the course sounded interesting. As it turned out, there were only 5 students. The class was being boycotted because the House Un-American Activities Committee had labeled Hadley a communist. The professor heatedly denied the charge, and the university stood tepidly beside him, but the students had taken protective action on their own. Nobody wanted to explain to a potential employer or graduate school why Professor Tristan Hadley was on his resume. In the classroom, Hadley did what any good seminar leader does: nudged them toward his point of view without ever quite saying what it was. He did not assign marks, but he did urge them to consider whether the culture of democracy and markets that the West was slowly imposing upon the rest of the world produced any significant good other than profits for the capitalist. He gave them the Opium Wars. He gave them the settlement of the Americas. He gave them the colonization of Africa. In which of these circumstances, he asked, was the West truly driven by any motive but the motive to profit off the labor and resources of others? In which of these circumstances, he asked, are the indigenous people made better off through the hegemony of the West? One young woman, an economics major named Bernstein, had the temerity to suggest that a rising tide lifted all boats. Hadley was scathing. Even if you're right, he said, it's interesting how it's always the man in the 50-foot yacht who tells the family in the leaky canoe that they're better off at sea. As for the lecturer, he at his time was still dimly in touch with the church of his childhood. Terrible things might have happened, he told the class, but at least people came to Christ. Jesus loves everyone. There were a few snickers. Hadley gave him a carefully measured look, less than scornful but more than pedagogical, a look the young sophomore was already coming to know, a look that says, I will let you off the hook this time, because you are a Negro and I am a liberal, but sooner or later you will have to concede that I am right and you were wrong. What Hadley said was, if your Christ loves everyone, it's an interesting coincidence that he always grants victory to the colonizer. 2 weeks later, the lecturer went to his advisor and switched his major from physics to philosophy. The following spring, the lecturer was part of a reading group that met twice a month at Hadley's house well out in Cayuga Heights. The reading was heavy and radical, ranging from Lenin to Fanon at the hard end, and from Jean-Paul Sartre to Alpheus Hunton at the soft. Over the course of the term, Hadley slowly weeded out those he considered less dedicated. By spring, there were only 2, and when the other young man took a position at his family firm on Wall Street for the summer, there was only the lecturer. It was 1961, and Professor Hadley was headed south to do voter registration work. Why don't you join us, he suggested. The lecturer never hesitated. He told his parents that he would not be coming home to help in the church as he had promised, but at the last minute the professor announced that he wouldn't be going. So the lecturer drove south instead with Hadley's girlfriend, a colored graduate student named Kimberly Eldon, who told him that the professor had stayed in Ithaca because, number 1, he was a coward, and number 2, he had run out of excuses to give his fiancée. Kimberly was tall and dark and wise and reminded him of Miss DeVoe, who long ago had been his Sunday school teacher. She told him that Tristan had her cast, as is Isolde, but without any of the messy dying of grief business. Kimberly was from a grand Negro family that was on the verge of disowning her, not because of her left politics, but because she seemed to have no interest in marriage. During the drive, she told him that her great-grandfather had been in the construction business in New Haven until the whites drove him out. Kimberly herself had grown up in Harlem on 162nd Street in one of those apartments overlooking the polo grounds that his father was always pointing out. You could use a pair of binoculars to watch the games through the window, she said. At this bit of intelligence, the lecturer's chest pulsed with hot resentment. They did voter registration work together in Sunflower County and spent their days raising great clouds of dust as they motored up and down the hard pan, usually with a white student or 2 along for what Kimberly liked to call coloration, by which she meant camouflage. A local activist was always in the car, someone who knew the lanes and the farms and the people. Not one of the thousands of Negroes in Sunflower County was registered to vote. The Citizens Council told the press that the Negroes simply were not interested. When the students knocked on doors, they found many of the stone-faced sharecroppers openly hostile toward the outsiders who brought such suffering upon their heads. All of them had friends who had tried to register and been thrown off their land their families had farmed for a century. Even the middle class was uneasy. A doctor who had tried to organize a local chapter of the NAACP had been driven from town. The police chief of Indianola, the county seat, was said to be keeping lists of local Negroes who were considered unreliable to be dealt with after the students and the press went home. In the evenings at the boarding house on the edge of town, Kimberly would kick off her shoes and close her eyes and mutter that the work they were doing was pointless. Instead of helping the sharecroppers to form a revolutionary consciousness, they were urging them to participate in an illegitimate system that guaranteed their continued serfdom. The lecturer was torn. He saw her point, but also experienced a tug. He liked these people and wanted to help them free themselves. In bed, Kimberly told him he was a fool. Negroes could be lumpen, he said, or they could be petit bourgeois. The one thing they could never be was free. Freedom would require the elimination of racism. The elimination of racism would require the taming of the ego. And the taming of the ego would require the regimentation that only the party could provide. He stared for a long moment, then cursed himself for his naivete. It was the first time he had realized that Kimberly was a communist. She was his first lover, but grew bored of the way he constantly tortured himself with guilt for what he called their sin. After their 3rd week together in Mississippi, Kimberly told him that she'd gotten a letter from Tris, who had invited her to join him in Mexico, where he was doing fieldwork in the mountains of Guanajuato. Packing her things in the car, she told him to try to grow up. A few days later, the lecturer hitched a ride north with a couple of journalists. A part of him was distressed in turns by what had happened with Kimberly and by what had not. But the rest of him took pleasure in regaling the journalists with the tale of his 3 nights in jail, because the day after Kimberly's departure, he and another student had been arrested while distributing flyers on the sidewalk outside the county clerk's office in Indianola and charged with loitering and disorderly conduct. Although they unfortunately had not been beaten, he had remained behind bars until his proud parents were able to wire his bail money. He looked forward to telling Kimberly the story in the fall, but she did not return to school. Tris Hadley told him that she had moved to California to become a labor organizer. 5 years later, the lecturer would be called upon to decide whether to put a bullet in her head. 7. A faint creak shakes him once more from his reverie. In a single compact motion, he slips from the chair and spins toward the door, the Ruger already in his hand. He flattens himself against the southeast wall, the only one with no window, and stretches his perception. That was what they called it in the camps. He shuts his eyes and listens until he hears the creak again. Not in the stairwell, not on the landing, above him. Either the house is settling, or they are on the roof. He waits, does his sums. Suppose they are on the roof. They will set charges in 2 or 3 separate spots, blow them all at once, figuring that the blast will disable him, maybe kill him. But if it doesn't, there will suddenly be 3 different points of entry, and he cannot cover all of them at once, even with a machine gun, which in any case he does not have. Will they give him the chance to surrender or immediately shoot to kill? He guesses the latter. Prosecutions of radicals are nowadays occasions for big speeches in the courthouse and street fighting outside. He gives them 5 minutes, 10, 15, all of which he spends crouching along the wall. He watches a beetle crawling across the floorboards. Prionis laticolus is his tentative identification, but he is guessing because he knows only about a dozen names. Dark wings flutter and buzz, but the creature never leaves the ground. It just goes on crawling. Still he waits. Nothing else happens. False alarm. The house is settling after all. The lecturer straightens. He marches back to the table, returns the gun to its place. Just panic. At the camps they would have been laughing their heads off. His parents raised him to value dignity, and if he has shed most of their teachings over the past decade, he has never managed to surrender his pride. Perhaps that is why he had the argument with Frederick, the big one, just last week. Frederick, the man of shadows, Frederick who has been hanging around agony from the beginning but is always magically absent when trouble rears its head. The argument arose at the dinner table. Wayne, barely out of college, was declaiming about how much the black community had accomplished in the face of racism, and how important it was that everyone know the history, the great men and women the race had produced. Sharon or somebody asked him what accomplishments he meant. Wayne told her to look out the window to consider the grand society that had once occupied these favored blocks. Sharon, who was quite high and not quite thinking, pointed out that the great buildings out there had been constructed when the neighborhood was white. Then, realizing her faux pas, she changed tactics slightly. Whatever they had built through the sufferance of their white masters. Wayne's smooth brown face trembled. He had just been slapped down by his commander. He was new to this life, too green to understand that he was free to argue back until a decision was made. But Frederick rode to the rescue. Wayne was right, he said. What had been built here was a remarkable thing. To succeed so in the face of such implacable hatred was a miracle that should be trumpeted. The lecturer felt the anger rise, but Frederick was constantly sticking up for those traitors to the proletariat. Of course he was. Most probably he was one of them. The lecturer began to speak. He carefully reminded the group of how the petit bourgeois clinging to their bits of property constitute the greatest enemies of the revolution, more dangerous than the capitalists themselves. Frederick told him that he did not know what he was talking about. A silence fell. Nobody interrupted the lecturer in full cry. Well, Junie sometimes, but nobody else. And Junie was away tonight. The lecturer stared at Frederick, So small and clever, with his sepia skin and burning eyes and his air of being a person who had been places and seen things that others can only imagine. Of the handful of comrades who had been in and out of the townhouse over the past few months, he was the only one, apart from Junie, by whom the lecturer was even slightly impressed. The others were afraid of him, more afraid, maybe, than they were of the lecturer. Calm as always, the lecturer asked exactly what part of his analysis Frederick found flawed. I didn't say it was flawed. I said it was wrong. As the others stared, Frederick went over to the attack. He said that those who once lived here had done the best they could with what they had. He said they should be admired for defying the expectations of a racist society by building a world in which it was possible for their families to thrive. The lecturer hid his panic behind a supercilious smile. When he was certain that Frederick was done, he proceeded to instruct him. He reminded him of Trotsky on the role of the bourgeoisie in maintaining order with the complicity of the petite bourgeoisie who secretly hated them. He pointed to the promise of reform as the key element in maintaining order among both petite bourgeoisie and proletariat within the capitalist order. Of course, Frederick knew all this, but the condescension was intentional. The lecturer expected the older man to explode. Instead, he shrugged. Well, you're entitled to your view, he said smoothly. You know what they say, differences of opinion make horse races. The lecturer kept his face placid, but inwardly he seethed. The temerity! Differences of opinion? No wonder the pigs were winning the war in the streets. Even the most radical Americans had no discipline. They did not understand that a revolution held no room for disagreement. The party took a position and it became everyone's position. There were no exceptions. The toleration of dissent was a sign of weakness. Those who were wrong should be shouted down and disciplined. They should lose their places in the movement, which would proceed to roll right over them, violently if necessary. Nodding in firm agreement with his own exposition, the lecturer goes back to his writing. 8. In the summer of 1962, at the conclusion of the lecturer's junior year at Cornell, Professor Hadley invited him to Mexico, just as he had Kimberly the summer before. The young man never hesitated. By this time, the serious turn of their conversations had led him to suspect that what his mentor was grooming him for had little to do with the academy. His suspicion turned out to be right. The 6 weeks of fieldwork in the uplands of Guanajuato out of contact with the world turned out to be 6 weeks of training in Cuba, mostly by East German teachers. Ideological instruction in the mornings, and after lunch, what was known as technical work. How to shoot, how to fight, how to guard a prisoner, how to send secret messages, how to blow things up. The course was intense and scary. Only 4 of the 12 who began were able to finish, and he was one of the 4. It was at the training camp that he got his name, for he spoke excellent Spanish and passable French, and in the evenings would present long, passionate arguments accompanied by copious spoken citations. The instructors were amused and called him prepodaftal, a Russian word that can be translated as teacher or lecturer. Nobody at the camp quite liked him, but nobody liked him at Cornell either. Nobody had liked him even in high school, and it had been some while since he actually cared. He had decided back when he was sneaking into buildings at Yale that being liked was an unimportant part of life. Machiavelli was right. Being respected and feared mattered more. After the lecturer returned to Mexico with top marks, Hadley told him that his job now was to continue his education. The young man was surprised. He had expected an assignment. He pointed out that Kimberly had not stayed in school. She had been sent to California. The professor shrugged. Kimberly, he said, possessed a different set of skills. In time, you will have a great deal of work to do, but for now, you will go back to school. Those are the orders. But by now, the lecturer was beginning to get Hadley's measure. Maybe there were orders, maybe there weren't. Either way, nobody was going to trust Triz Hadley with any secrets. The professor loved to play the clandestine revolutionary, but in truth, he was more like a travel agent, making sure the people who mattered got to where they were supposed to be. And the lecturer, a college junior all of 21 years old, realized that he was one of the people who mattered, and Tristan Hadley was not. Nevertheless, the lecturer went back to Cornell. where that fall the whole campus, like the whole of America, was terrified over the possibility that the Soviet Union, by smuggling missiles into Cuba, had brought the globe to the precipice of nuclear war. The lecturer found himself, for the most part, untroubled. Everything would be fine, he insisted, in seminar rooms and coffee houses. The capitalists were too greedy to blow up the globe. The communists were too patient. When the crisis was settled, others pointed to the decisive action and wise statecraft of the youthful American president they so admired, but the lecturer knew that it was only the inevitable turn of the wheel of history. A few months later, he finished his philosophy degree with honors. He spent 2 vacations and half the summer back in Cuba, and one night in July engaged in ferocious argument with a black woman who had delivered a controversial talk that morning on the appropriate uses of nonviolent resistance. Her nom de guerre was Miranda, but she was notorious across America as Commander M, leader of the terror group known only as Agony, which had carried out several actions across the South. She was accompanied by her second-in-command, a sandy-haired Southerner in overalls who nodded at her every sentence. His name was Paul, and he seemed to be in love with her. The lecturer could not tell whether she reciprocated. Later that evening, he took Paul aside and reminded him that in a revolutionary movement, bourgeois sentimentality about romantic attachment was a vice. But the fool professed to have no idea what he was talking about. The lecturer decided not to worry about it. This was his first meeting with elements of Agony, which had always struck him as a rather amateurish lot. He assumed that it would be his last. Back in the States, the lecturer entered graduate school in New York City, where he kept arguing political theory in coffee houses and across chess tables and kept writing his increasingly ferocious articles. More than one of his professors urged him to calm down, but he was always calm, always in control. They simply did not like what he was saying, and in his judgment were unable to refute it. 2 days before Christmas of 1963, the lecturer packed his bags to head home for a few days to visit his mother. He was on a wooden bench at Grand Central waiting for the train to New Haven when 2 men in overcoats plopped down beside him, one on each side. The one on his left was a Negro. Even before they flashed their identification wallets, he knew that they were J. Edgar's boys. "My name is Special Agent Stillwell," said the one on the right. "This is Agent Barron. We're with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We'd like a brief word with you if it's not too much trouble." "It's too much trouble," the lecturer assured him. "Go away." "All we want is a little information," Stillwell continued in a murmur. The Daily News covered his face. No one else would know that he was saying a word. A little help to keep things from getting too violent. "Leave me alone." "You've gotten yourself involved with some very nasty people," said Barron, the black agent from his left. "The game is about to get very rough, very scary. You might want to start with an ace in the hole, a way out." "That's us," added Stillwell. "I told you to leave me alone. I know my rights. Keep your voice down. Don't look at us. Just sort of whisper without moving your lips. Didn't they teach you that in Cuba?" "I don't have anything to say to you," said the lecturer, unable to hide the tremor of surprise. "We don't care about what you might do overseas," Stillwell purred. "That's not our purview. We care about what happens here. Who gets blown up or shot to pieces? That's what Agony does. They're dangerous people." "Anything you can tell us," said Barron. "Whatever she may have let slip. We're just trying to keep people alive here, that's all." The lecturer stared at Barron. Then he stared at Stillwell. He felt his control return. "Even if I knew what you were talking about, I would have nothing to say. You are the satraps of false authority." The lecturer got to his feet. So did the FBI agents. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a train to catch." "Think about it," said Stillwell, and slipped a business card into the lecturer's pocket. "Track 18, he added. The lecturer strode angrily away. Now he was shaking. He headed toward the washroom. For the first time since the beginning of his mad odyssey, he understood that this was all real, that he had made choices and left other possibilities behind. He glared at his face in the mirror. He washed his hands. He had felt so superior to Tristan Hadley, but the professor had trapped him quite neatly. Now 2 roads loomed before him, and 2 only. He washed his face. He pulled out the agent's card, studied it briefly, then shook his head, tore it to pieces, and threw them in the overflowing waste can. Christmas with his mother was grim. They both knew that her boy had come home to say goodbye, but neither of them could find the words. 9. The lecturer puts down the flare and closes his eyes. Thinking back, he realizes that he had been scared only of what he had gotten himself into, never of the agents. They were not supermen. They were flesh and blood like everybody else. In a camp he had worked at in Algeria, the targets were gussied up to look like soldiers, French soldiers, American soldiers, and the students shot them full of holes without so much as flinching. That scared him sometimes. That scared him a lot. The fact that they didn't flinch. The lecturer had been in the car with Huey Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland in 1967 on the fateful night when a cop pulled them over, and Huey sparked a movement when he climbed out of the car carrying his gun, told the cop he was exercising his constitutional rights, and warned him that if he tried to take the gun away, he would get shot. That night and the nights of armed black patrols that followed put the Black Panthers on the map. The lecturer had been sent to California to bring back a report on their ideology, but the truth was he did not entirely believe that they had one. They had discipline, though, and they had commitment, and he admired both. Despite their public image, the Panthers were not true revolutionaries. Their manifesto, when stripped of the rhetoric, was largely reformist. Well, except for that nice business about holding a plebiscite in which Negroes would get to vote on whether or not to remain part of the nation. The Communist Party had supported self-determination for America's black population since the 1920s, and the lecturer supposes that as a formal matter it supports it still. He opens his eyes and without rising looks up through the stained glass at the house across the street. Once more he imagines old Harlem, Frederick's Harlem, Kimberly's Harlem, the black bourgeoisie. They would never vote to leave. He thinks about the tens and hundreds of thousands who volunteered to fight in the nation's wars, his own father among them. They fought and often died. They too would never vote to leave. That they risked their lives for a country that hated them implied that they loved that country even more than the Caucasians did. The lecturer shudders. The weight of that realization is, for a mad instant, all but unbearable. How will the revolution ever reach those who take such pride in their patriotic fervor? Maybe Lenin was wrong. He shakes off the mood and once more lifts his pen. Time to admit the truth. He is not writing to his mother or to his father. He is not writing for posterity or for those he sent out to kill. The truth is that he is writing to Junie, writing in the shameful, desperate hope that whether by the will of God or through some random act of governmental incompetence, this letter will find its way into her hands. He wants her to understand that he is sorry for what he did to her, and why, if he could go back and do it again, he would have done things exactly the same. 10. He had his second encounter with the notorious Commander M in the summer of 1966 when he was sent home to solve the murder of a Klansman. By this time he had left graduate school and indeed left America. During the break of 1964, he had traveled to Algeria for a conference on revolutionary theory and never returned. By this time, he had several hardline essays in fringe publications to his credit. One of the pieces written shortly before independence had extolled Ahmed Ben Bella, leader of the Front de Liberation Nationale, which most of the West considered terrorist thugs. Ben Bella was now president of Algeria, and the essay had come to his attention through the efforts of Tris Hadley, who continued to take an interest in his protege and had connections everywhere. After the conference, the lecturer was asked to remain in Algiers for a few days. A week later, he was asked if he was willing to undertake a special action. Sitting at his attic desk, he hesitates, then decides not to describe either the action or who asked him to do it. And when he had performed the task, he was asked whether he would be willing to do ideological training more frequently. There would be risks, he was assured, but the work was important to the revolution, and there were few who were good at it. The way they were buttering him up, the lecturer was sure that the risks were even greater than the recruiters were describing, and he turned out to be right. Nevertheless, he persevered in his calm, orderly way. He trained cadres in walled compounds in North Africa where guards and dogs protected the perimeter, and in dank, shuttered basements in Latin America where every shuffle in the street outside might be a prelude to a raid by the security services and an introduction to the delights of interrogation. Conferring with a revolutionary cell in the back room of a beer hall in Munich, he marveled that nobody sees the unhappy symmetry. Meeting American students who had traveled to Hanoi to protest the war, he is struck by both their appealing naivete and the dangerous simplicity of their view of the world. In between, he found time to give papers at conferences, including the Second Afro-Asian Conference, held in Algeria in February of 1965, where he was part of the audience that widely applauded Che Guevara's speech on why the socialist countries had an obligation to afford financial and other support for all anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist movements, whether they were socialist or not. At the time of the summons to return to America, the lecturer was at a camp in Syria, brushing up what his kind called technical skills and lecturing on the ideology of revolution to volunteers who only gradually, now that it was too late to back out, had started to understand just what they had joined. Months earlier, he had been in graduate school, but in this business, every month was an eternity. One day after the usual lunch of lamb stew with rice, the camp commandant called him in and told him that he had an assignment back in the States. The air was stifling. The electricity was out, so the fan on the desk was useless junk. The lecturer pointed out that he was now a wanted man at home. That would not be a problem, the commandant assured him. Documents had been prepared. The lecturer asked what the task was. When he had heard the commandant out, he erupted in fury, which is to say that he raised an eyebrow and frowned. "Why do we care about the death of a Klansman?" he asked. "Surely his execution serves to advance the cause." "I have your orders here," the commandant replied. And so, of course, the lecturer packed his bag. He had no idea at what level the decision had been made or why the duty devolved on him rather than on someone else, but he was a soldier, and he would go where he was sent. On a sultry, lazy afternoon 2 days later, he rang the rear bell of a lovely Victorian house in what must have been the whitest neighborhood of America's most segregated city, Charleston, South Carolina. To avoid worrying whoever might be peering from the windows next door, he arrived in a plumber's van and wore dirty overalls. Through the screen, a uniformed Negro maid asked whether she could help him. "Somebody called for a plumber," he said. "I'm Jeremy." The maid opened the screen door. "You'd better come in," she said. They stood together in the kitchen. The maid looked him over. He returned her scrutiny. She was small and dark and appropriately somber, but something in the wide brown eyes announced that she was play-acting every bit as much as he was. And no wonder, given that the woman standing before him was Commander M. "I thought you'd be older," she finally said. "I can't believe they sent me an expert 10 years younger than I am." She offered her hand. "I'm Junie," she said. "We met in Cuba," he reminded her. "And my instructions are that I'm to call me Junie." He finally shook. Her hand was warm and firm. "Pleasure to meet you, Comrade Junie. Just Junie, please." She smiled, then a quick mischievous flicker before undoing her apron and tugging a small handgun from her waistband. She laid it on the table. She whistled twice, and a thick-set black man in a threadbare suit stepped from the hallway. A shotgun rested in the crook of his heavy arm. "This Man Mountain is Hammy," she said. "And you are?" "I told you, Jeremy. We use real names here. We don't keep secrets." "I do." He realized that the time had come to assert himself. "Who else is in the house?" "One upstairs watching the street and 2 out running errands." Again she gave him a searching look. Then she moved toward the counter. "I just brewed some coffee." He allowed her to pour him a cup. They sat at the table. Hammy had vanished, leaving them alone to talk. "Would you like to see the basement?" she asked. "The scene of the crime, so to speak?" "Yes, please, in a moment. First, I would like to understand your living arrangements." Junie explained. The fiction was simple and clever. Sharon and Paul, the 2 Caucasians in the group, played the part of a happily married white couple, more coloration. Paul was from Tennessee, and put it about that he had inherited a small sum and had settled in South Carolina to write the great Southern novel everyone had been waiting for since Faulkner. His wife got to know every merchant in town. The couple had a lot of money to spend, and because it was inherited money, it was respectable. Also living in the house were 3 Negroes, a maid, a cook, and Hammy, who doubled as a chauffeur and yard man. Junie was the cook. Kimberly was the maid. The lecturer interrupted. "Kimberly Eldon? That's right. Why do you ask? Do you know her? Never mind. Please continue." Junie sipped her coffee. "Anyway," she said, That was the public profile, a white couple and 3 colored servants. Privately, however, the cadre remained under her command. Paul ranked just beneath her. The others did as they were told. The other thing nobody in Charleston knew was that the house was an arsenal, packed with enough weapons to hold off the state militia for a week. That was the profile, she repeated. Then she told him about the crime. 11. 2 weeks ago, said Junie, Paul had returned to the house in a frothing fury. At a local country club, he and his wife had been introduced to an elderly man whose name was familiar. At the public library, Paul had discovered that the man had once been a leader of the local clan, and although his night riding days were long behind him, some 15 years ago he had been suspected but never indicted in the disappearance of the plaintiff in a desegregation case in Clarendon County. Junie warned her cadre that they were not there to seek revenge. They had a mission, which she declined to discuss with the lecturer. He approved of her discretion. He was an outsider, after all. Despite Junie's order, a few days later, Paul, Sharon, and Kimberly arrived back at the safe house with the retired Klansman in the trunk of their car. How had the abduction been accomplished, he asked. He has a house down by the river. They drove right up to his door. A white couple and their maid wouldn't raise an eyebrow. As soon as they were sure he was alone, they pulled their guns. Someone could have seen the car. I know, I told you it was stupid. Did anyone see the car? I have no idea. I'm trying to find out. I see. The lecturer did not disguise his unhappiness with this answer. Please continue. Junie gave him a look but went on with the story. When her 3 subordinates arrived with the Klansman, she was flabbergasted and for once indecisive. She told them to keep him bound and blindfolded and to lock him in the basement. The only entrance was through the kitchen. She ordered that food and water be sent down, then padlocked the door and put the key around her neck. He was not to be bothered, she said. Nobody was to do anything until she'd had a chance to think. She sensed their sullen resentment, but she was the commander and they had other work to do. You should have killed him at once, said the lecturer. Then you would not be in this mess. That's certainly what my cadre thought, Junie conceded. She and Sharon had to go out that night to a meeting about which she would say no more. There was no way to avoid it. She left Paul in charge. She told him that she was trusting him to see that no harm came to the prisoner. She told him to stand guard in the kitchen until she and Sharon returned. When they got back a few hours later, Junie undid the padlock and went downstairs to check on the prisoner. He was alive, she was sure of that. She came back up and relocked the door. Paul and Hammy were to take turns guarding the kitchen. Then she went upstairs to the room she shared with Kimberly, her fellow colored servant. In the morning, the prisoner was dead, strangled. Hammy had stood watch most of the night, but he freely admitted that he had left his post when he heard a trash can fall over outside. He had hurried into the yard. A raccoon, he thought. He swept up the garbage, reclosed the can, and returned to the kitchen. The padlock, he swore, was still in place. The trash can was a diversion, said the lecturer. I know that, said Junie. I just don't know who did the diverting. She fingered her necklace, or how the killer got into the basement if I had the key. You were asleep. The key was still around my neck. Is there a second key? No, this is the only one. How do you know? His browbeating was starting to annoy her, which they both knew was his intention. I bought the padlock myself. I threw the other key in the river. Why? Because if I ever needed to lock anything up, I wanted to be sure I could control who got at it. The lecturer pondered. He did his sums. He knew that his sudden silence was irritating her, but he wanted to check the addition. That's your 3rd cup of coffee since I arrived, he said. She looked at her cup. I suppose it could be. Do you drink a lot of it? Yes. Even at night? Sometimes. On the night in question? Probably. Your coffee was drugged. Junie gasped, then laughed. That's crazy. Who would drug my coffee? That's nuts. She grew serious again. Besides, drugging me wouldn't do them any good. Even if I was asleep upstairs, the key would still be around my neck. They couldn't get it without waking Kimberly. Or did they drug her too? Oh. Yes. Oh. The lecturer looked at her closely. You are not truly surprised. You are pretending. That's not true. He ignored this. You've known all along who it was. I'm not here to solve the murder. I'm here to confirm your diagnosis and help you decide what to do about the disease. The disease? When a comrade does not follow orders, Commander, there is a disease, a serious one, undiscipline. Nothing is more threatening to the revolution. But there are only two possible killers, Kimberly or yourself. And ever since your Cuba speech, your commitment to nonviolence is legendary. She was angry at last. If it was Kimberly, who created the diversion? I do not know, but surely you have studied methods of compulsory interrogation. You are not going to torture one of my comrades. I'm not going to do anything, Commander. The question is what you're going to do. He was packing his bag. You have the killer. She must be punished severely. Not for killing the Klansman, for he was a monster and deserved his horrible death. But you must establish discipline, swift and clear discipline. Your comrades should know that they dare not disobey you. Nobody deserves to die. This is a revolution, Commander, not a Broadway musical. The Klansman was a human being. Kimberly is a human being. She shook her head decisively. I won't do it. I won't torture a member of my cadre, and I certainly won't kill her. It will make no difference what you decide. Hesitate in this matter, and your subordinates will take command and carry out the punishment anyway. A commander unwilling to act when the situation demands it can be no commander. I can live with that. Perhaps you can, but even that will no longer be your decision, will it? Her eyes widened. She said nothing. I have been here too long already, said the lecturer. I must be out of the country tonight. What about Kimberly? What about her? Shouldn't you see her, talk to her? She is your problem now, Commander, not mine. Excuse me. He let himself out, walked around the front of the house. He knew she was watching from the window, and therefore he was careful not to look up. He climbed back into his truck and drove off. 12. The lecturer went first to Canada, then to Paris for a conference of socialist comrades before finally returning to Algeria, which had become his home. Time passed. Rumors were everywhere. Commander M had refused to punish Kimberly Eldon, and just as the lecturer predicted, she had lost her command. A show trial had been held. She had been demoted to the lowest level, taking orders from everyone in the group. Eventually, she disappeared. One report said she was dead. Another had it that she had abandoned radical activism to go in search of the child. Children, plural, said some, whom she had borne while underground and put up for adoption. Kimberly Eldon surfaced in New York late in 1966 and was promptly arrested. Her wealthy family hired the finest lawyers. The government, whatever its suspicions, was unable to prove that she had committed any crimes of violence. She pled guilty to a weapons charge and spent a year and a half in prison. Upon her release at the end of 1968, she was hired as an instructor at a private college in the Midwest. In early May of 1969, the lecturer returned to the States, tasked with helping Agony wind down its operations. He would rather have avoided the job, but his superiors were adamant. He was familiar with the Agony, they said. The work had to be done. His instructions were to make contact with elements of Weatherman and explore the possibility of a merger. The negotiations were to take place in Chicago during the convention of the Students for a Democratic Society. At a barricaded apartment on the south side, the lecturer met a couple of people who might or might not have been part of the Weathermen. Afterward, he went to a bar in Lincoln Park to confer with the representatives of Agony. Sharon he had, of course, expected. Paul's presence, too, made sense. Junie was a surprise. The lecturer prepared himself for enmity, but she was surprisingly friendly and even charming. The negotiations looked unpromising, but Sharon said she would take Weatherman's terms back to her people. Her people. The lecturer reminded himself to use that one. Afterward, Sharon and Paul left. Junie finished her scotch and the lecturer his club soda. They went for a walk along the lake. The water was heavy and invisible in the quiet darkness. They talked a bit about old times, Cuba and Algeria, but not Charleston, and about radicals who were mutual acquaintances, most of them in prison or in hiding or in the ground. Then they lapsed into a companionable silence as the waves whispered their slow messages along the shore. You're really not part of it anymore, are you? He asked after a bit. Agony, you've left all of that behind? I'm not sure if I'm part of it or not. I come and I go. And Sharon allows this? It seems undisciplined, also bad security. That's your big thing, isn't it? Discipline. Her smile was wan. Not mine. My dad was a preacher, but I was always the rebel in the family. My brother, my sister, they argued some, sure, but basically they did as they were told. They were good kids. I wasn't. Unsure how to respond, he decided to say nothing. You're a revolutionary. It's different for you. She spread her palms. Anyway, as you might have noticed, Sharon's not all that big on discipline either. She thinks she is, but she's not. She's not that big on anything just now. The drugs, he intoned, and other things. She's happy to let me come and go. She apprises you of her whereabouts? I know. Bad security, right? She laughed. They strolled for another hour. They talked about the prospects for a merger they both knew would not be happening. They talked about the decision of an American publisher to bring out Margella next year in English. Would that be good or bad for the revolution? They agreed that it was a shame about Kimberly Eldon. He wanted to ask Junie whether it was true that she had children and if she had found them, but found himself unexpectedly shy. He walked her back to the apartment building where she was crashing and stood for a few minutes on the step. Before he quite knew what was happening, the lecturer heard himself agreeing to meet the group next month back at the safe house in New York. I have to go to New Haven first, he said, a complete and entirely unprecedented breach of security. Come to Harlem on the way, said Junie. Pick me up. I'll go with you. 13. He puts down his pen. He has no more to say. He folds the letter and slides it into an envelope. He writes nothing on the outside. He stands up and stretches, and it occurs to him that this would be the perfect moment for a sniper to catch him from across the street, but no shot is fired. He sits on the sofa with 2 guns in his lap and lets his eyelids droop. Nothing to do now but wait. He remembers a small boy who loved his gentle mother and stern father more than anything in the world. He remembers how wounded he was after he watched both being humiliated by the university that then as now dominated New Haven. Because they were colored. Because it was the way things were. People said things were changing, but he knew it was all on the surface. The superstructure of capitalism. All the colleges were promising to admit more black students. Nobody seemed able to see the contradiction. If capitalism was the enemy, then turning more black people into little capitalists would only serve to strengthen the very system that oppressed the working class. The darker nation was excited at the changes in the wind, but deep down the ruling class was laughing at. 14. This time, the footfall on the stair is unmistakable. The pigs have arrived at last. The lecturer hears a fumbling at the door. He throws himself onto the floor on the far side of the desk. If the knob is turned the wrong way, the grenade will go off. He has the Walther in hand. He has pulled the Ruger to the floor with him. He duck walks backward and grabs the M1, then changes his mind and takes the Game Master instead. He kneels, adjusts the sight, focuses on the door, which swings half open. No explosion. It's me, says Junie. Don't shoot. 15. They are sitting on the sofa together underneath a side window out of line of sight from the door. They are armed to the teeth. You shouldn't have come back, he says. They have been sitting in silence for almost an hour. Outside it is full dark. I know. We're going to die here, she considers. Maybe, she says. I hope not. He looks at her. You're not staying. No. You shouldn't either. There's still time to get away. Let me guess, you're not going to the alternate safe house? She shakes her head. I went to Chicago for Sharon's sake. I guess that's why I stayed here too, but it's over for me. I'm out of it. I can't do this anymore. And you found your babies, he thinks, but does not say. Perhaps the rumor is true. But he knows she will never tell him. And you're not here, I suspect, to save my hide? I know your mind is made up. That's not why I'm here. Why then? I wanted to thank you, she says. For what? For forcing me to admit the truth. What truth? That I should never have joined Agony. I should never have been the commander. I've wondered about that, he says after a bit. I've gone over every one of Agony's actions all the way back to 1958. I found an interesting pattern. What pattern is that? You were violent without being violent. He smiles at her evident puzzlement, which he is certain is feigned. Agony blew things up. You shot up the car of a sheriff who'd beaten demonstrators, or the home of a deputy who'd let the mob have its way with his prisoner. You carried out exactly 22 actions during the period when you were commander. And in those 22 actions, only one person was killed, probably by accident. Besides, that was at the very end when others were calling the shots. You're forgetting the Klansman. No, I'm not. I'll come to him in a moment, he yawns. The work of waiting has worn him out. He wishes they would come. I think this pattern was intentional. You never wanted to kill anyone. How Agony was formed, where the money came from, who placed you in command, these are mysteries, the answers to which I will never know. I have my suspicions, but I will never know. Still, whoever it was who chose you did so precisely because you would keep the violence under control, scare people without killing people. It's actually rather clever. It's not clever at all, and I'm not as pacifistic as you think. From my point of view as a revolutionary, no, it is not clever. It is remarkably stupid, a waste of resources. Nonviolent actions will rarely suffice to awaken the sleeping conscience of the proletariat. He holds up a palm to forestall her response. I know, but listen to me. If your goal is not revolution but reform, then Agony is the perfect vehicle. You scare people but never hurt anyone. If you had your way, nobody would even be scratched. This is not a compliment. You should never have been the commander. But I was. Yes, you were the commander. And when you refused to punish Kimberly Eldon for disobeying your orders and killing the Klansmen, everything was clear. That I should be deposed, you mean? That Sharon and Paul would take over and Agony would turn violent? No, Junie. What was clear was that you were the killer. 16. Look at it from my point of view. I am called to America to solve a murder that is already solved. I am asked how to deal with a comrade who has disobeyed your orders, even though you know my views on the revolution well enough to know what I will say. And then you refuse to carry out the only true option you have. From which you conclude what? From which I conclude that you never intended to discipline Kimberly Eldon. You needed me to find her guilty, but that was only to divert the suspicion from yourself. She's staring at him now, beautiful brown eyes wide in the gray darkness. She says nothing. You accepted the story about the drug coffee too easily. But you know as well as I do that drugging people with any certainty is no easy task. If they used enough to make sure you wouldn't wake up, you would have tasted the difference. Or even if you didn't, you'd have been knocked out before you could climb 2 flights of stairs. Junie is fingering the trigger of the Walther. The lecturer watches her do it and knows she knows he is watching. You can relax, he says. There's nobody here but us. How did I do it? She asks. When? The diversion, the trash can being knocked over. I was upstairs asleep when that happened. And if Kimberly didn't do it, then Kimberly can vouch for me. She considers. And before that, I was miles away. Sharon can vouch for me. I thought about that. And at first I reasoned that the two of you were working together. If you and Sharon snuck back into the house, naturally she could vouch for you. But then I decided the idea was ridiculous. Sharon was after your job. She would have no reason to cooperate. As for Kimberly, she was little more than a hanger-on. She would have betrayed you in a second, and you know it. From which you conclude that you acted alone. But how? When could I have done it? Before we left, the prisoner was guarded. After we got back, the prisoner was guarded. When could I possibly have killed him? You told me yourself. When you got back with Sharon. Just before you told Hammy and Paul to guard the basement all night, remember? You told me that you unlocked the door and went downstairs to make sure he was all right. You came back up and told the group that he was, but that was a lie. You had killed him right under their noses, and you knew you would get away with it, your reputation for nonviolence unsullied. They lapsed into silence again, almost as companionable as by the lake that night in Chicago. Wow, she finally says. Wow, indeed. So what happens now? Nothing. You go off to find your children, and I sit here and wait for the feds. You mean the pigs? He smiles. Sorry. You're getting soft in your old age. All the more reason. They stand, face each other, hug, briefly, then fiercely. What's your real name? She asks. I'm tired of calling you Jeremy. It's just a name, he says. It doesn't mean anything. Tell me anyway. He tells her. There is no reason not to tell her. In a day or two, she will read it in the papers anyway. That's a nice name, she says. My parents thought so. I bet they were great people. Quite excellent, in fact. For some reason, they both laugh. Come with me, she says again. I can't do that. You can. Everything's arranged. Transport out of here. We'll be gone before the FBI gets here. I can promise you that. Frederick again. He is thinking, but maybe not. Maybe this strange, brilliant woman has contacts of which he knows nothing. I have to stay, says the lecturer. I've done terrible things. I have to pay for my sins. I've done terrible things too. They don't compare. Not even close. I killed a helpless old man. You executed a vicious, murdering Klansman, a man for whom you actually had compassion. I imagine that you stood there, you took the tape off his mouth to ask if he needed anything, and he said something foul. You lost control for an instant, that's all. That's what you imagine. Yes, Junie, that's what I imagine. You didn't say commander. You're not the commander anymore. They have drawn apart now, but their hands are still linked. He was still a human being, she says. I know. He didn't deserve. She trails off. At first, the lecturer thinks that she is tired of her own argument. Then he realizes that she has heard something that he missed. It's time to go, she says, right now. Goodbye, Junie. Are you sure? It's the best thing, he says. For the revolution. She smiles at that, gets up on her toes, kisses him lightly. Then, without a look back, she slips out the door and is gone. The lecturer remains in exactly the same spot, unmoving, hands outstretched as if reaching for hers. He is still standing there, unarmed, when they blow 3 holes in the roof and come pouring in. Stephen L. Carter is the William Nelson Cromwell Professor of Law at Yale, where he has taught for more than 35 years. He is the author of 6 best-selling novels, including The Emperor of Ocean Park, New England White, and The Impeachment of Abraham Lincoln. He has published dozens of articles in law reviews and many hundreds of op-eds, as well as 8 acclaimed works of nonfiction, including The Culture of Disbelief and The Violence of Peace, America's Wars in the Age of Obama. His next book is a biography of the first black woman prosecutor in New York who battled the mob in the 1930s.
Lee Child. New blank document. This was all about 10 years ago, back when I didn't get many cold calls at all. Maybe I would get 2 in a month, sometimes 3. Random assignments because I was cheap and I was always available. I was the new freelancer making his name, fully aware that for a long time pickings would be slim, so I was also always willing. I was happy to go anywhere and do anything. A couple thousand words here or there would pay my rent. Another couple thousand would put food on my table. My phone rang and I answered it and heard faint whistling and scratching, not a local number. Turned out to be a magazine editor in Paris, France, a transatlantic call. The first I ever got. The guy's English was accented but fluent. He said he had gotten my name from a bureau. The place he mentioned was one we all signed up for in the hopes of getting a little local legwork for a foreign publication. Turned out my hopes had come true that day. The guy in Paris said he wanted to send me on just such an assignment. He said his magazine was the biggest this and the biggest that, but in the end what it boiled down to for me was that he wanted sidebar coverage about some guy's brother. Cuthbert Jackson's brother, he said reverently, like he was awarding me the Nobel Prize for literature. I didn't answer. I pecked out Cuthbert Jackson one-handed on my keyboard, and the search engine came back with an obscure American jazz pianist, an old black guy born in Florida but for a long time permanently resident in France. I said, Cuthbert Jackson, the piano player? And so much more, the Paris guy said. You know him, of course. My magazine is attempting a full-scale biography. We plan to serialize it over 13 weeks. Recently, for the first time ever, Monsieur Jackson revealed he has a living relative, a brother still in Florida. Naturally, we need to include his point of view in our story. You must go see him at once. Am I correct you live near Florida? As a matter of fact, he was correct, which I guess explained how he picked me out of the Bureau's list. Simple geography, less mileage. I said, Florida is a big state, but yes, I live right next to it. Ideally, you should obtain biographical detail about their family situation. That would be excellent, but don't worry. Worst case, we can use anything you get as purely sidebar coverage if necessary, as if to say, by the way, Monsieur Jackson has a brother, and this is where he's living, and this is what he's doing. I understand, I said. This is very important. I understand, I said again. 10 years ago, the net was not what it is today, but it was far enough along to give me what I needed. There were message boards and fan forums and websites with old photographs and jazz history sites and some political stuff, mostly in French. Long story short, Cuthbert Jackson was born in 1925 in a no-account shithole in the Florida Panhandle. There was one piano in town and he played it all the time. He was such a prodigy that by the time he was 4, people were so used to it they stopped mentioning it. At the age of 18, he was drafted by the U.S. Army and trained up as a support engineer. He was sent to Europe with the D-Day invasion. He was sent to Paris to march in the GI parade after liberation. He never left. At first he was listed as AWOL, and then he was forgotten about. He played the piano in Paris all through the grim post-war years, sweating in tiny downstairs clubs for people desperate for something new to believe in, who found part of it in American music played by an exiled black man. He would have said he was evolving the music, not just playing it, perhaps faster and more radically because of his isolation. He wasn't in L.A. or Greenwich Village. He wasn't really hearing anyone else's stuff, which made some folks call his direction a school or a movement, which led to existential disputes with devotees of other schools and movements, which led to growing fame, which in an adopted French way made him more and more reclusive, which made him more and more famous. What little he said he considered plain common sense, but when translated into French, he sounded like Socrates. His record sales went through the roof. In France. Nowhere else. It was a thing back then. There were black writers and poets and painters, all Americans, all living in Paris, all doing well. News weeklies did a couple of stories. Cuthbert Jackson's name came up. Because of the political stuff, France was moving right along. It had aerospace and automobiles and nuclear bombs. Everyone was doing pretty well. Except Americans were doing better, which led to a heady mixture of disdain and envy, which led to criticism, which led to a question. Why do your black people do better when they come over here? Which was kind of smug and totally circular because it wasn't really a question but a move in the game. Either way, it was buried by the gigantic storms already brewing at home. By contrast, it seemed quaint and civilized. People agreed a movie could be made. People wondered if a State Department memo could be optioned. Cuthbert Jackson himself generally ignored the issue, but if asked a direct question, he would answer, with what he considered plain common sense, though as he got older and terser, the French translations came out more and more weird and philosophical. One guy wrote a whole book about Jackson's 5-word answer to a question about the likely future of mankind. His most recent CD was with his regular trio, and it had sold pretty well. His most recent public statement was that he had a brother. On my map, the address everyone seemed to agree on looked to be in hardscrabble country, most of a day's drive away, so I left early. I was sure there would be no motels. I figured I would sleep in the car, anything and anywhere. I had rent to pay. The town was as bad as I had expected, maybe a little meaner. It was all low houses grouped tight around what looked like the archaeological ruins of a previous civilization. Some kind of an old factory, maybe sugar, and the stores and the banks that followed, some in decent buildings, even handsome, in a modest 3-story kind of way, all abandoned decades ago, now overgrown and falling down. I got out of the car where I saw a group of men gathered. They were all waiting for something. There was a mixture of impatience for it and certainty it would arrive. I asked the guy, "What's coming?" He said, "The pizza truck." It showed up right on time and turned out to be their new version of a bar, since their last real bar fell down. The pizza guy had cans of beer in a cooler, which might or might not have complied with country ordinances, but which either way turned eating pizza into a standing around event like the best kind of place, with the beer playing the role of the beer and the pizza standing in for the potato chips and the salted peanuts. I counted 20 people. I told one of them I was looking for Cuthbert Jackson's brother. He said, "Who?" "Cuthbert Jackson. He played the piano. He had a brother." Another guy said, "Who?" And then another. They all seemed interested. Maybe they ran out of things to say about pizza? I said, "He's famous in France." No reaction. I asked, "Who is the oldest person here?" Turned out to be a guy aged 80 eating a pepperoni pie and drinking a High Life. I asked him, "Do you remember World War II? He said, "Sure I do." Cuthbert Jackson went in the army when he was 18, which would make you 16 at the time. Prior to that, he could play the piano real well. You probably heard him. "That kid never came back." "Because he stayed in France. We thought he was killed." "He wasn't. Now he says he has a brother." "Is he still a musician?" "Very much so." "Then maybe it's a metaphor. You know what it's like with artistic people. Maybe he had some kind of spiritual epiphany, all about the brotherhood of man." "Suppose he didn't." "Are you a reporter?" "Proud to be," I said, like I always planned to. "Who do you work for?" "Anyone prepared to pay me. Right now, a magazine in France." The guy said, "We thought he was killed. Why would he stay in France? I don't see how that's natural." I said, "Do you know his brother?" "Sure," he said. And he walked me a couple of steps and waved the pointed end of his pepperoni pie at the last house on the next street. I knocked on the door, and it was opened by another guy who looked about 80, which was about right. Cuthbert himself was 82. His long-lost brother would be plus or minus. The old guy said his name was Albert Jackson. I told him a guy from these parts named Cuthbert Jackson had become very famous in France. Recently, he had added to his bio that he had a brother. "Why would he say that?" Albert asked. "Is it not true?" "On the television shows, they want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm just a reporter asking a question." "What was the question?" "Are you Cuthbert Jackson's brother?" Albert Jackson said, "Yes, I am." "That's good." "Is it?" "In the sense that the new bio is proved correct. Future historians will not be misled. In France, I mean. A guy wrote a whole book about 5 words, he said. I haven't seen him for more than 60 years. What do you remember of him?" "He could play the piano." "Did you think he was killed in the war?" Albert shook his head. "He told me many times. He was going to let them take him all over, and he was going to pick out the best place he saw, and he was going to stay there. He said that if war lasted long enough for me to get drafted, I should do the same thing. Because it would be better somewhere else for a black man? Who plays the piano, I guess. Although plenty of piano-playing folk are doing pretty good right here. Did you ever hear from him?" "One time. I wrote him about something, and he wrote me back." "Were you surprised he never came home?" "I guess a little at first, but later not so much." "Would you help me out with background information about your family situation?" "I guess someone needs to." "Why is that?" "You think the bio is correct, but it ain't. Historians will be wrong. I don't know why he said what he said, that he had a brother. I'm not sure what he meant. I might want some time to figure it out." "I don't understand. You just told me you and he are brothers." "We are." "Then what's the problem?" "The bio should say he had 2 brothers." We sat down, and I took out my computer, and Albert started to tell me the story, but as soon as I saw where it was going, I paused him momentarily and saved the French file and opened a new blank document for what I felt was going to be the real story. I remember the moment. It felt like journalists ought to feel. A black farmer named Bertrand Jackson had 3 sons and 3 daughters, all 30 months apart, all perfectly interlaced in terms of gender. Cuthbert first, the eldest boy, who grew up playing the piano, then went to war, then stayed overseas. The middle boy was Albert, sitting right there telling me the story, and the youngest boy was Robert. The girls in between were delightful. Their mother was happy. The land was producing. Things were pretty good for the farmer. He felt like a man of substance, altogether a success. He had only one problem. His youngest son, Robert, was slow in the head. He was always smiling, always amiable, but farm work was beyond him, which was okay. The others could carry him. Then the farmer made a mistake. Because he felt like a man of substance, he tried to register to vote in the presidential election. He felt it was his civic duty. He kept on going a good long time before he gave up. Afterward, a county guy told him never to try again. Things got chilly. They were jealous, he figured, because his farm was doing well. Maybe a little disconcerted. November rolled into December. Meanwhile, the farmer had gotten Robert a job sweeping up the dry goods store where he bought his seed. The owner was a white guy. Sometimes his daughter worked the register. Christmas was coming, so Robert made her a card. He labored over the writing. He put, "I hope you send me a card too." Her daddy saw it, and he showed it to his friends, and pretty soon a lynch mob was coming for Robert because of his lewd interracial suggestion. He was made to stand on a riverbank, tied hand and foot. His daddy, the farmer, was made to watch. Robert was told he had a choice. He could fall off the riverbank by himself, or they could shoot him off. Either way, he was going in the water. He was going to drown. Nothing could be done about that part. Robert said, "Daddy, help me." And the farmer said, "I'm sorry, son. I can't because I have 4 more at home and a farm and your mother." Robert fell in by himself. Afterward, the same county guy came by and said, "Now you see what happens." He said, "Voting ain't for you." Albert said he told Cuthbert all about it in great detail in a long letter, about how it didn't even make the local paper, about how the county police wrote it up as a disobedient child warned not to swim. Cuthbert wrote back from Paris, depressed but resigned, and impatient. They had fought in the war. How much longer? After that, Albert stopped being surprised his brother didn't come home. I drove 200 miles back the way I had come and took a nap in the passenger's seat when I got tired, and then I carried on again. I wanted to get to work, but when I did, I couldn't. I felt ethically the story belonged to the French magazine, but it was a story I didn't want them to have, or any other nation. I wasn't exactly sure why. Not washing dirty laundry in public, I guessed. United we stand, divided we fall. Clichés were clichés for a reason. I felt like a bad journalist. Then I realized Cuthbert Jackson had made the same choice. All through the political years, he was Socrates. He could have told a devastating tale. He could have leveraged his exile sky high, but he didn't. He never said a word about Robert. I wondered if he knew exactly why. I wanted to ask him. For a minute, I wondered if the magazine would fly me to Paris. In the end, I stayed home and wrote it up purely as a sidebar. I put, in effect, "By the way, Monsieur Jackson has a brother, and this is where he's living, and this is what he's doing." I got paid enough to buy dinner for my friends. We talked about Cuthbert's silence all night long, but we came to no conclusions. Lee Child, previously a television director, union organizer, theater technician, and law student, was fired and on the dole when he hatched a harebrained scheme to write a best-selling novel, thus saving his family from ruin. Killing Floor went on to win worldwide acclaim. His most recent novel is The Midnight Line, the 22nd Reacher novel. The hero of his series, Jack Reacher, besides being fictional, is a kind-hearted soul who allows Lee lots of spare time for reading, listening to music, and watching Yankees and Aston Villa games. Lee was born in England, but now lives in New York City and leaves the island of Manhattan only when required to by forces beyond his control. Visit Lee online at leechild.com for more information about the novels, short stories, and the movies Jack Reacher and Jack Reacher Never Go Back starring Tom Cruise. Lee can also be found on Facebook, Lee Child Official, Twitter, @LeeChildReacher, and YouTube, Lee Child, Jack Reacher.
Mary Higgins Clark. Veterans Day. It's a shame the weather is so bad for the Veterans Day parade, Jack Kearns thought as he settled in his chair. Because he didn't march any longer, he was grateful that from the window of their third-floor apartment on Fifth Avenue, he wouldn't miss a minute of it. "Are you all right?" Valerie asked as she walked into the living room. "Anything you want? Coffee? Water? A scotch?" "No thanks to all three. And I'm absolutely fine," Jack said cheerfully. "I know you're disappointed not to be marching today, but at 92 it was time to give it up." Jack smiled as his wife dropped a kiss on the top of his thinning hair. "Just because you're only 85 doesn't mean you can start treating me like an invalid," he warned. "In fact, you're nearer to 86 than 85. "And you're nearer to 93 than 92, Valerie retorted. "All right, I'm off to the hairdresser. Enjoy the parade." Jack heard the click of the door closing, then gave his full attention to the scene in front of him. "It sure does look pretty miserable outside," he was forced to agree, as he watched the remaining World War II veterans waving gamely through the rain that was pelting down on the floats they were riding. As always, his thoughts turned to his twin brother. "We're missing marching in this one, Tim," he said aloud. "But you can't blame me. Val always was the boss in this house." He was sure from the affectionate tone in his voice that Tim knew he was only kidding. And then his mind went back to that terrible day when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The words of President Roosevelt rang through his mind, "A date which will live in infamy. A state of war exists." "Tim, you and I were high school students. We couldn't wait until we had our diplomas in our hands before we could enlist and be on our way. You in the Army and me in the Navy. I sang Anchors Aweigh, and you tried to drown me out by bellowing, 'You're in the Army now.' And then we were off to war. A couple of kids who couldn't even imagine what it would be like. You landed at Normandy, and my ship got hit by a bomb in the Pacific. It was several long years before it was over, and then the whole country was jumping with joy. We had always planned that we would go to Fordham together. It was there that I met Valerie. Of course, you always had eyes for only one girl. You met Jenny in kindergarten. There was never anyone else for you. And after that, there was never a time when you weren't nearby. You were there the day I graduated from Fordham, and you were there again when I got my law degree. The days when Timmy and Rob and Johnny were born, you were always there." Jack raised his hand and spontaneously waved to one of the oldest veterans in the parade. That poor guy better have a good stiff drink when he gets out of the rain, he thought. "Now, Tim, I wish we were watching this together. I can imagine the stories we would be telling." But of course it wasn't to be. I came home from service, and you didn't. I remember the first time I went to Normandy and visited your grave. Sergeant Timothy Michael Kearns. You were lying between a captain on one side and a lieutenant colonel on the other. Right where you should be. But you've always been with me. Every day of my life. Jenny waited 10 years before she married. I know you would have wanted her to have a husband and children, but she told me long ago that a piece of her heart will always belong to you. Jack stood up and reached his hand to touch the gold star in the window, the symbol of a serviceman who gave his life for his country. "You were proud to do it, Tim," he said. And then as he looked down, he saw what seemed like a battalion of veterans looking up at the window and saluting Tim's gold star. Mary Higgins Clark's books are worldwide bestsellers. In the United States alone, her books have sold over 100 million copies. Her most recent suspense novel, All by Myself Alone was published by Simon & Schuster in April 2017. She also published a collaborative novel in November 2014 with Alifair Burke, The Cinderella Murder, All Dressed in White in November 2015, and The Sleeping Beauty Killer in 2016. She is the author of 37 previous best-selling suspense novels, 4 collections of short stories, the most recent, Death Wears a Beauty Mask, a historical novel, a memoir, and 2 children's books. She is co-author with her daughter Carol Higgins Clark of 5 suspense novels. 2 of her novels were made into feature films and many of her other works into television films.
Michael Cunningham. Atonement. Yes, I've committed some of the crimes. The little crimes. Sure I have. Who hasn't? Have I lied about love? Have I allowed others to believe that it was all their fault? Have I flattered fools, pretended to have read certain books, claimed never to have received your messages? Yes, 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 and yes. Who hasn't? Not those exact transgressions, of course, but others. We all have our litanies, some of which we talk about, and some of which we don't. I've learned to talk about mine, if only to myself, if only because no one else seems to be listening. The tricky part is determining which of the crimes was the one that mattered, because, as I've learned being here, almost all criminals, the people I once thought of as real criminals, consider their deeds justifiable or inevitable, or at the outer edges of the extreme, punchlines to long, bad jokes about childhood deprivation and abuse, about the eagerness of their victims to be victims. In the common area, a sultry-voiced man said just recently, "I made those people famous by killing them. They were nobody before I came along, and then they were in People magazine." About the smash-up of civilization, or the chip implanted in a molar by that emergency room dentist in late-night Indianapolis. It's one of the surprises. Nobody, no one I've met, looks into a mirror and thinks, "Here stands a criminal." Not seriously. We've only committed the little crimes. The jacket you never returned, the falsified resume, the affair with the kid who was really too young to know better, the rape, the bludgeon, the slit throat. We had our reasons, pretty much every time. Which means that all crimes are little crimes, or that no crimes are little crimes, or that there's not much difference between the two. But which of my own crimes was the one that mattered? We spend most of our time in our rooms, pondering that question. We call them our rooms. If we call them by any other name when we speak to one of the guards, we're corrected. "You're asking to leave the common area and go back to your room? Is that what you're asking?" It is. I tend to prefer my room to the common area, where people say things I don't always like to hear. "Once I get out of this place, I'm going to slice up all her babies right there in front of her." "I just want to know where my husband is. I don't understand why no one will tell me that." "No other country'd have you, even if you could get there, asshole." "I've finally begun my metamorphosis. Wait until you see what I'm becoming." "We're here because we're peculiar. They're quarantining peculiar people. Don't you understand that?" I don't spend a lot of time in the common area, partly because I dislike so much of what the others say, and partly because I'm here to contemplate my crime, which is easier to do in the silence and solitude of my room. My room is immaculate, perfectly white, and devoid of everything I don't need, everything that could divert me from concentration. Those are my instructions. Those are everyone's instructions. We live in our rooms where we contemplate our crime. Those are our only instructions. I did, however, take note of the use of the singular when I was brought here. Contemplate our crime. There was one, then, one that mattered. I've run through the obvious candidates. Who wouldn't? My voting record, of course. Those posts online. The demonstrations, 3 of them. The words printed on that T-shirt, although I only wore it once. The tipsy argument I had at some after-hours party with the stern woman in the green blouse. But some of the others here voted differently, or didn't vote at all. One of them thinks private property should be confiscated and redistributed across the population. Another believes that everyone with cancer, in any form, should be executed, because the only cure for cancer is the elimination of all the people who have it. We can't be here for our opinions, then. Not when one of us insists that only black people should be elected to public office because only black people know what the world truly intends, and another maintains with equal conviction that black people have been praying collectively for years to melt the polar ice caps. Go to your rooms, all of you, and contemplate your crime. I'm always cheerful and obedient, unlike some. One of the guards smiled at me once, I swear it, the quickest nick of a smile, an idea of a smile that passed across his face like a rampant, forbidden thought. Go to your room and contemplate your crime. I don't ask questions. I occupy my situation. I think of myself as a member of the team. It's easier that way. And I keep thinking about how and when and if the guard might smile at me again. I contemplate my crime. I eagerly await confession. But first I have to remember what exactly it is that I've done. Some act or idea that had been legal must have been found to be illegal after all, and none of us knew about it. Laws change, and what we mean by evidence changes. It's hard to keep up. If you can't believe what you see or hear, you really can't believe what you don't see or hear. Or should you be able to? Are we guilty of failing to know what we shouldn't do? It's a game I play sometimes with myself, a private quiz show. Okay, now for the championship. What single common act might have been committed by a stocky, smiling man who killed 7 college girls, all of them named Ashley, a wistful clairvoyant with an artificial hand, and a tattooed teenage boy who never stops laughing? What could these people possibly have in common, beyond the most rudimentary bodily functions? What could I have in common with them? I've been asking that question for months now. It must be months, though it's hard to tell time here, even day from night. The lights are always on. The lights aren't harsh, and the food isn't bad. We're not being punished, not exactly. We're being held. We're being held until... Here's the funny part. I call it the funny part. I'm not sure what else to call it. I haven't been asked to confess. As far as I can tell, no one has. We simply remain contemplating. We can seem sometimes like monks and nuns, cloistered, living lives of atonement, meditating on a central mystery we're meant to ponder but never actually to solve. That can't be true, though, not for us, not for citizens of a country founded on all that can be discovered, all that can be forgiven, and all that can be repaired. Sometimes one of us tells a guard that we know what we did, that we're prepared to admit to it and suffer the consequences. The answer is always the same, though. Stay in your room and contemplate your crime. We feel confident, I do anyway, that our confession day will come. Why would we be here if we weren't working toward redemption or punishment? Think of what it costs the taxpayers just to feed and shelter us. When the guards come to take me out of my room and march me to wherever it is they take us, I've decided that I'm going to confess everything I've ever done. I don't mind about how long it'll take, and I feel sure about this, that the guards won't either. The guards will listen, their faces grave and forbearing as painted gods looking down on the faithful from a domed ceiling. And when I find my way to my crime, they will hold me. They will welcome me back. They will stroke my hair as I soak their suit jackets with my tears. I will be forgiven, and I'll travel on from there. Michael Cunningham is the author of 6 novels, A Home at the End of the World, Flesh and Blood, The Hours, Specimen Days, By Nightfall, and The Snow Queen, as well as a story collection, A Wild Swan and Other Tales, and a non-fiction book, Land's End, A Walk in Provincetown. The Hours received the Pulitzer Prize and the PEN/Faulkner Award in 1999 and was made into a film in 2002 featuring Meryl Streep, Julianne Moore and Nicole Kidman. Cunningham's fiction has appeared in The New Yorker, The Atlantic, and the Paris Review, among other publications. He is a senior lecturer in English at Yale University.
Mark Diono. Intersections. Nothing but green lights. 6 city blocks worth on a straight, empty, 6-lane road at 3:33 in the morning. This is what my client saw when, tired from a long day, he came to the crest of a broad main street that cuts through Newark, New Jersey, on his way home from late-shift work at a metal fabricating plant. I went to the site of the accident in the early morning hours the day after I was retained by my client's family. I had to see what he saw at the exact time the accident occurred, and I had to imagine what he didn't see. The petite young woman, dressed in black from a night out, running across the street against the red light and outside the crosswalk. There were no skid marks before the point of impact, only after, 32 feet of them, indicating excessive speed for a 25-mile-per-hour zone, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then he drove away. It was 3:33 a.m., exactly when I parked at the Hillcrest near the intersection where Francisco Duarte hit Megan O'Hara. All those green lights, a wide-open alley, beckoning him to move ahead. He should have stopped, I said to myself, then wrote it down on a legal pad, knowing it would be my opening before the jury when the case went to trial. He should have stopped to help. Sentence number 2. A good criminal attorney goes to the scene to see what their client saw. A very good one crawls around in their client's brain and tries to make reason out of the unreasonable, find the thinking behind the unthinkable. Francisco Duarte knew he should have stopped. He confirmed as much by turning himself in less than an hour after the accident, just as Megan O'Hara was being pronounced dead at University Hospital. When the family came to retain me, I saw who he came from. Good people, humble and now shamed, embarrassed that their son took a life and ran. They sat in front of me, the father in a forest green janitor's uniform from a local Catholic school, the mother in the smock of a neighborhood daycare center. Their hands were clutched, their heads bowed. I was a man in a suit, an authority, an educated person, someone to respect. The mother and father, unable to pronounce my Italian surname, respectfully called me Mr. Mike. Their daughter, who spoke English as well as my own son's, got Mr. Tricarico right on the first try. My first question to his family was whether Francisco felt remorse, my mind already racing ahead to possible mitigating circumstances. After all, I said, leading them, the young woman shouldn't have been in the intersection. I wanted to gauge their son's sense of fault and responsibility. His parents nodded, understanding the question. Sí, Mr. Mike. Si siente terrible. Nunca duerme. Llora toda la noche. His mother, Consuelo, answered, looking at me through teary eyes, as if I understood. I turned to the daughter, Maria, for help. My mother says he feels terrible. He never sleeps. He cries all night, she said. Nunca dormimos tampoco, sabiendo que está en ese lugar. Mr. Mike, the mother added as the father, Enrico, nodded in agreement. We never sleep either, knowing he's in that place, Maria said. When Frank turned himself in, the police called ICE and they came and got him. Frank? He goes by Frank? I asked. Yes, Maria said. To everybody but my parents. As I momentarily processed this Americanization of Francisco to Frank, Maria cut the thought short. There's a problem, Mr. Tricarico, she said. A big problem. You have no papers, I said. Si, Mr. Mike, the parents said in unison. We are undocumented, Maria said. Except for my younger brother and sister, they were born here. Several years ago, I visited Ellis Island with my boys. We found my grandfather's name inscribed on the wall, paid for by a donation from my uncle. But what moved me more were the grainy black and white photographs inside the museum. There were no smiles on the old immigrant faces, just shock and exhaustion. If they were at all optimistic, it was masked by a grim countenance, as if they knew the task of building a new life here was going to be laborious and joyless. I saw this look now on the faces of the Duarte family as I explained to them that my job was to try to keep Frank Duarte out of jail. There was nothing I could do to keep him in the country. They needed an immigration lawyer for that. "We have one," Maria said. "There's nothing she can do. Frank has already confessed." Sometimes a defense attorney's task is not about raising questions or offering theories that make intellectual room for reasonable doubt. It's about finding room for mitigation. That's the legal term. In the old days, they called it the mercy of the court. I would have to find it for Frank Duarte to keep him out of prison for a significant term, because the facts were not in dispute. Yes, he confessed to the police in the most Catholic sense after he turned himself in. A full, tearful admission, a recorded account of the events with painstaking accuracy. He did this without an attorney present, knowing he risked prison and knowing he would never absolve himself, whether he came forward or not. He would live with what he'd done, either way. Frank was charged at first with leaving the scene of an accident after giving the police his statement. The most incriminating detail was that he thought he had hit a large black dog, until he saw the lifeless form of a woman in his rear-view mirror and heard the screams of her friend, who ran back to the curb. Then he panicked and took off. According to New Jersey Statute 39-4-129, leaving the scene of an accident where bodily harm may have occurred is an indictable offense, known in the common legal lexicon as a felony. Under President Obama's Immigration Accountability Executive Order, local police had no choice but to call federal immigration officials even before word of Ms. O'Hara's death came and vehicular homicide was added. Frank would be detained by immigration officials until trial. If found guilty, he would be deported. This was a moot point. He had confessed. I would have to try to undo the confession. "Where is he?" I asked Maria. "Please don't tell me Essex." "Yes," she said. "The county jail." And with those words, his mother began to weep as only grieving mothers can. There are 2 federal immigration detention centers in the Newark area. One is in Elizabeth, which borders Newark and is 60% Hispanic. The other is the leased wing of the Essex County Jail. While county inmates and federal detainees are generally separated, it's still a prison. The cell doors slam shut, yard time is restricted, and the ominous security checkpoints, which require government photo IDs of some type, keep immigrant families away. County jail is a soft description. It conjures up an image of the town drunk sleeping it off under the care of a local deputy, Mayberry RFD for my generation. Essex County Jail is no sweet vanilla sitcom. It's a dark, roiling sea of anger and hatred, frightening in ways only the men incarcerated there can understand. Street gangs war inside. Lineal derivatives of blues and reds battle in orange jumpsuits. In Newark, they have names like Grape Street, Crips, and Red Breed Guerrillas, Bloods. The South Side Cartel, Bloods, supplanted sex, money, and murder, also Bloods, as the city's most vicious gang after a prolonged street war. The Latin Kings brawl with the Blacks and MS-13, a gang with Central American drug cartel beginnings. Men are beaten and stabbed in this prison. Some commit suicide. Drugs feed the hostility of sociopaths. Men who have murdered have no compunctions about murdering again, nor do rapists about raping. It's not a place for a young man like Frank Duarte, who left the scene of a tragic accident. If he had only stopped. And the more I learned about Megan O'Hara, the more I feared for Frank Duarte. I had to be ready with a narrative to diffuse the media's fixation on the heightened Trump-era rage against illegals. I didn't want Frank's face on Fox News. I didn't want some inmate sticking him. If I had a daughter, I would want her to be like Megan O'Hara. I wrote this down to use at some point in court, opening or closing or sentencing, after researching the young woman. It was at first a defensive move. If I got press inquiries about Frank, I would switch the focus to Megan O'Hara. The real story, I would say, is the loss of this very special young woman. And very special she was. She was a leader, a high school class president, a field hockey team captain, then on to Vassar, where she was majoring in nonprofit management of the humanitarian sort. She did internships and volunteer work at Church World Service in Poughkeepsie, an agency devoted to helping refugees and immigrants find their footing in their new American home. She marshaled the student volunteer force for the Dutchess County Community Action Agency and learned Spanish to better communicate with the clients. I learned this from her obituary and Facebook page, which contained more than 500 messages of heartfelt condolences. I read every one and realized this young woman impacted every life she touched. And now mine. She came from an affluent family in Short Hills, one of the wealthiest suburbs in New Jersey, and one evening at twilight, I drove by her house for only one reason: to look for a dark room and connect to her parents' grief and anguish. The whole house was warmly lit except for a black corner over the attached garage. I parked and sat for a moment. She was 22, in her senior year at Vassar, home for the weekend when she was hit. Her parents had raised her to be brilliant and sent her into the world to share her gifts, only to have her die in the most rudimentary way, not heeding the advice every child has drummed into their heads: look both ways. From the winding road on the eastern slope of the Watchung Mountains where she lived, there are views of the Manhattan skyline and the industrial basin of New Jersey, the turnpike corridor of power plants and shipping ports. Smokestacks and container cranes rise from landscape like skeletal skyscrapers. At ports Newark and Elizabeth, the freight landing for the entire New York metropolitan area, the cranes are painted in red and white horizontal stripes. Against the backdrop of a clear blue September sky, they stand like an American welcome to merchant seamen from all over the world, not unlike the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island, a scant 4 miles away. I mention September because that's when the accident occurred, September of 2016, during the full-throated build-a-wall rhetoric of the election campaign. In Megan O'Hara's neighborhood, political signs were all but absent. The wealthy abstain. They maintain decorum. They speak with their wallets. The panoramic view from Megan O'Hara's bedroom window included not only the distant neighborhood where Frank Duarte lived, but also the detention center, where he was now housed in the industrial port section, surrounded by storage yards, where shipping containers were stacked like great pyramids, and towing companies, where acres of junked cars came to rust. The early history of human settlement is shaped by the Earth's geology, geography, and climate. Once survival was conquered, only the man-made forces of politics and economy made habitable places inhospitable. I am, by ancestry, a Southern Italian. Man's presence on the land is as ancient as war itself. The boot has been the crossroads of civilizations since the Paleolithic age. It was conquered by invading armies of Greeks and Romans and Lombards and Normans right through to the British and Americans in the Second World War. As such, Southern Italians are by nature distrustful and resistant to authority, be it a king, a landowner, including the church, or an elected government. Somewhere in my DNA there lies the reason I am a defense attorney. It's also why my grandfather came to the United States as an illegal immigrant in 1916. When Italy declared war on Austria-Hungary in 1915, my grandfather could have been forgiven for thinking it was a northern Italian border land grab that southern Italians shouldn't die for. Italy was unified just 40 years before his birth, so allegiance to the new country was in its infancy. The family stories about him were colorful and comic, but there was a dark hue to them, an undercoat of shame. He grew up in a Basilicata farm town called Brienza, and his family worked olive groves on land owned by the Catholic Church. My grandmother's family lived nearby, and they courted as teenagers. Her uncles were among the first wave of the great southern Italian migration that emptied out half the boot from the 1880s until after the Second World War. My grandmother came to the United States with her parents in 1914, and she left her childhood sweetheart behind. When Italy went to war on its northern border, my grandfather ignored his draft notice. 2 army officers were dispatched to get him, but he jumped out the back window of the family farmhouse with a dress belonging to one of his sisters. He threw it on, rolled up his pants legs, and headed for the olive grove. When the officers checked the property, they saw only a woman working in the field. This went on for weeks prior to the Isonzo offensive, when 100,000 farm boys like my grandfather were sent with little training to the mountains of present-day Slovenia. 60,000 were slaughtered. My grandfather was determined not to be one of them. He wrote to my grandmother offering a marriage proposal. She conspired to send him the identification papers of one of her uncles. That man was 20 years his senior, so my grandfather grayed his hair by rubbing talcum powder in it and boarded steerage on the Mauretania. 2 weeks later he walked unaccosted into America, smelling like diesel oil and a fresh haircut. They married, and almost 30 years later their oldest boy was awarded 2 Silver Stars, a Bronze Star, and a Purple Heart during the invasion of Sicily as part of General Patton's 7th Army. He lost part of his trigger hand at Mount Etna but continued on to the mainland, valuable because he spoke the language. My uncle's heroic actions helped fast-track his father's citizenship 2 years later, no questions asked. 2 men, a father and a son, on different sides of history. The fate of individuals cannot be divorced from their times. The Duarte family landed in Newark Airport in 1999 with tourist visas to visit Consuelo's green card-holding cousin. They never left. Instead, they found menial jobs and an apartment in Newark's Ironbound section, a Portuguese area of squat wood-frame working-class houses set off from the rest of the town by railroad lines and the ports. The Portuguese came after World War I, supplanting the Germans, Lithuanians, Poles, and Italians who had all labored in the tanneries and other dirty factories of the city's industrial center. When the Portuguese migration ended, Brazilians and other South Americans followed, mostly to work as laborers in mom-and-pop construction companies started by the Portuguese who themselves began as laborers. That is the American way, the promise of this country since the Mayflower. Francisco Duarte started kindergarten in 1999 at the Ann Street School, where he became Frank. It was the beginning of his Americanization. By 2nd grade, he was fluent in English. By 6th, all trace of his accent was gone, unless he purposely affected it. Also by then, his 2 younger siblings had been born, both in the emergency room of Beth Israel Medical Center, under charity care. Both were American citizens as a birthright. By the time Big Brother Frank entered high school, he forewent his native soccer to play American football and was a wide receiver at East Side High. I thought of how much had changed since 1999. The terror attacks of 9/11, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the mass shootings that came with greater frequency, the economic recession, the sport of political divisiveness led by media and party operatives who exploit our differences rather than explore our similarities. Through all this turmoil, immigration was either at the center or on the periphery of American discontent, depending on what other pressing issue consumed the public's attention at the moment. In 2012, Obama's Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals executive order shielded kids brought into the country illegally from deportation. He did this because a warring Congress couldn't pass a law. But in 2014, under growing anti-immigrant sentiment, Obama signed the Immigration Accountability Order. It carried the slogan, "Deporting felons, not families." Not quite. Not for Frank Duarte. In September 2016, with chants of "Build a Wall" cascading around Donald Trump like victory confetti, Frank Duarte could not escape his times. Not when his life tragically intersected with Megan O'Hara's. Behind the thick glass windows of Essex County Jail, the Latino men in the booths had the same look on their faces as the people in the old photos at Ellis Island. Stunned indifference, eyes and thoughts worlds away. Most were silent on their end of the intercom phones, quiet as a still picture. The intake and outtake of American history, 140 years apart. On my side, hushed Spanish chattering from wives, parents, and lawyers broke the void of silence. At booth 48, Frank Duarte waited. I sat down and he picked up the intercom phone on the other side of the glass. My first thought, honestly, was that Frank Duarte was every bit as Caucasian as Megan O'Hara. My own olive skin was darker than his. Somewhere, hidden in his family tree must have been Germans or Poles who immigrated to Paraguay from as far back as the 1880s. America, we're led to believe, has a lock on immigration. It does not. Frank was no more than a boy, only a man by legal definition. His jail beard growth was scattered and soft, so light in color that the circles under his eyes were darker than his hair. After some small talk about his conditions and the food, tears came to his eyes. "Mr. Tricarico?" "Yes." "I'm sorry, so sorry. How do I tell her parents I'm sorry? That's something I have to do." "I don't recommend that, son," I said. "I'm exploring ways to make your confession inadmissible, to get it thrown out, because you didn't have an attorney present. Writing a letter to her parents would be another form of admissible evidence, like a second confession. Father Ramon said contrition is the only way I'll get God's forgiveness." "Son, with all due respect, God's forgiveness may keep you out of hell, but it won't keep you out of prison," I said. "Do you want to spend 10 to 15 years in a place like this?" "I did something horrible," he said. "It was an accident. Not the part about running away." He looked down. "I was a coward. Many times in my line of work, I'm asked how I can defend killers, sexual predators, lowlifes, and skells with a clear conscience. My stock reply is, I don't defend the person. I defend the system." But Frank Duarte was on the unforgiving side of the system, the shit end of the stick. As a person, he needed defending. "Why did you run away?" I asked. "I was scared. All this talk about illegals," he said. "I was afraid of exactly this, ending up here, getting deported." "You're going to be deported unless we go to trial and the jury finds you innocent." "I'm not innocent," he said. "I misspoke. I meant not guilty. There's a difference. But I am guilty." He changed tactics. "Son, do you have any family left in Paraguay?" "One uncle." "You realize that if you get deported, you can never return to the United States. And if your parents and Maria visit you in Paraguay, they risk not being allowed back in." "Yes." You understand all that? Yes. You understand you may never see them again, or at least not for a very, very long time until the laws change? Yes. And this is still what you want to do? Yes. I knew then the guilt he felt over Megan O'Hara's death was asphyxiating. The obsessive images of the horrific impact and his panicked flight sucked the air out of all his thoughts. They filled his brain like a poisonous black cloud. He would never live again, no matter where, if he didn't apologize, deeply and sorrowfully. Write the letter, then. I'll give it to the prosecutor to give to her family. I can't guarantee they'll accept it, but I'll try. In my car, I wrote down the words, "This is the collateral consequence of the immigration debate. This is a real kid, a real family being broken up, not some abstract, shadowy menace." I would use those words at his sentencing. My grandfather was the oldest of 8 siblings in Italy. He never returned for fear of being arrested. He never saw any of them again. I had never even considered the magnitude of that separation until I sat for a moment in the parking lot after leaving Frank Duarte. I began to collect mitigating factors, preparing for either trial or sentencing. Frank, at 22, the same age as Megan O'Hara, had been an altar boy and was now a youth minister in his church. He had no criminal record, not even a speeding ticket. He was in technical school to get a certificate in metal fabrication and welding while already employed in the field. He had been steadily employed since age 14, the legal age for working papers in New Jersey, bussing tables and dishwashing in iron-bound restaurants. Though on different ends of the economic spectrum, he was filled with the same hopes and ambitions as Megan O'Hara. As I gathered more information, I pressed the state to drop the vehicular manslaughter charge. Frank told me he called 911 seconds after the accident. His phone records and county dispatch tapes proved it. Her friend also called. The prosecution narrative that he left her there to die wasn't exactly true. The medical reports stated that her head injuries were so extensive and severe because she fell in front of his bumper. That's why he thought he'd hit a dog. And then came the toxicology report. I don't want to make this ugly, I told the prosecutors during a discovery conference. Her family has suffered enough. But I'll use it if I have to. Even now, I'll leave it at that, except to say that she did not make the decision to bolt across the street against the red light with a clear mind. The statement of her friend corroborated Frank's account. He had the green light, and when his headlights appeared at the crest of the hill, she turned back to the curb. She tried to pull Megan with her, but Megan went forward. That's when she stumbled. She admitted that both were intoxicated, clubbing in Manhattan until closing time. The lead prosecutor, Jack Hurley, had been a friend and respected adversary for 20 years. "Can we make vehicular homicide go away?" I asked. "Otherwise the victim gets excoriated in court. Nobody wants that, Jack. It doesn't bring her back. Neither does him sitting in prison for 15 years. "I'll take it upstairs and to the family," he said. "But the kid is getting deported. Nothing I can do about it. ICE is breaking my balls on this. They want him gone, like now." "He's prepared for that," I said. "He knows what it means. He thinks it's a punishment that fits the crime. I don't agree, but what I think doesn't matter. That's the world we live in," he said. I handed him Frank's letter. "The kid wants to apologize. I read it. He begs for their forgiveness. It's heartfelt, unbelievably so," I said. I got choked up reading it. There are 2 empty bedrooms, 12 miles apart. One is in Short Hills, where Megan O'Hara grew up before following the dreams that led her to Vassar and a life filled with determination to help the needy. The other is in Newark's Ironbound, where Frank Duarte lived with his family, pursuing the same American dream as all our ancestors. One of the tragic ironies of this case is that Megan O'Hara was working to help people like Frank Duarte assimilate into our country. But now their empty rooms are vaults of grief for two families. They are places of profound sorrow, filled with the memories, the love, the laughter, and the voices of two young people who are never coming home. Your Honor, what follows is not an attempt to equate the losses suffered by the O'Haras and the Duartes. There is no comparison. Megan is dead, and Frank is not. This was how I opened my statement to the court at Frank's sentencing. A deal was struck with the O'Hara's permission. Frank would plead guilty to leaving the scene and receive a 5-year suspended sentence. He would be deported, and if he tried to come back, the sentence would be imposed. And now he sat in court at the defense table in his orange prison jumpsuit with his family directly behind him and the O'Hara family across the gallery aisle. He had the right to have his handcuffs removed, but refused. She was taken away in the most cruel and inexplicable way, the way parents dread when their children are little and impulsive, and so admonish them repeatedly to look both ways before crossing a street. To say what happened that night is every parent's nightmare, seems inadequate and cliché. It does not capture the anger, the depth of sadness, the embedded memory loop, the sleepless nights and the restless days. The O'Hara family lives with that every day, every second, every minute of every day. Frank Duarte understands this all too well. He lives with it too. As you will hear from him in a few moments, he will serve a life sentence of guilt and shame and isolation for what he didn't do. Your Honor, Frank Duarte panicked. He should have stopped. He should have stopped to help, even if to hold Megan O'Hara's hand while her life slipped away, to bring her the comfort of a stranger. But he kept going. This is his cross to bear. This is his prison. I detailed the good works done by both Megan and Frank. I did my best to bring her to life, and him too, as a real kid with a real family. I chose the words collateral consequence of the immigration debate rather than victim to not offend her family. There was only one victim here. Maria took the stand to testify on Frank's behalf and offered the O'Hara family my family's most sincere condolences and prayers that God gives you strength. It was the first of many references to God by both families, and truth be told, a believer could feel his presence in that courtroom, where so much loss, grief, and eventually forgiveness and mercy would come to bear. Father Ramon Suarez was next and echoed Maria's sincerity. He spoke of Frank's remorse and contrition as well as his service to the church. When it was Frank's turn to speak, I instructed him to address only the judge. Instead, he turned to Megan's family. With a trembling voice and tears streaming down his face, he said, I took a life that was valuable to God. I ended the life of a very good person. Please know I too think of her every second of every day. Please know I have no life left in me because of this. I am hollowed out, and all I want now in my life is your forgiveness. I beg God for forgiveness. I beg you for your forgiveness. At the moment he said the word forgiveness, James O'Hara, Megan's father, gave him a slight, almost imperceptible nod. There were tears on both sides of the courtroom aisle already when Julie O'Hara, Megan's mother, came forward to read the victim impact statement. She spoke of how their family was as close as family could be, and how Megan was the center. She used words like incalculable loss. She mourned not only her daughter, but the grandchildren she and her husband would never have. She spoke of phoning their other daughter to tell her that her only sister was gone, of how The shattering wails of grief that followed haunt them still. And then she addressed Frank, whose head was bowed as he cried. "The God I believe in forgives you," she said. "The God I believe in loves you. I am so sorry this has happened to us, and I am sorry it has happened to you. But the God I believe in has a plan for us and for you. We and you will be okay. We forgive you." The magnitude and humanity of those words continue to resonate with me. They were equally stunning in their simplicity and kindness. There is hope for this world with people like the O'Haras in it. Compassion and empathy, if given a chance, can overpower all the noise of political posturing. When the sentencing was over, Frank was led out of court to be processed for an immediate deportation flight to South America. He looked over his shoulder at his family as sheriff's officers led him by each arm and escorted him out of the courtroom to the holding cell. The door shut behind them. That's how they said goodbye. Eyes locked, silent, without so much as a touch. The O'Haras, too, watched him leave. I thought it was strange until the families began to file out. It was then that the mothers and fathers of the two lost children embraced one another. The O'Haras and Duartes held each other, sharing loss and grief, before going their separate ways, inextricably linked forever. Mark Diano is a lifelong journalist and a Pulitzer Prize finalist in news commentary for his work on the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. His front-page columns regularly appear in the Star-Ledger and its online partner, NJ.com. He began his career covering sports with the New York Post, where he helped break many significant stories, including baseball's case against Pete Rose and the undoing of Mike Tyson. He is the author of several works of nonfiction and the debut novel, The Last Newspaperman. His forthcoming novel, Gods of Wood and Stone, will be published by Touchstone Simon & Schuster in July 2018. He is an adjunct professor of journalism at Rutgers University and a father of 6 children. He lives in New Jersey.
Anna Dunn, The Third Twin. For as long as you can remember, you have loved looking into shimmering surfaces. The tremble of juice in the glass, clutched in Henry's hand as your father ambled past you through the kitchen. The glassy look of love from the dog when tossed a bone. The waver of horizon as lightning touched down at the center of the pond. Tonight, it's the spin of square light across the walls of a dance floor that has you dizzy. You've left the trappings of your body. Your lonely brain dislocating with the gentle guidance of drugs and the possibility of touch. There is a woman dancing across from you. She leans toward you through the fog, the one that's emanating from the machine in the corner, as well as the one that has taken up residency in your mind and says her name is Lacuna, that it means lake, a chapter of a book never written, the hollow part of a bone. You move closer until your knuckles brush against each other's. When the music stops, you wander into the bathroom alone, peer at yourself in the smudged glass of the mirror, study the line of your chin, the way a soft blonde mustache has appeared above your lip. Some mornings you pluck it, but secretly you feel proud of it. It makes you think how you have always been molting, attempting to cast off some part of yourself, your body, to transform into something other. Maybe not just one, maybe several others. There is a plurality deep inside you. You are, and in other ways, you are not. You are beside yourself. You've been trying to explain this to people, but they don't understand. You walk out into the night for a cigarette you will regret. Not because of the molten damage to your lungs, but because smoking guarantees a throbbing migraine in the morning. But you need to fumble with something, to do something with your hands, so you strike a match and take a sharp inhale. There are clouds over Central Square, and the air has that clean, cold smell to it. And then the sky opens and you are standing under a street lamp in the falling snow. You already are another, your mother says when you try to explain it. You are a twin. You have a real, live double on the outside of your body. For most of your life, he was there across the room from you, reflecting you, his very existence a taunt you had to learn to love. Even now, Henry is reflected in every mirror you look into. What you share and what you own, a forever moving target. Henry hardly considers it. You can hardly bear it. You'll be seeing Henry tomorrow. He's asked you to help him knock on doors for one of his causes. This week it's cystic fibrosis. Last week it was fracking. Next week, polar bears or melting ice caps or Lou Gehrig's disease. Any incurable catastrophe. Sometimes it feels as though your brother was born guilty, and running with every hopeless cause is his attempt to circumvent his pain. You agree to help him simply because, well, you're used to doing things with him. What your mother doesn't know, and what you'll never really say to her, is that you have another double. You are not just the masculine woman people see when they look at you, the one who looks like Henry. But there is another brother inside of you. A third twin. You think about returning to the dance floor, but it's late and the snow is piling up and your heart is drumming from the nicotine, and if you're going to be honest, your anxiety is also drumming from being close to someone else. Drinking helped, but walking is better, so you set off into the night, fast over the hill, up the hill until you are at the steps of your apartment. You take the dog out. She tries to bite the snow as it falls. In bed, you open a book and close it. Turn the lights off. You think about how most nights feel like a kind of eclipse. You close your eyes and move into intervals of darkness, your sense of self a fracturing of form, so that when you dream in pieces. You wake up late with nothing but the coming and going of night to ponder, get into your car and go. The migraine is like an earth quaking inside your head. You knew better than to smoke that cigarette, but a little brain damage can also be a welcome distraction. The coffee at the union office has the taste of wet cardboard. The volunteer explains Henry is already out, knocking on doors, that he couldn't wait for you, but has picked a packet of houses for you. The first door you knock on, blinds flip open. A ghost white naked torso leans against the window pane, opens the door. The man has a shaved head, says he hasn't been well. You try to maintain eye contact while also trying to make out if that is a swastika tattoo on his biceps. He doesn't seem to register that you are a woman or a man, or at least that's how you perceive his indifference. That's as good as it gets these days. He says he won't be donating. He's been sick with something else. The next address is at the end of a cul-de-sac off the main road. As you approach, you notice a Make America Great Again bumper sticker on a Crown Vic parked in the driveway. Next to the door, there is a wooden sign that reads Eric's Way. You glance at your sheet and notice the names don't match. You are looking for someone named Daniel. You are about to knock on the door when you remember an old English fairy tale that was once read to you and Henry on a school outing. The story was of a woman engaged to a murderous man named Mr. Fox. Through every door of his house the woman passed there was this warning: be bold, but not too bold, lest that your heart's blood should run cold. You had closed your eyes to listen, and while you did, a photographer snapped your picture for a local paper. You were in a red and white striped shirt, your long hair twisted into braids. In the picture, it looks like you are dreaming. You thought that with your eyes closed, you looked more like a boy. You thought maybe if you were a boy, you'd be safe. But then maybe you'd be vicious like the man in the story named Fox. You knock on the door, and this time a small man answers, says, "Hello." He reminds you of Rumpelstiltskin, like he'd be good at stomping around. He takes one look at you and asks if you are looking for Henry. For some reason this worries you, but you say yes. The man invites you in, and there is your brother, Henry, sitting on the couch. He doesn't seem glad to see you. There is sadness and an uncertainty in his eyes. He grips the clipboard on his lap. You look around the room. There is one black sneaker on a shelf beneath the television. On one of the walls, several paintings of a thin young man with dark hair and doe-like eyes. A chessboard mid-game sits on the table, but has the feeling of having never been touched. There is a woman in a rocking chair in a corner of the room. Her plump hands rest over a pile of drab-colored yarn she has been knitting. You sit next to her and notice there are tears in her eyes. Eric, you learn, was the couple's son who died in a motorcycle accident years ago. This house was his, and his parents now live here. The woman asks you if you'd like some sweetbread, as her husband shows your brother posters for the benefit they hold for local school children in her dead son's name. He told me he was too tired to play chess that day, the man says. I just don't know what he was doing out on that road. You watch Henry out of the corner of your eye, the way you have since you were born, just minutes before him. He seems defeated. For all of his charitable work, you're not sure your brother has ever really listened to the stories people carry with them and tell him. And here he is, in a mausoleum of grief. When you get home that evening, you walk the dog along the Charles River and notice that the dog's hair, once white at her chest, is turning orange, almost red. At the grocery store, you see the woman from the dance floor the night before, Lacuna. She tells you she has just come from yoga class, and you start rambling on about mandalas and how at the 4 gates there are 8 different graveyards, and in the graveyards are jackals and crows and sometimes zombies, but also sometimes something called clear understanding, and they are supposed to represent individuation, and how your mother took you and Henry to graveyards as children, and you are starting to feel like you are having an out-of-body experience when she puts her hand on your wrist and asks you if you want to come over for dinner. You let out a breath, and in the same moment, you get a text that your friend across town has gone into labor. You drop your phone, and when you pick it up, there is a crack across the frame that you study for a moment and realize Lacuna is still looking at you, waiting on an answer, and that you like it when she looks at you, and you say, "Dinner, yes." After she leaves, you buy wine and a chicken, and you walk slowly to the address Lacuna gave you. When you reach it, you walk around the block again and again in a circle, which is actually a square, and it feels as if you are walking a labyrinth, and you do this until you understand that your circumambulating is in direct conflict with time and the minutes passing, which crush down on your shoulders until you finally stop in front of her house and press the buzzer. Inside, Lacuna shows you a drawing her father made. It is blue and compass-shaped, and you immediately feel affection for it. You and Lacuna grill vinegar chicken on the fire escape, even though it is very cold outside. Later, she invites you into her bed. She sleeps and you stay awake. Her apartment is level with the elevated trains that run late into the evening. There's something about the train that reminds you of high school. The feeling of being awake forever, of always trying to undo some puzzle inside while your brother slept soundly on the bunk bed above your head. And there's something about Lacuna's hesitation, and yours, that puzzles you. Hesitation you think is intimate because its origin is fear, and that makes you think you may never be here with her again, so you try to imprint the night onto your mind. The feel of her fingertips tracing your ear as she drifts into sleep. The way in her sleep she shakes her fist in the air as if angry at someone you hope is not you. When you gently press your nose into the soft place at the back of her neck, her body moves into you. You think of your friend giving birth, air flooding the baby's tiny lungs for the first time. Across from the bed is a Langston Hughes poem tacked on the wall, and you read it over and over again by the street lamp's light until it feels like a kind of mantra. When you finally close your eyes, you dream of the sun's corona, of garlands, of heat and boundlessness. The next morning, you are still high from holding her as you walk home to find Henry on your stoop, holding a cat. He shoves it into your arms and says, "Here, I found it in a dumpster." I'll die if something happens to it. You are about to ask him in for coffee when he gets back into his car and drives away. The cat licks your shoulder and tries to bite at your ear. Inside, the red dog seems taken with this new creature. You think about Henry's growing attachment to the wounded. You pour some milk in a bowl and add cat food to the list on the refrigerator that reads spatula, paint for the living room, box grater, call the electrician about the fixture in the hallway, find a surgeon who takes your insurance, milk, and now, cat food. You cross off a few things, ones you think about every day and never do. Last time Henry had been over for dinner, he had scrawled at the bottom of the page in red ink, "Having a list is almost as good as having." At the supermarket to buy cat food, you stop in the cafeteria to eat lunch and catch up on reading. You are at the corner of a long table sitting beside a quiet Middle Eastern family. There are 4 of them: father, teenage boy, a slightly younger girl, and a young boy who seems perhaps 7 or 8. You watch as the younger boy reaches for his father's food, the old man slapping his slender fingers away from the cardboard box of tabbouleh. When the boy hangs his head in shame, the father beckons him back, fills a spoon, and hands it to him. None of them have said a word, which makes you curious about them, but to learn anything, you would have to look directly at them, and that feels strange, invasive. Still, you glance at them from time to time. The young boy is now playing with his plastic spoon. His older sister obviously annoyed, and then he loses control of it, and the spoon slingshots through the air and lands, lentils splattering, in the center of your book. You pause, knowing he is watching, wondering how you will react, and you slowly reach down, pick up the spoon, and raise it to your lips as though you are going to eat the lentils, and you and the boy both start laughing almost uncontrollably, and the laughter breaks the silence, and words come tumbling out of the boy, racing out of his mouth, his body shifting with each one as though words themselves were at the very heart of what animates him. He wants to know, do you like movies? Have you seen any scary ones? Do you know about Chucky? He asks you if you are a boy or a girl, and you shrug. And he teaches you an elaborate handshake ritual that ends with the 2 of you pulling on each other's earlobes. The girl tells you how much she loves Michael Jackson, gets up and does a pretty good moonwalk, her slight form gliding across the cafeteria floor, sneakers squeaking on the tile. The teenage boy leans in and asks you what you are reading. You look down at the books. There are always 2, as though your brain needs to be able to move in 2 divergent directions at all times. One is The Melodious Plot, Negative Capability, Keats, Axis Mundi, and Learning to Love Beyond Logic. The other is a dog-eared copy of Self-Esteem for Dummies that you picked up at a tag sale last summer. You can't help but blush as you read the latter title out loud, but when you look up, the family is nodding thoughtfully. It occurs to you then that the father may be mute, that until you interrupted, the family had been communicating in his language, a language made of gesture. For a moment you feel bad, as though you have inadvertently created a situation in which he might feel excluded. But when you nod back at him, the father smiles and silently offers you a box of cookies. That night you are in Jamaica Plain for the monthly queer hip-hop dance party. You meet a trans man tattoo artist, and he shows you his scars from top surgery, then reminders of where his breasts used to be. He gives you a number for a surgeon, and as you fold it and slip it into your wallet, you stop and think again about hesitation. You think of you and Henry racing through a field of sweetgrass when you were children, your shirts off, your bodies nearly indistinguishable save for the long braids your mother made you wear. You think about last night in bed and how you didn't want to take the binder off your breasts, and how you don't often wear a binder because your breasts are too large and it hurts your chest and feels even less natural. But that afternoon you had felt especially loose and chaotic in your body, so you had put it on. You think about how, when your breasts are bound, you breathe differently. You think how fight or flight roils constantly inside your body, and you think about how, when you were small, you were afraid of houses, and how you hid in the field, stayed in the lake, and how it must have been hard for Henry, the way you were always missing. Was there some kind of monster inside of every house? Perhaps it was the feeling that there was a monster inside of you. But you don't feel monstrous. You feel like part of a lineage that has never been recorded. You feel like an interval. It begins to snow again as you walk to the store to buy bread and salad greens for dinner and another tin of food for the cat. In the bakery, you run into Lacuna. You see a nervousness wash across her face. She tells you of the dream she had while you were holding her. She dreamt that she had found you at the end of a road that disappeared into brambles, that you were obsessively digging into the dirt at the end of that road, and that you were muttering something about omens, and that she was trying to reason with you and shaking her fist in the air because in her dream she was afraid you would dig so far that you would fall through the earth and never stop falling. Nothing would ever contain you again. And when she said this, you stopped digging, and she thought she had finally reached you, but instead you had found what you were looking for. A tiny, perfect blue cube. It was mesmerizing, she said, and it glowed from the inside, and just when she was reaching out to touch it, you threw it into the air, and the cube turned the world of the dream into night, and then all of the stars started to shift around in the sky, and from your pocket you produced a dried flower for her, one you said you had carried across the ocean. You tell her how you used to stuff flowers into the books you read as a child, and how they were always falling out, and that you were disappointed as it wasn't the form, but the fragrance and the color, the grace you wanted to preserve, and about the letter your father has just sent you about physics and the imagination, which has sent you into a minor fugue state. And you say when you used to study music, you became obsessed with fugues because you wanted to know more about imitation within variation. You tell her that you love the dream because you're not sure you've ever come across a problem that you could resolve. You think about finding your brother Henry in the stranger's house and how you thought you had just witnessed him becoming a man, and the strangeness of that phrase because you have never felt as though you were becoming more or less of a woman or man. And you realize that what you saw was Henry becoming more human. You saw your brother finally taking in and holding some of the trouble in the world, and you remember your father when he was a postman, coming home from work in the middle of a storm, carrying 3 kittens he'd found in a snowbank on the side of the road, 2 orange and white and 1 calico. And how suddenly everything ceased to exist as you and Henry sat on the rug, watching the kittens rumble and scratch, shaking off the snow. Anna Dunn was born in western Massachusetts and greatly appreciates Bruce Springsteen, rescue pups, mezcal, and Murder, She Wrote. Early on, her mother threw the television out when Anna let it slip that she aspired to be Magnum P.I. when she grew up. She is the co-author of 2 cookbooks, Dinner at the Long Table and Salty, a Cookbook, and served as editor-in-chief of Diner Journal, an independent food, art, and literature magazine for a decade. Most nights you can find her mixing cocktails at Roman's in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, or tucked away above Marlowe & Sons collecting recipes and artwork for a forthcoming cookbook. She won the Dirt Press Poetry Award and has been published by Brooklyn-based the Center for Fiction, FAQNP, and Famous Magazine. For at least 20 minutes every day, she is hard at work on her first crime fiction novel and/or concentrating on her breathing.
Louise Erdrich, Balancing Acts. In 2001, I decided to open a small bookstore, Birch Bark Books. We've gone through rough times, but we have survived. Democracy evolved along with the printing press. In fact, I think that democracy is made of books of all kinds, but as poetry expresses the ineffability of freedom best, I think the strongest link is there. A well-functioning democracy reminds me of a Leonard Cohen quote, "If your life is burning well, poetry is just the ash." When democracy is burning well, poetry and literature and independent bookstores are the ash. We are beautifully there, but not desperately there. We get taken for granted. People love us, but don't seek us out with the sort of intensity that occurs when democracy is visibly, viscerally, faltering. When democracy is not burning well, poetry burns harder. Literature becomes dangerous. Independent bookstores are bonfires that light the mind. Or we are democracy cells, an Amy Goodman phrase. In recent times, underground bookstores, writers, presses have set flares for people's revolutions. But the horsemen of the apocalypse have ridden through the flames in China, Egypt, Libya, Hong Kong, Turkey. When that happens, when autocracy or fascism descends, literature and bookstores and booksellers are the first to go. Maintaining a healthy flow of information, nurturing the brilliance of the individual, the iconoclast, the eccentric, the ever-fragile status of those who use words to illuminate human truths, is a bookstore's job. It is always important. It is always a labor of love. Selling books is less a business and more a way of life. Large online or big-box retailers like Amazon, Walmart, and Target have undercut the relationship between people and what they read by making books into loss leaders, that is, by cynically using the fair price of a book against the book itself. The loss leader is basically a fishing lure to obtain consumer information or to sell other stuff. Truly caring about books, choosing them thoughtfully, selling books to people who are hungry for books is joy to me and to other booksellers. Among other things, democracy is about respect for joy, and books are joy. They are satisfying objects. As well as selling books, we give away a lot of books. Yesterday I gave a book to someone, and the first thing he did was breathe in the scent of the book. I loved that moment. It was like seeing a hungry person bend over a plate of delicious food to get the fragrance before eating. The smile on his face was like that too, wrapped with anticipation. Of course, he was going to read the book, not eat it. But then again, maybe it's the same thing. Here is a story about what a book can do to center a heart. People surprise me by making our bookstore a destination stop when they come here, sometimes from faraway cities and countries. Maybe they see pictures of the birch bark trunks that make up our loft, or like the birch bark baskets on the shelves, or the rows of notes our staff fixes to the shelves to recommend books. Sometimes maybe they like my books. Other times they hope to make a connection with the native world because our bookstore focuses on indigenous literature in every genre. One day I blundered into the bookstore dressed in saggy sweats, weary. I was slipping in to do some chores back in the office when I overheard a woman talking to a book. She was holding Colum McCann's Let the Great World Spin, a novel of magnificent humanity. "Thank you," she murmured to the book. "You taught me how to balance." Let the Great World Spin centers on the story of a French man, Philippe Petit, who walked a tightrope between the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in 1974. The art of his balancing walk resonates down the years, casts a strangely beautiful and painful shadow on 9/11, and is the subject of other books and movies. McCann's stories, reeling off the day of Petit's transcendent performance, are filled with emotional truth and a stark sense of what the city was like in those years. "I like people who unbalance me," says one of McCann's characters. In an afterword to the book, the author says that when telling stories, we are engaged in a democracy like no other. After 9/11, and after the last election, people came to the bookstore for solace, calm, and balance. We are still a new country, coming to grips with a bloody and divided history. Falling is part of balancing. Books are where we learn to do both of these things. Louise Erdrich owns Birchbark Books in Minneapolis and Birchbark Branch, an online bookstore. Her latest novel is Future Home of the Living God, a science fiction novel in which pregnant women are hunted down and incarcerated. Her other books include Love Medicine and La Rose, both winners of the National Book Critics Circle Award, and The Roundhouse, winner of the National Book Award. Her favorite flower is Monarda, also known as bee balm. One of her all-time favorite books is Let the Great World Spin by Colum McCann.
Angela Flournoy, The Miss April Houses. After a survey of university trustees, experts, faculty, and community members, the committee puts forth the following recommendations. In literature associated with the property, prior occupants of the Miss April houses should be referred to as people or inhabitants. In special circumstances approved by the committee, they may be referred to as workers. Under no circumstances should they be referred to in any other fashion. The committee lacked a librarian, they explained. I was new to campus, so new that my badge wasn't programmed yet. For the first month, I had to stand out front of the Jefferson Building in the humidity before each meeting, twice weekly at lunch, and wait for another committee member to swipe me in. It was usually Becca Samuels from University Counseling Services, with her enamel pins and cat-eye glasses and shaved side, making me feel like I hadn't moved to a new place at all. Then we'd sit around a conference table in the office of the General Counsel. My job at these meetings, as it was explained to me, was to vote when called, but mostly to listen to the proceedings, and at the very end, consider how the library might set up a web page with links to supplemental information and research suggestions for interested students and visitors. That wasn't the only reason I was there, I suspected, but it was a fancier job than I had before, and fancy jobs always have their particular requirements. Nobody wants to be stuck in meetings during their lunch break after just having moved 1,000 miles and not even having time to get the lay of the land, or buy a microwave, or figure out where to get decent towels. But I figured it could have been worse. We could have used parliamentary procedure, and meetings could have gone on forever. Instead, Dr. Gander, the co-chair, kept the meetings under an hour each time, no matter what. The committee endorses the Board of Trustees' proposal to continue calling the structures in question the Miss April houses, and approves the following language for a commemorative plaque at the site. Miss April Lee June Walters, 1902 through 1974, was born in house number 2 and lived in both houses with her 2 sons and first husband, John Binker Walters, 1897 through 1955, and then with her second husband, Woodrow Gentry II, 1920 through 1981. Miss April was a cherished part of the university community and a longtime member of the hospitality and dining services staff. During the Great Depression, vegetables generously shared from her small farming plots were often the sole source of fresh produce that students and faculty ate. Following campus expansion in 1963, when the houses were moved from the southeast to the northwest corner of campus, independent community members replanted Miss April's garden, ensuring that she enjoyed sustainable, locally grown produce for the rest of her life. It was right around the time that my badge started working that Nnamdi Watson, Ph.D., joined the committee. A visiting lecturer in African American history with a 5-year appointment that had been renewed once, putting him on year 8. The week prior, Lyle Sanders, the professor of rhetoric and oldest black tenured faculty member, had quit the committee, citing health concerns, which was just as well. He mostly slept through the meetings, his head dropping suddenly and freaking everybody out. Nnamdi was there to keep our number at a respectable 2, we figured. Solid build, neat, shoulder-length locks. Short, but cute. Horn-rimmed glasses, bow ties or tweed vests over crisp, long-sleeved Oxfords every day. A Kappa, I could tell before he told me so. Friendly enough. He said he liked my twist-out, called it glossy. I laughed, said thank you. He called me Sista, and I did not roll my eyes. By this time, I'd also finally bought a microwave. The following informational display has been approved. A mounted poster highlighting the furniture and tools in the houses, including 1 kitchen table, 1 bed with a quilt, similar in style to those sewn by Miss April during her tenure, 1 washing board, an embroidery hoop, and 1 broom. Items currently in the houses, but hereafter prohibited from display. A hatchet found hanging near the fireplace of house number 1. 17 handmade dolls that comprised Miss April's collection, some inherited from her mother, donated to the university by her sons. The 6-inch by 12-inch wooden box, with a cross carved onto its top, found buried behind house number 2 in 1983. All contents of this box. In consideration of the preservation of the approved objects for display, the committee recommends that access to the interior of the houses be limited to scholars with written permission from the university's Department of Special Collections and various special persons as designated by the Board of Trustees. Visitors from the general population should view the interior of the houses from the front and back porches via the double-paned, shatterproof windows. A typical committee meeting went like this. We were all given a proposal for an element to be included in the restoration of the houses. Then, 30 minutes would be devoted to presentations regarding the merit of the proposal, sometimes made by the authors themselves, but more often from third-party experts. Then we deliberate for 20 minutes or so, usually less, and issue our recommendation. Patricia Dwyer, the head of the Office of the General Counsel, would then run the recommendation through whatever sort of legal analysis was necessary and return at the next meeting with the proper wording for us to adopt. Pretty efficient, I thought. The catered lunch varied from sandwiches to Italian to Chinese. The committee acknowledges receipt of a petition presented by community member Shaw Hammers, proposing that the site include literature about the transatlantic slave trade, including the amount paid for original inhabitants, as listed in university archives. Finding: Committee finds such literature to be outside the scope of the goals of the restoration project. From the outset, Nnamdi had taken issue with the omission of the word slave and the use of houses over quarters or cabins. I was with him at first. I mean, if you don't use it, that's erasure, right? But then, Becca Samuels from University Counseling, the woman who swiped me in the early days, finally stopped speaking in slogans and said something that made a little sense on the day we discussed the petition. It had 200 signees, but only about 80 from the people affiliated with the university, and most of those were classified staff. Becca asked, would the relatively small population of students of color find comfort in these houses, or would they become fodder for ridicule used against them? She presented research about young people and constant proximity to sites of past trauma. It can feel like stepping on the same landmine day after day just to get from one class to the next, she concluded. This was more flourish than reality because the houses being tucked up in the corner of campus like they weren't on the way to anyone's class. Predictably, Patricia Dwyer rattled off a bunch of legalese that suggested the proposal could one day bankrupt the university. I didn't care about Dwyer's point, but Becca's? It was worth mulling over, her landmine analogy notwithstanding. Who am I to say what causes another person's trauma? In the end, I decided to show solidarity and vote with Nnamdi. We lost, 2-6. In accordance with a recommendation from expert linguists, the following language and accompanying illustrations have been accepted by the committee. Lenny Roberts used the phrase, "lee little" to mean very small. Lee is similar to Wolof, word that means small. One of the inhabitants of this house was named Esther Malink. Malinke is the name of an ethnic group, also known as the Mandinka, the Mandinko, the Mandingo, or the Manding. To express amazement, inhabitant Buster Griggs would exclaim, "Great Da!" The Fawn people, also known as the Fawn Nu, the Agaja, or the Dahomey, worshipped a god named Da. Miss April referred to peanuts as pindas. Pinda is the Congo word for peanut. The Congo people are the largest ethnic group in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Illustration should show a map of West Africa with corresponding geographic regions of each ethnic group highlighted in either of the university's official colors. The linguist, there was only just one, not plural, Dr. Nicole Valdez-James, made a very compelling argument. Even Nnamdi, who hated us all by now, had to admit it. Gander, the co-chair, looked charmed in spite of himself. Who can argue with enduring language? Who would see a posting like that and not be impressed, intrigued? Apparently, Nnamdi had expected plenty of people to be offended. After the meeting, he walked me back to the library. A decade ago, you hardly ever heard the word Africa on this campus, if not in the pejorative, he said. I said, well, Africa's pretty trendy up north these days. He looked at me like I was an idiot, muttered, "This isn't up north." But then he invited me to get a drink with him. The committee recommends the following permanent information placards be added to the facade of Miss April houses, wherever the restorers find aesthetically pleasing. A display highlighting the restoration efforts of university researchers with attending photographs of the process of transporting the cabins to their current location. A display with the names of members of this committee. I left Brooklyn because I was at the point where just walking to the post office made me want to reach out for the nearest stranger's neck and squeeze it. And I'm not a particularly violent person. All these forever children in wrinkled clothes with make-believe jobs and very real bank accounts looking down their noses at me, as if the sight of me made the neighborhood bad? I know, but just because it's happening all over the place doesn't make it any easier to stomach. Plus, I was single again. Plus, all my friends were having kids and moving away, or just moving away because things had gotten so unbearable in Brooklyn. I was sitting at my desk at my branch library one day with a stack of books to read and thought, you know what? They can have this place. I went online, applied for this job, and got it, even though I don't have any university experience. The air is much, much cleaner down here. The committee acknowledges receipt of a petition presented by community member Shaw Hammers, submitted on behalf of Dr. Namdi Watson, visiting lecturer in African American Studies, and member of the same committee, hereby recused from this vote, proposing an informational placard featuring scholarship speculating on how and against what odds particular words and phrases might have lasted in the inhabitants' lexicon over the generations. Finding: committee finds that such a placard would be outside the scope of the goals of the restoration project. It was stupid of the committee to accept proposals on a rolling basis. This was a policy established before I arrived. Of course, Namdi would try to take the one thing everyone was enthusiastic about and flip it on them. I told him the night before to just leave it alone. Be happy they don't just bulldoze the houses altogether. But he said, it's the principle of the matter. And I said, that's usually what someone says before they do something dumb. And he shook his head and threatened to leave my apartment. But he didn't. He didn't leave the committee either. He came twice a week, ate heartily, and smiled too much at everyone there. The following permanent placard must be affixed within 20 feet of the entrance of both Miss April houses. A display thanking the individual and corporate donors that made the restoration project possible. Language on this display is up to the donor's discretion, granted such language meets the guidelines outlined above. The semester was nearly over by the time we worked our way through all of the proposals. No, I didn't let them put my name on the official committee placard. I was new and maybe I didn't quite understand the stakes, but I knew better than to put my name on either one of those houses. They didn't even ask me to explain why I abstained. No, I did not join Namdi, Shaw Hammers, and the 7 others who staged a sit-in for 3 days on the porch of house number 1. That doesn't mean I didn't care. If you focus on what we did accomplish as a committee versus what we left out, we communicated 2 important truths. The past inhabitants made do with what they had, a few pieces of furniture, a humble kitchen, and they found ingenious, albeit small ways to make their language endure. That's not nothing. That's huge, I think. And maybe a later committee can add more information. Angela Flournoy is the author of The Turner House, which was a finalist for the National Book Award and a New York Times Notable Book of 2015. The novel was also a finalist for the Center for Fiction First Novel Prize, the Penn Robert W. Bingham Prize for Debut Fiction, and an NAACP Image Award. She is a National Book Foundation 5 Under 35 honoree for 2015. Her fiction has appeared in the Paris Review, and she has written for the New York Times, The Nation, the Los Angeles Times, and elsewhere. Flournoy was the 2016-17 Rona Jaffe Foundation Fellow at the New York Public Library's Dorothy and Louis B. Coleman Center for Scholars and Writers. A graduate of the Iowa Writers Workshop, she received her undergraduate degree from the University of Southern California. She has taught at the University of Iowa, Columbia University, and New School. She is currently a lecturer in creative writing at Princeton University.
Elizabeth Frank. Fires. From the Journal of Ben Swift. Kranovo, the Black Sea, 1:15 a.m., May. What is today, anyway? 1999. Left L.A. 5:17, arrived Sofia 5:18, start road trip 5:19, so it's the 21st? After a long, lazy afternoon on the beach here, dinner tonight at an outdoor cafe. Kroom, pronounced Kroom, name of some ancient Bulgarian Khan, orders grape rakia, fills my shot glass. Thanks, Kroom, I say, but I don't drink. How is it possible? How can the man not drink? Maybe I'm not a man. You must be kidding. Picked up from American kids at the school in Switzerland where he and Eva met 1,000 years ago. Reaction shot. Eva, wary, listens. I mean it. Bad stuff happens when I drink, and you don't want to see it. On the contrary, I do. Look, I drank in order not to be there. I wasn't really present in the lives of my wife and kids. American psychobabble must sound like Martian to him. Smart guy, he says. Why would you want to give that up? Because my drinking became a sickness. We have a saying here. All diseases are the result of irregular drinking. Until regular drinking turns into a disease. He doesn't insist, but goes right ahead and gets absolutely wasted. We're eating spicy meat patties and fries and salads, and Kroom digs right in along with us. But having started with rakia, he moves on to the first of 3 enormous pitchers of beer. Mug follows mug follows mug, until his speech slurs to gibberish. The guy is fucking hammered. Later, Eva and I lock our arms under his and tow him back to the hotel through the Kranovo crowds while he belts out some 100-year-old song about a hero named Popyordanov, who, Eva explains, was a guerrilla in VMRO, i.e., the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. Wounded he's lying, oh woe he's dying, his old mother's grieving, etc. Eva says when people get together in Bulgaria, they sit around the table and eat and sing sad old songs about heroes who died fighting against the Turkish yoke. Memo. Yesterday's visit to Shipka Pass, site of huge battle 1877 through 1878. Russians and Bulgarians who, when out of ammunition, heave gigantic boulders down the mountain onto stealthily climbing bayonet and scimitar-wielding Turks. Would make a terrific scene in a movie. The Kranovo crowd here is mostly college age, easily 10 years younger than Harry would have been by now. And nobody pays the slightest attention to our sloshed Kroom, whose doleful ballad is in any case drowned out by relentless disco music throbbing from every cafe, restaurant, and bar. This morning, over coffee, when I remark that this non-stop disco roar is almost all American, Kroom says with a tight smile, Of course. We are a shitty little unimportant outpost of your empire, and if we refuse to take orders, you will bomb us the way you're bombing Serbia. Again, he's surprised when I don't disagree. Even though he knows I'm a communist, he keeps expecting me to be a knee-jerk, pro-American asshole. Back in their room, we put him to bed. He's so sunburned from the day on the beach, he looks boiled. What's with him? I ask Eva at the door. Bitter disappointment. Didn't he vote for the democratic changes? He did, but democracy here has turned out to be a big, fat lie. And that's a reason to get drunk? One reason out of 1,000. Now I'm in my room, next to theirs. Have walked and fed Kroom's sweet old German shepherd, Romy Schneider. I keep waiting for the jet lag to lift, but it's too soon. I'm still goofy and loopy. The disco stuff could wake the dead. if only. 4:20 a.m. Restless, wakeful, jet lag, of course, after sleeping a couple of hours. Wondering, what the hell am I doing here? My pixelated cousin Eva, after 30 years and more of absolutely no contact whatsoever with her 9th-grade Bulgarian beau at that fancy school they went to in Geneva, her father an infectious disease expert with the WHO, his father with the UN, gets back with him about 3 years ago after they reconnect through the school's alumni email list. Lo and behold, they're both divorced and passion rekindles. So she starts coming here every summer, where they play house for 3 months and she paints, and then in late August she goes home and starts teaching again. Eva and I have been pals forever, and she knows me. And so we're on the phone 5 or 6 months ago, and she says, knowing I'm stuck, that's putting it mildly, come stay with us for 3 months. You can visit all the old commie monuments, and Kroom has a project you can help him with. So why have I come? To get the hell out of an America I hate more and more every day, and to find out if maybe the actually existing socialism they supposedly had here between 1944 and 1989 in fact actually existed. Still, now that I'm here, I don't know what I want. I don't even know what wanting is anymore. I want to want, but what? I don't know who the hell I am, and by that I don't mean some cornball middle-aged identity crisis crap. Harry's father? It feels like that's the only definite thing I am, or was. That's not something I can run away from, or even want to run away from, unbearable as it is. But what am I running away to? The dog's ears twitch as I write, and she opens her eyes and looks at me. I can almost hear her saying, "Go back to sleep, you dope. It isn't morning yet. If I can sleep through the disco cacophony, so can you." Dimitrovgrad, May 23, 1999, 1:20 a.m. From Kroom's car radio. Yesterday, NATO bombs accidentally killed dozens of Albanians in Kosare. Fucking idiots, even though I can't stand the KLA thugs. When I say this, or humanitarian intervention my ass, Kroom looks at me in utter amazement. He just can't get it into his head that I'm a Yank and against this war. Up at 6 a.m. yesterday. Over coffee, I tease Kroom. He looks like the platonic form of hangover. Bloodshot lizard eyes, hair one big cowlick, face puffy. But he's an old hangover pro and orders shkembe chorba, a milky soup with chunks of chewy tripe sprinkled with vinegar and paprika. Not bad at all, and by God it seemed to revive him. Driving south along the coast, the sea a deep blue, it's called the Black Sea because of fierce winter storms, we pass Golden Sands, where Kroom spent a priapic teenage summer working as a waiter and chasing Swedish blondes, Eva remarks sotto voce. In one of our long phone conversations after she got back with him, she told me he's always been successful with women, but also that he really does fall in love. For me, always a foreign language and complete disaster. Thoughts of Jeannie. Boy, I really fucked that one up. So what if I already had 2 kids? Would it have been so hard to give her what she wanted and have a couple more? Selfish bastard. Then through Varna. Faded pastel apartment buildings, wrought iron balconies, the traces of Tsarist-era refinement. During communism, Varna was called Stalin, not Stalingrad. Name changed back to Varna in 1956, soon after the Khrushchev speech. Boy, they didn't waste any time, did they? Funny thing here about changing names. When Bulgaria was an ally of the Nazis, one boulevard in Sofia was changed to Adolf Hitler, then during communism to Clement Gottwald, and now it's named for some Bulgarian philanthropist. No one, Kroom says, is fooled by these changes except the people who ordered them. They think they can just erase the history. Memo. Bulgarian uses definite articles where we don't. Lunch about 2 in Neseber, an ancient port town. Old churches, walls of brick and mortar mixed with shards of tile and colored glass. Too many tourists. Still, maybe Herodotus passed through? My aborted classics major keeps pointing an accusing finger at me, one of many. After lunch, we stop to refuel at a super-modern Shell station. A brief, explosive fight between Kroom and Eva about his having to explain for the umpteenth time how he fills the car with both benzene, i.e. gasoline, and gas, that is, vapor, and has a mechanism for switching between the two he wants her to know how to use. He snarls, she scolds. I tune out, stroke Romy between the ears, hating couples fights, wishing I'd just taken off for Cuba or Vietnam instead of coming here. When he returns from paying inside, he's holding an ice cream cone and feeds it to Eva bite by bite, kisses her. Sudden desolation. Scratch the dog between the ears. Tear up. No talent for love. No fun being a third wheel. Not sure how long I'll stay here, except that I'm out of the lousy USA. They don't know, and nobody else knows either. But I'm gone. For good. Never going back. On the road again, Romy and I fall asleep, her head in my lap. When I wake up, it's almost 5, inland, sea long gone. On both sides of the road, acres and acres of sunflowers. They look at you as if they're psychiatrists or FBI agents. A sudden catch in my throat, a dry tickle, and I'm just about to make a major public announcement that I've caught an airplane cold when Eva coughs and Kroom coughs and Romy coughs. Kroom pulls over. We get out of the car. Eva gives water to the dog. We had come to the Black Sea through the Balkans. Now we're in the Thracian plain far to the south, and both to our left in the distance, and now to our right up in the Sredna Gora, or Middle Mountains, the sky overhead an evil gray-orange, the sun a sickly blur, and clusters of billowing flame. Pozari, Kroom says. Fires? Asks Eva. He shakes his head, a Bulgarian yes. For no, you jerk your head upward. Go figure it. And do you know what causes these fires? Kroom shouts, startling both Eva and me, his face contorted with fury. These are forest fires that someone deliberately makes to destroy the trees. This is how it works now in this democracy that is so fucking... So that's why there are no storks this year, Eva says. She coughs and turns to me. Usually you see them all over Bulgaria this time of year. They build nests on village roofs. People say they bring good luck. But this spring I haven't seen even one. Inside the car, Kroom starts the engine. You see how it is? They burn the branches and the leaves and the skin. Bark, Eva interjects. But not the trunks. These they cut down and sell. Wait, I say. So what's the story? When any mutra, that's a mafia guy, Ben, a criminal, who calls himself a businessman, can hire some starving gypsy to set a forest on fire, that is the story. Some gangster wants a burned forest because it will be cheaper, or someone wants to destroy the forests to get the land to build new houses with, what do you call it, washed money. Laundered, Eva says. This is the deliberate, planned destruction of the Bulgarian economy done on